What's the sense of people who might have been affected because of this? Were they all evacuated in time?
So yes, if I show you my camera from the other side, you can see a lot of people here. These are the citizens. I wouldn't want to show their faces now, but they are being evacuated currently at this point of time as we speak from the building. And most of the neighborhood around this place has been evacuated because this is one of the neighborhoods in North Tel Aviv which got hit. This house is still intact. There are houses in front which have been closed, but almost of them have been collapsed. As a lot of the residents were telling me, this was a direct hit, not a sharpener, but a direct hit on a neighborhood, and hence the impact has been so high.
All right, the impact has been high. Ratndeep, but otherwise, can we say that as of now, the situation is calm, that no further red alerts, no further sirens going on, and that Iran might have lost the intensity of its attack, might have lost the sharpness of its attack after American strikes?
So we had a few drone attacks in the morning in the northern Israel, but drones take several hours to come. So it might be on probability that this was before the American strike on Iran happened. But in the morning, we had two sirens. And after that, maybe in the last couple of hours, it's been quite calm. The streets here in North Tel Aviv is not calm because there has been evacuation, the roads are blocked. But in general, there has been no sirens as of now in the last couple of hours, I can say.
All right, so what we can safely say is, Ratndeep, that while Iranians did carry out some strikes, but it's likely that those were from before the American bombings, and Iran perhaps now is more concerned about tackling the fallout back home. Let me take this to Samar Paltur. Yeah, go ahead, Ratndeep. First you and then Samar Paltur.
No, sure. I was just saying the drones were, of course, before the Americans actually hit. And I was telling in the morning, we did expect the country was well prepared with it. The Home Front Command here issued a notice anyways to make sure that only emergency protocols are being followed here. The public transport has been running on an emergency mode, so the country was prepared anyways for the strike.
Okay, we also have Asher Friedman joining us from Israel. He's former Israeli Strategic Affairs Official and Executive Director of the Misgav Institute for National Security. Very good morning to you there, Mr. Friedman. And your first assessment of what has happened over the last few hours, American bombings, Iranian retaliatory strikes, where is it headed to?
Good morning from Jerusalem. This is a historic day. This is a historic day for the fight against terror, for the fight against nuclear threats, for the fight against radical regimes. Now, even before the US strikes, Israel's campaign has been remarkably successful, which I think leads to some surprise in some corners when Iran is able to successfully strike a building like we just saw with your reporter in Tel Aviv. To be clear, Israel has managed to intercept about 90% of Iran's ballistic missiles, about 99% of its UAVs. They've taken out, over the last few hours, they've taken out another 8 rocket launchers. We've eliminated about 40% of Iran's missile launchers. But Israel's defenses are not hermetic. They're not 100%. There will be hits in these heavily populated civilian areas and civilian targets. But Israel's operation to date, and certainly the U.S. strike this morning or late last night on the 3 nuclear sites, specifically Bordeaux, is an incredibly important day for all those who want to see a future of stability for the Middle East without an Iranian nuclear threat.
Yeah, I mean, stay with us, Mr. Friedman. We are, I'm told, getting some pictures, and the pictures are of one of the nuclear facilities, I believe Isfahan or Natanz, and these are from a day or at least a day before the American strikes overnight, and it's likely that a lot of those places were already evacuated. Can we cut to those pictures? Yes, these are the pictures. The Fordo satellite imagery, and this is from before the strike by the Americans, and they suggest a lot of logistical movement. We can see those trucks dotting those roads or highways, and there are multiple pictures. This is another, and the movement of those trucks suggests that if not all, some parts of the facility at Fordo were taken out. So Mr. Fredman, you think that moving the centrifuges, which is the most critical and key component, and the whole fight is about taking out the centrifuges, because they are the component where the uranium gets enriched for making it relevant for nuclear war and nuclear weapons. You think these? Look at the number of trucks, these pictures, and they are in scores, if not more, lined up to perhaps move out some of the infrastructure, some of the material from the facilities. And so obviously the most key component, centrifuges, would obviously be moved out, because that's what needs to be protected. Mr. Fredman, you think that Iran could have moved out those centrifuges from Fordo facility before the American strikes?
What is most important is the facility as a whole, the guarded, the dug underground facility as a whole, and that was likely destroyed. Israel's intelligence has proven to be absolutely incredible, targeting the factories that are creating the metal works for the engine parts for the ballistic missiles in the heart of Tehran. If indeed there are now trucks driving around with these centrifuges on them, I think in short order, they too will be destroyed, as Israel has managed to take out specific rocket launchers, missile launchers, as they're preparing to fire. Once the capabilities are above ground, they become easy targets for Israel and for the United States.
All right, you mean to say that they might not have done it? If they have done it, then obviously you will have intelligence to take it down even faster.
The difficulty, the only reason that Israel had a challenge with Fordo, right? We took out Natanz, we took out a bunch of parts of Isfahan, Arak, was because Fordo is deep, deep underground. So you need the B-2s and the bunker busters in order to reach them. Once something is above ground, they become, as we've shown over the last, with the taking out 30 Iranian commanders, taking about half of Iran's missile launchers, they become relatively easy targets for Israel.
Oh, of course, absolutely. In which case, where are we headed to? You think Israel would continue to persist and make sure that Iran's capacity to target Israel is completely defanged? So while we hear that Iranians had about 2,000 missiles when this war started, if it's depleted to say about half, are you going to continue to engage with Iran militarily through kinetic means till the time that all these remaining missiles are also gone?
Israel's goal is for there to be no longer an Iranian existential threat towards Israel, whether that's nuclear or ballistic. Now, in a theory, the Iranian regime could announce that we are now giving up our nuclear and ballistic capabilities, and that could end the war. I believe that's very unlikely. And therefore, Israel, which controls the skies of Tehran, of Iran, will continue its operation. I think that we'll see limited Iranian strikes against U.S. targets in the region as a way to try to preserve its dignity, in a sense. I think that though they will be very, very careful, and they will try their best to avoid provoking an all-out war with the United States with President Trump, because they know that would be disastrous. In the end of the day, Israel is not looking for war's sake. Israel is looking to end the existential threat that Iran was building. And once it happens, either with a deal, which again is highly unlikely, as we know, Iran was doubling its amount of enriched uranium over the last 3 months, or more likely through the continuation of the kinetic strikes until the job is done, Israel will remove this threat.
All right. In fact, you are suggesting that now that this has happened, and if the Iranians so choose and pull back, then maybe Israel can also pull back.
Again, yeah, it's certainly possible. Again, if Israel can attain its goal of assuring its security, right? The Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader, put a clock in the middle of Tehran, counting down the minutes until he believed that Israel will be destroyed. And then he went ahead and increased his enriched uranium by 50%. They were trying to increase their ballistic missiles. You mentioned they had 2,000 or 2,500. They were looking to build capabilities to produce 80,000 ballistic missiles in a number of years. Once those capabilities are removed, kinetically or diplomatically,
80,000 you said?
Israel has no reason to continue the war.
80,000 you said, Fredman? 80,000? 80?
Iran's plans for increasing, now it currently had about 2,500. Before the war, it had about 2,500. Probably about 1,000, 1,500 have now been either used or eliminated. But we know that Iran was looking to greatly expand its production capability with the goal of increasing its arsenal, certainly to 50,000, 80,000. And Israel was there. That would be an existential threat to Israel. And therefore, Israel needed to act now in order to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, all right, absolutely. And on that note, can I go to Samarpal Tour before we get more information, more ground reports, more breaking news development? Major Tour, you are closely tracking the developments. Militarily speaking, are you looking at escalation or de-escalation now?
It's going to be escalation. Basically, Yemen has given a formal statement saying it is entering the war, and in the Strait of Hormuz, it is going to curb all movements of American ships and those trading ships with the USA and that of Israel. So this is a very worrying trend, and Indian ships are also on target. So you see, this is going to hamper the global supply chain management. It is going to increase inflation at a very high rate. And thirdly, you see, Haifa port has taken enormous damage. So the functionality of Haifa port is again in question. So keeping all these factors in mind, and this is a very major trade route which goes via Europe. So it is going to affect all the countries, and I'm very sure that the G7 is not happy with the developments which is taking place. There has been a very serious statement given by Vladimir Putin saying that the world is now heading towards World War III. So let us read between the lines, Abhishek. Iranian nuclear program wasn't built in a day. It had taken them decades of hard work, research for peaceful purposes. But the place where Iran faltered was it kept buying time. Whenever they were told to negotiate, they kept quiet. They never came ahead to put any proposal in terms of the talks. And when day 61 came on 13th of June, IAEA confirmed that Iran has been a perpetual defaulter for a non-nuclear proliferation treaty, NPT. Violations have been taken place. And so I'm telling you, in the coming days, there will be opening of the Pandora box, which would lead to North Korea's scientists being involved in the Iranian program. There are 600 Russians already deployed in Bushehr nuclear plant, which has been declared for civilian use. But for civilian use, why do you need 600 Russians to be stationed in Bushehr nuclear plant?
Major, absolutely. In fact, we had Putin on record, President Putin of Russia on record, say that the Russians are not leaving Bushehr nuclear plant. But we have this breaking news, which is that Iran has written a strong letter to the United Nations Security Council urging for an urgent meeting to deliberate on the evolving situation after what it calls US aggression. Obviously it is, and the United States has hit with massive bombs and missiles, 30 missiles, Tomahawk missiles launched from submarines, possibly in the Arabian Sea or the Mediterranean, we don't know, but those Tomahawks, which some of them possibly flew over the Pakistani airspace, and clear indication that the meeting that Trump had with Asim Munir in the White House was not to reward Pakistan in manner, but to make it fall in line with American military objectives in Iran. And like a true poodle, Pakistan has obliged. So that's the situation as of now. The Security Council has been informed. Most likely it is going to meet in today itself in New York. And remember, it's still nighttime in the United States, and we have few hours. In fact, before the United Nations Security Council can meet, there would be a full-fledged press conference by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, along with the military leadership, and that's slated for 8 a.m. Eastern time, which is the Washington DC time, which should be about 5:30 p.m. IST or Indian Standard Time, and we can expect more details in terms of what kind of ammo was used, how much of those famed bunker buster bombs were used, and now information coming in that Oman has criticized the US for those strikes. So we have those kind of statements coming in from Saudi Arabia, from UAE, now from Oman, and essentially these nations coming out with very formal statements condemning these strikes. They were silent till now, and we are yet to see whether this is just lip service, as it happens in case of similar episodes of strikes and attacks, but is it more substantial? Because remember, there are local political dynamics or geopolitical dynamics of the Middle East and the Gulf nations also involved.
And Abhishek, there are 4 US military bases in Oman.
Yeah.
As we speak.
Yeah.
So you see, these are the nations which are already providing US military bases. So these countries, for example, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Oman, Cyprus, Turkey and Iraq, they have the presence of American soldiers on ground. They have the airstrips which are already under American control. But what if either of these Gulf nation goes rogue?
Okay.
What if they do not permit the Americans to carry out further aerial attacks on Iran? Or what if the Iranian militia conspires with the militia in these countries and attacks the American bases? The vulnerability has increased multifold.
Yeah, of course, vulnerabilities have increased, but at the same time, we don't know whether how much of war machine is left with Iran to sustain this these counter strikes. We in fact have more ground reports from Tel Aviv filed by Ratnadeep. Let's have a look at them.
I'm very close to the site where the Iranian ballistic missile hit this morning in North Tel Aviv. You can see behind me, the building is completely destroyed. The windows are shattered. You can see a lot of the structures of the building are falling apart, and this area is completely cordoned off, and the citizens are now asked to evacuate off this building right now. The Magen David Dome, the police are still carrying out rescue operations. The residents who are living in the apartment have been asked to evacuate, and the fire services and the ambulance team is still on ground looking at the situation and trying to clear the area out. A missile that hit around 300 meters away from this place had a huge impact on this neighboring area. Let me show you in North Tel Aviv currently what's the situation, especially after the missile hit. You can see glass pieces around me, if I can show the camera from here. And most of that area is closed right now, and a lot of residents here have been asked to move because a lot of damage to the infrastructure has been caused due to the direct impact. There are glass pieces everywhere, and I have to be a little careful while I show you on the other side. Let me try to pan my camera and show you there are some local shops nearby, and most of them have been affected, and the glasses and the covers have been destroyed as well.
All right, the US president who wanted a Nobel Prize just 24 hours back for avoiding wars or stopping wars has just ventured into one by carrying out those bombings inside Iran. On that note, we slip into a short break, coming back with a rolling coverage of the Iran-Israel war and the American involvement in it on the other side. Be right back.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
बिबल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
I've seen it, what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, responsibilities. At Republic School of Journalism, you'll be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's live learning inside a working newsroom from the day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Course begins on June 30th. Apply now.
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
India's energy story is evolving cleaner, smarter, and with a vision beyond borders. At the heart of this transformation is the Adani power plant in Godda, Jharkhand, a symbol of innovation and regional development. This ultra supercritical thermal power plant has 2 units, each producing 800 megawatts, totaling 1,600 megawatts of reliable, high quality and competitively priced power.
Adani Power Godda operates 2 into 800 megawatt ultra supercritical power plants at Godda. The ultra supercritical plant are designed for high efficiency so that coal required for the operation of the plant is reduced and economical power will be generated. The efficiency of the ultra supercritical plant is high compared to subcritical plant and the supercritical plant. The efficiency of the plant is around 42% compared to normal subcritical plant of 38%.
The first unit started commercial operations in April 2023, followed by the second in June 2023. What sets Godda apart is its pioneering role as India's first transnational power plant, built primarily to supply electricity to Bangladesh under a 25-year power purchase agreement. The plant is designed to run on imported coal and its water comes directly from the Ganga River via a 96-kilometer pipeline. Environmental safeguards are integral, from FGD and SCR emission control systems to a zero-discharge water policy. Fly ash is 100% recycled, supplied to cement industries, ensuring no waste is left behind. This is not just a plant, it is a leap towards a cleaner, sustainable future.
Our plant is designed zero liquid discharge plant. We have rainwater harvesting facility. We collect all the rainwater inside the plant and collect in our rainwater harvesting facility, and that water we use for horticulture. This plant is a highly efficient plant. This APL Godda, this stands as a benchmark by combining world-class efficiency, cutting-edge technology, and deep-rooted community development.
Beyond power generation, the heart of Adani's approach lies in inclusive development. At the core of this mission is the belief that true progress empowers people. Adani Power Godda's community engagement is guided by this philosophy to create long-term value through education, health, livelihood, and environmental initiatives. These efforts are led by the Adani Foundation, the CSR arm of the Adani Group, actively working across 5,000 villages in India. In education, the Gyanoday Smart Class program is transforming 338 government schools, benefiting over 90,000 students.
अडानी फाउंडेशन के द्वारा जो स्मार्ट क्लास दिया गया है यहाँ पे, उससे बच्चे बहुत प्रभावित हुए हैं। उससे इसके माध्यम से जैसे है कि हम लोग क्या करते हैं, बस हम लोग किताब से पढ़ाते हैं, वो बच्चे देख नहीं पाते हैं। यदि हम ब्लैक बोर्ड पे लिखेंगे तो हमारी बस ये लिखावट राइटिंग देखेंगे, और ये स्मार्ट क्लास आने की वजह से क्या होता है कि बच्चे दृश्य श्रव्य दोनों के माध्यम से बच्चे ज़्यादा सीख पाते हैं। और स्मार्ट क्लास आने से ये भी हुआ है कि एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलम जैसे बच्चे उससे गाना वगैरह सुन सकते हैं, सीख सकते हैं, देख के डांस वगैरह भी कला का भी विकास हो रहा है।
A new high school building at Motia village offers 6 classrooms, clean drinking water and toilet facilities, uplifting 3,500 children in surrounding villages.
अडानी के द्वारा विद्यालय में बहुत सारी चीज़ें जो है मदद मिलते रहती है बीच बीच में, और जैसे यहाँ ड्रिंकिंग वाटर के जो है दिक्कत नहीं होती है, विद्यालय में रनिंग वाटर लगा हुआ है। और विद्यालय में इधर नवोदय का स्पेशल कोचिंग जो है चलाया गया था, जो काफ़ी अच्छा है, और यहाँ आसपास के बच्चों को भी काफ़ी उससे बेनिफिट मिली है। और इस बार जो है 2025 में हमारे विद्यालय से एक स्टूडेंट नवोदय में भी सेलेक्ट हुआ है, तो जो काफ़ी सराहनीय चीज़ है अडानी के द्वारा।
Multiple Anganwadi centers have been renovated across villages, complete with learning materials, uniforms and play equipment. With new facilities and digital classrooms, students look happier. Learning is no longer a challenge, it is an opportunity, and it is opening doors to a brighter future. Healthcare, once distant, is now reaching 137 villages thanks to 2 mobile medical vans delivering free primary care and medicines to over 80,000 patients.
हम लोग गांव-गांव जाके एक हेल्थ कैंप लगाते हैं, जिसमें कि जो व्यक्ति हॉस्पिटल नहीं पहुंच पाते हैं उनके लिए सुविधा उपलब्ध कराना और उनका ट्रीटमेंट देना, और अगर वो कोई अगर ज़्यादा दिक्कत होती है तो उनको हम लोग व्यवस्था करके अडानी के थ्रू एम्बुलेंस जो आती है उसमें हम लोग शिफ्ट करके और रेफ़र बना के ज़िला अस्पताल भेजते हैं। हम लोग जब गांव में जाते हैं तो उसमें हम लोगों का मेन मकसद ये होता है कि उन व्यक्तियों को सुविधा उपलब्ध हो जिन व्यक्तियों के पास मजबूरियां होती हैं, पैसों की कमी होती है, तो उनको ये थोड़ा सा सहारा मिलता है।
At the Motia Primary Health Center, specialized health camps are held regularly across key medical disciplines, providing essential care to thousands in the region.
अडानी के आने के बाद 7 साल से हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि जब से अडानी 7 साल से स्वास्थ्य विभाग में यहाँ की जनता मरीज को दवा हर एक शुक्रवार को मिलता है, और बहुत ऐसे यहाँ गरीब गुरबा हैं जो कि नहीं इलाज कर पाते थे, और वह हर शुक्रवार को ये आते हैं और यहाँ की जनता को फ़ायदा मिलता है।
Cattle treatment camps are ensuring livestock health, treating 1,500 plus cattle annually and protecting rural income. And in a bid for a greener tomorrow, 94,000 saplings have been planted by 2,500 farmers across 110 villages. Clean water and sanitation have brought a wave of change. More than 150 hand pumps are installed or repaired each year, benefiting over 10,000 families. Community wells and bathrooms built or renovated across 20 villages are transforming hygiene and daily life. In livelihood support, farmers are embracing change. Mushroom cultivation, vermicomposting, with over 340 vermi beds distributed to 400 plus farmers, sustainable farming is taking root.
यहाँ पर पहले मशरूम के लिए अडानी फाउंडेशन से हम लोग प्रशिक्षण दिया गया था। उसके बाद हम लोग सभी दीदी मिल के सोचे बिचारे कि बैठे क्या करेंगे। उसके बाद हम लोग खेती करने लगे। उसके बाद हम लोग सभी दीदी ने मिलकर उपजाने लगे। उसके बाद इससे हमको फ़ायदा हुआ, खाने पीने के लिए फिर शरीर में पौष्टिक मिला। उसके बाद जो बचत हुआ बाज़ार में मार्केट में यहीं से बेचते थे।
यहाँ पर आसपास में करीबन अडानी फाउंडेशन की तरफ से 60 से 70 पाउंड मिला है, जिससे कि किसानों को बहुत फ़ायदा हुआ है। मुझे भी 1 पाउंड है, जिससे मैं उसमें अभी मछली पालन कर रहा हूँ। उससे जिस खेत में हम लोगों को एक फसल उपजाना मुश्किल था, उस खेत में अभी हम 2 फसल उपजा पा रहे हैं।
This is not just development. It is dignity. It is health. It is opportunity. At the heart of the Godda Power Project are the people, the lifeblood of the plant and its surrounding communities. Beyond the megawatts generated, it is the human stories that illuminate the true impact. Local workers find new careers with skill-building programs designed to create lasting employment beyond the plant's operations.
जब से अडानी पावर प्लांट यहाँ पे इस्टेब्लिश हुआ उसके बाद से यहाँ के लोगों के लिए इन्होंने काफ़ी सारे ऐसे प्रोजेक्ट्स चालू किए जिससे कि इनको काफ़ी लाभ हुआ। इस लाभ के अंतर्गत यहाँ के जितने भी यंग जनरेशन है उनको सबसे पहले यहाँ स्किल की ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है। स्किल्स में काफ़ी ऐसे सारे ट्रेड्स हैं जिनमें कि इनको गुणवत्तापूर्ण शिक्षा दे करके इंडस्ट्री की जो आजकल के रिक्वायरमेंट है, जो डिमांड है, उस चीज़ को यहाँ पे पूरा किया जा रहा है।
From technicians to safety officers, the project is a gateway for youth and women alike, providing stable incomes and vocational training. Women in nearby villages have stepped into roles once rare in the energy sector, becoming technicians, engineers, and administrators, breaking barriers and empowering future generations. The project has introduced new irrigation schemes and soil enrichment programs, helping improve crop yields. Community initiatives in education and health, supported by the project's CSR programs, have further strengthened the social fabric, making the region more resilient.
मैं यहाँ का रैयत हूँ और जो है सो ज़मीन जाने के कारण यहाँ पे हमारी ज्वाइनिंग हुई है। विगत 15 से 17 सालों से मैं बाहर में काम करता था, जिसके कारण मुझे पारिवारिक अव्यवस्था का सामना करना पड़ता था और अडानी के आने के बाद जब मेरी ज्वाइनिंग यहाँ पे हुई तो मैं अपने घर परिवार को भी देख पाता हूँ और अडानी में भी अपना पूर्ण एफर्ट लगा सकता हूँ।
The Godda power plant is a beacon of cleaner energy, reducing reliance on coal imports and fossil fuels, while dramatically cutting greenhouse gas emissions. Through advanced technology and stringent environmental controls, the plant has minimized air and water pollution, protecting local ecosystems and improving public health.
We are maintaining all pollution control standard. We are using highly efficient ESP. That is controlling emission of particulate that is less than 25 mg, and we are using FGD for SOx control and SCR for NOx control, and we are maintaining this SOx and NOx below 100 ppm.
The Godda power plant contributes to India's commitment under the Paris Agreement, helping reduce carbon intensity and supporting the transition to a low-carbon economy.
मेरा नाम मंटू पासवान हुआ। मैं 5 साल के दरमियान में 9 प्रदूषण गंदा पानी देखे हैं और 9 धुआं देखे हैं। तो ये लोग जो गलत अफवाह फैलाते हैं बिल्कुल निराधार है। ये किसी प्रकार का कंपनी से शिकायत नहीं हुआ है और नो प्रदूषण, उसके लिए गाछ वृक्ष लगाया गया है प्रदूषण के लिए। और ये जो है लोग अफवाह फैलाते हैं कि प्रदूषण कंपनी करती है, गंदा हवा है, गंदा पानी निकलता है, तो धुआं गंदा निकलता है। ये सब गलत अफवाह है।
The surrounding areas have seen new afforestation drives, planting thousands of trees to restore biodiversity and create green buffers around the plant. Water conservation is prioritized with modern cooling techniques and rainwater harvesting, ensuring responsible usage in this water-sensitive region. By integrating renewable energy components and planning future expansions aligned with green policies, Godda is more than a power station. It is a model for sustainable development. It reflects India's commitment to responsible development, where environmental care, community upliftment, and operational excellence go hand in hand. It's a model of how industrial progress can align with social and ecological responsibility. The power generated here fuels more than grids. It empowers lives, sustains communities, and nurtures the promise of a greener tomorrow.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबान कैसी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH
Dan, do you really expect the Americans to be hurt in this? Or is this going to end here? Do you expect the Americans to be hurt in this by either the proxies of Iran or Iran itself? Or will Iran want to stop this by telling its proxies to stay away?
Well, if Iran was smart, it would end this right here and it would go into a process of negotiation. However, it's hard for me to see Iran acting rationally at this point. Iran has had many opportunities over the course of the last few years to disband its nuclear program, to rescind the sanctions on itself, to act in accordance with the rational actors of the international community in the Middle East. At every turn, Iran chooses to pretend it's doing that publicly with its public statements, but behind the scenes, it is the main engine and backer and ideologue and funder and armory of every radical group, or almost every radical group in the Middle East. I can see Iran now, I can imagine a scenario of Iran growing desperate and trying to attack, whether directly or through its proxies, American interests, American assets, and American allies throughout the region, and possibly decide on some kind of doomsday revenge scenario against the United States. If Iran were smart, it would play along with the Americans and their demands, but it's hard for me to see that happening right now.
So what is the most likely option? You observe them well. You're a military man. You know the way they would want to respond. I particularly your choice of the words doomsday situation, right? They would have played this out. That Fordo gets hit, that was a foregone conclusion. what would their game be? One, A, vis-a-vis Khamenei, B, vis-a-vis America, because America's got directly involved. Would they depend on their allies like Turkey, the last remaining allies like Turkey, to intervene, or their proxies to take this further? What is the most likely scenario?
Yeah, it's hard for me to see their allies coming to their aid. I don't think they're really allies in that sense. I think they have this general coalition of anti-West, anti-American, Islamist regimes, terror groups, etc. You can see the Houthis in Yemen have already announced that they will join this fight against the United States and against international shipping. They're going to resume strikes on international shipping in the Arabian Sea. That much we can see. I think Hezbollah is going to be too weak to try to get involved from its angle. And of course, that's really the last of the major proxy groups, unless you see Iranian proxies in Iraq taking aim at different American interests. Part of what we saw over the last 2 weeks, by the way, with the 2-week warning that the United States gave, was in a large way, and David Petraeus said this in an interview just a couple of days ago, the United States buying time to position its forces, to clear out non-military assets, to bring additional military forces into the Arabian Gulf, or the Persian Gulf as the Iranians call it, and to position themselves to be in the best military posture possible in order to absorb Iran's potential attacks, whether in the Straits of Hormuz or Iranian attacks against American bases and American embassies. So I think the United States was ready for this. I have a sense that a lot of these allies are just posturing, Russia, Turkey, etc., Pakistan. They're not really going to do anything lest they feel the full force of America's military might, and they're going to relegate themselves to speeches at the United Nations and all sorts of press conferences. However, it is very reasonable to see in the coming days, and maybe longer, different kinds of proxy and terrorist attacks in and around the Middle East.
So we are entering a difficult phase. Dan, please stay on for a while. Abhishek, while we get Ratnadeep. And Ratnadeep, can you tell us your location and what you've been seeing around you? Ratnadeep, who's live with us, is in Tel Aviv. Where exactly are you and what have you seen?
Yeah, I'm currently trying to visit the area in North Tel Aviv, which had a hit today in the morning. I was near the area and I experienced the interception overhead, and then I experienced a boom nearby. The ground was shaking, and we got to know that there was a hit nearby. I am not very sure of the exact area because I am still trying to reach to the location. But as the authorities have mentioned that in the Dan district, there has been a direct hit on a building. In the central district of Tel Aviv, a vehicle was hit near a residential building, and in the coastal district, we have seen several damage to buildings as a result of a direct hit. The Magan David Dome, the MDA, has confirmed there have been 10 crash sites as of now. And the public transportation system will resume its operation shortly, but in an emergency mode only. As I was telling you in the morning that we expected this, but there were 2 volleys as I'm speaking, but we might expect a little more as well.
Okay. Ratnadeep, I'm going to come back to you. Stay safe. Thank you very much. Viewers, sometime back I spoke to the Israeli ambassador. I think what he said there was very strategic, very important. Abhishek, maybe you want to summarize this, or rather, would you have your question for Dan? We're looking at the overall picture.
I have a question.
Your question for Dan before we go to...
Yeah, for sure. Dan, Israel effectively dominates the Iranian airspace. Iran's nuclear infrastructure is taken down tonight by the Americans. Israel has effectively destroyed almost half of Iran's missile launching capability. And you're saying it's just left for the proxies perhaps to do the bidding of Iran and hit at Israel. Iran cannot effectively launch any massive attack on Israel now, right?
Iran, as far as we know, still has a significant missile capability. When Israel announced, and most international analysts agree that Israel has dominates Iran's skies, has basically aerial superiority. That means Israel has effectively taken out all of Iran's air defense capabilities. So Israeli aircraft, and now American aircraft, can fly unopposed over Iran's skies without fearing retribution or interference from air defense systems or from fighter jets scrambling to do anything. Of course, many of Iran's fighter jets are woefully outdated, of course. That doesn't mean Iran has lost its capability to do anything. It still had a significant, even if degraded, ballistic missile capacity. And so Israel has been working very hard to degrade that capacity. But of course, here, just outside of Tel Aviv, along with most of the country, they fired a barrage of at least 20 missiles at Israel about an hour ago. My sense is that they'll still be able to do that for the foreseeable future. To be able to take out all of their ballistic missile capacity is something that Israel is working to do, but that is something that will take time. If the United States is now getting involved in also taking out Iran's ballistic missile capacities, that of course will shorten the time frame for Iran to be able to launch missiles at Israel, but not completely take them out. Just we saw, for example, with a much less powerful foe in Hamas, even throughout many months and after Hamas had essentially been degraded from a de facto state actor into a guerrilla force, it still managed to sneak occasional rocket fire at Israel, even until recently. And Iran, of course, is a much bigger country. It's a geographically massive country. It's very conceivable that it has mobile missile launchers on trucks hidden in different nature areas in the mountains. And so it's hard for me to imagine that we completely or will be able to completely take out their missile capacity, but rather degrade it and continue degrading it. Really, for this to end soon, it's going to be an Iranian political decision, or the Israeli strikes and possibly the American strikes continue ramping up to the point where the political pressure on the regime for its survival gets to a point where it has to make that decision.
Well, thank you for that. Dan, thank you for joining us. Always a pleasure to talk to you.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई हो, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive.
I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. That is right. We see that US has obliterated, completely finished 3 key nuclear sites in Iran. It's a very unprecedented strike that Trump has made. And we are getting our viewers back-to-back updates coming in, analyzing what is happening and what we can expect next. But as usual, the big breaking in a stunning and unprecedented strike, the United States has unleashed the full force of its stealth arsenal. I repeat, the stealth arsenal, targeting and going ahead and finishing Iran's most secure nuclear facilities. That is right. And we're getting some more updates coming in right now on Republic TV. Let's tell you exactly what is happening right now. 8 Iranian launchers were neutralized today itself. Now, the latest is that Iran missiles were also targeted towards Tel Aviv. But we're coming to know that the IAF has attacked Iranian F-5 fighter jets, and some of these missiles have been intercepted as well. Some of the, we're coming to know that launchers were neutralized today of Iran. So huge update coming in terms of what is happening here in terms of the coverage that we have for you. It's a dramatic escalation of the ongoing conflict between Israel and Iran, where the US has carried out airstrikes on 3 key nuclear sites in Iran. The targeted sites located in Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan are critical components of Iran's nuclear infrastructure. But Iranian launchers have been neutralized. I repeat, Iranian launchers have also been neutralized after Donald Trump had announced military action. US President Trump confirmed the strikes on social media, describing them as very successful operation. The president stated that a full payload of bombs was dropped on the Fordow facility, which is located deep underground, making it a prime target for the US B-2 stealth bombers. All right, let's go straight across to a guest who's joining us right now. We have with us Mr. Eshver Westrop Evans, who is a Middle East expert, joining us on Republic TV. And thank you for joining us here on Republic TV. Mr. Westrop Evans, I just want to ask you one question. What we see right now is that Israel has stricken Iranian missile launchers. That is the latest update that we have for our viewers. But what my question to you is this: do we have clarity on whether this was a one-off incident coming in from the US's side, or it's a beginning of a longer campaign? How do you see the US strikes on these Iranian facilities?
Yes, I think that is the most important question to be asking right now. And as we see it standing right now, the IDF in Israel has just launched here in Israel, where I'm based in Tel Aviv, has just announced that they don't yet have confirmation that the attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran has completely destroyed all infrastructure. That information is still unclear at this time, and the intelligence forces are attempting to understand exactly how much damage was done in this initial strike by the US. But very much it seems that the IDF is indicating, and perhaps the US is also suggesting, and also as we've seen from US President Donald Trump, that there could be further attacks needed from the US, with additional US involvement to help take out completely that Iranian nuclear infrastructure beyond those 3 sites that were struck and beyond the times that they were already struck. But obviously, as we know, some of these sites are buried deep underground inside mountains, close to 100 meters below the surface. And these bunker buster bombs that the US has are incredibly powerful, but it may be that more is needed in order to completely obliterate and destroy the Iranian nuclear facilities, as is the goal of the United States and Israel at this time.
All right, I request you to stay on with us because we're getting some more breaking updates coming in. Japan's PM calls for de-escalation in the Middle East region. Japan's Prime Minister Ishiba has now told reporters on Sunday that it is the most important to de-escalate the situation in Iran as soon as possible. Ishiba also maintained that Iran's development of nuclear weapons must be prevented and asked if he supports the US attacks on Iran. He declined to comment. He was speaking to reporters after an emergency meeting with officials from key ministries about the US military action. So this is what we see right now, viewers, where we see a lot of different world leaders. Some of them have supported the US, some of them are supporting Iran, and many of them are asking for de-escalation, asking for Iran to stop its nuclear development. This is a reaction coming in from Japan, viewers. All right, we've been joined by a guest coming in once more. We have with us Brigadier Rumep Dahiya, former Deputy Director General MPIDSA, who's joining us right now on Republic TV. Thank you for joining us here. I just want to ask you, Brigadier Dahiya, a little bit more about how you see the world reacting to the latest escalation that we have seen. How are regional powers like Israel, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey responding behind the scenes? So we have other world leaders, but the response of Israel, Saudi Arabia, Turkey will also be very, very important, and it's being closely watched out for.
Yes, I think it's deeply concerning for everybody because this move is destabilizing at the very least. It creates uncertainty for everybody's stability. Israel may find it very favorable because that's what Israel has been trying to do for a long time, to drag America into this war. But it is concerning for everybody else. The oil supplies may be hit. The prices of oil may go up unaffordably high. As some people estimate that from 130 to 150 US dollars per barrel. Plus, it may involve other states as well. If Iran today decides to strike the US bases, then obviously the territorial integrity and security of Saudi Arabia, of Bahrain, Kuwait, and Qatar will also be affected. No war is a good war. In fact, there hasn't been a good war in history. And this is no different.
All right. Okay, we're getting this back-to-back updates coming in right now. Let's go ahead to the more breaking updates coming in right now. Let's go to the big breaking, and we're coming to know that there has been a response. IRGC Public Relations announces first use of multi-warhead Khyber Shekan ballistic missile in 20th wave of Operation True Promise 3. Yes, that is right. And these are hitting Israeli targets. And from what we understand, the sirens were sounded only after the precise impacts, throwing some of the areas in Israel into disarray. IRGC using multi-warhead missile strikes. And if we have a guest, let's go back to a guest to understand why this is significant. We have with us Mr. Asher Westrop Evans, a Middle East expert, and we have Brigadier Dahiya as well. Thank you for joining us once again. I want to go back to Mr. Evans, who is a Middle East expert. So it is a big question that, of course, Iran is retaliating and it's targeting some areas in Israel. They are vowed to respond to U.S. attacks. But has the U.S. strike on Iranian nuclear sites, is it leading to Iran coming closer to creating more nuclear bombs, or it's a deterrence for Iran?
Look, in the short term, what we can say is that by taking out these nuclear sites and putting these nuclear sites out of commission, it makes it far harder for Iran in the short term to pursue their goals, their nuclear ambition goals, in which they recently redeclared, even as this war was already well underway, that they were unwilling to completely abandon. Iran is determined that it will continue to try and seek a nuclear missile and try some nuclear weapons of some variety. And so it was imperative that this be stopped in the meantime. And that is what the goals of Israel and the United States and their allies are in this conflict as it stands right now. To your question, in the longer term, will Iran continue to pursue nuclear weapons? Will this further determination for the Iranian regime? Will the Iranian regime, in fact, still stay intact to be able to create nuclear weapons? It's too early to tell. No one has answers to these questions at this stage right now. We're still trying to determine what exactly occurred in this overnight raid, how much damage was truly done by the US weaponry that was employed there. But as it stands right now, it's still too early to know what the long-term outcomes will be. But obviously, the Israel and the US are hoping that this will put a great deterrence into Iran, and they will now come to some form of negotiating table or accept, as US President Trump called for, unconditional surrender. But still too early to know.
That is right. I'm getting some more breaking updates coming in. I just want to go to the big breaking updates. Pakistan, what is Pakistan saying? We're coming to know Pakistan has condemned US attacks on Iranian nuclear facilities. That is right. Big update coming in right now on Republic TV. Looks like once again, Pakistan's reaction is out. And Pakistan, as expected, condemning the attacks on Iranian nuclear sites. And if we have with us, once again, our guests who are joining us. This time I will take up this same question on this issue to Mr. Brigadier Daya, coming back with us. Pakistan's reaction is publicly they are going ahead and siding with Iran. That's what it looks like. It's condemning US for the attacks on Iranian nuclear sites. How do you really see this position that Pakistan is taking?
Now, let me first give me a second to answer to my co-panelists on the attacks on as to what's going to happen to the nuclear program of Iran. I think the attack leaves heavily in choice with Iran, but to go nuclear, because if not going nuclear is an existential threat for Iran, then Iran will certainly go nuclear sooner or later. With regard to stopping only Iran and not others, I think it is a bit hypocritical, although in geopolitical terms it's called realism, because no nuclear power wants another nuclear power to come up, or another country to come up with nuclear weapons. But morally speaking, logically speaking, it makes no sense to stop Iran when Israel itself has more than 100 nuclear weapons and it has not signed NPT. So that's part one. Second is that Iran has known for a long time that Israel is trying to attack it, and it's also trying to drag America into it. I'm sure they would have removed their 400 kgs, the stated 400 kgs of highly enriched uranium from all these sites that have been attacked last night, even for those, for example, would have been of least consequence at the moment, because Iran itself has said that there is no nuclear radiation activity detected in this area. So I think that irrespective of whether this present regime stays or present regime goes, Iran is closer to making a bomb, not in terms of time, but in terms of determination, than it was before. Second, let's come to your question about Pakistan. I think, again, whereas Pakistani politicians will make noise condemning it, the Foreign Office will do so, basically because the people of Pakistan are against Israeli attacks on Iran for religious reasons and other reasons. But as far as the military is concerned, I think they have signed on the dotted line at the White House when General Munir went there. To me, it appears that America is trying to outsource part of the security of Middle East to Pakistan. One side is heavy lifting will be done by Israel, fully backed by America. Turkey will be given a little bit of say in it to keep a check on Egyptian and Saudi aspirations. And for the rest of the arrange in the West Asia, North Africa region, it will be Pakistan that will be given some tasks. And Munir was summoned there basically to assign those tasks. Obviously, he has a tight rope to walk. And he would have definitely conveyed this, that this move will be highly unpopular within Pakistan, amongst the people.
So therefore, he would have promised only conditional support, or he would have asked for very high price for providing the support. But at people level, I'm sure this move is highly unpopular in Pakistan, and therefore the statement that has been made by Foreign Office, I think, is par for the course.
Right. I really request both our guests to stay on with us, because I want our viewers to have a look at some of the reports that we have, which will help explain what's been happening so far. So let's go to that report right now. And US President Donald Trump has declared that Iran's nuclear facilities have been completely finished. That is right, following targeted American airstrikes on key sites, including Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. Now, Trump praised the precision and effectiveness of the mission led by advanced US bombers and called it a decisive blow to Iran's nuclear capabilities. Take a look.
I see two options. Regime change, which was always the intention of Israel and the United States. We didn't want the mullah regime. 40 years, they've troubled the world enough. We all know that, so I don't need to go into details. That was the first issue. Second is, some people are saying there's going to be what happened in Iraq and Syria and Libya. There's going to be total chaos. So be it. How does that bother me? Iran is sitting 1,500 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers away from Israel. If there's trouble, so be it. Out of that, something is going to happen. The Iranian people will learn a lesson that you cannot behave like this in a region where you are not involved. You're not even part of that region. Happy birthday. What is this angst against Israel? I do not think Iran is going to escalate, quote unquote. Escalate what? Hit the Middle East monarchies? They will not dare. Hit Israel? They will not dare. President Donald Trump has made it very clear. I've seen some of these Indian mullahs strutting around and referring to their Nasrallah characters. Ayatollah Nasrallah and this, that, and the other. All their pook, all their hawa should have gone out by now. Nothing is going to happen. If you guys are interested, go to Iran and fight against Israel from there. Making all these heavy statements sitting in the sanctity of your mosques or wherever you live in the nation, in India, it doesn't matter. My own assessment, having served in that area for well over 20 years and seen it close up, Iran is now going to do something very small, symbolic, just to show that we have the capacity to retaliate. But I do not think, sir, that they have the capability left to launch a major operation, particularly after President Trump's warning that you try acting funny, and then what we have done so far will be a picnic compared to what we are capable of doing. And he has shown that he's capable of doing it. Israel is America's, if I may use the word, chowkidar in the Middle East, has brought stability, has brought peace, has controlled that area. Without Israel, the Arabs would be clobbering each other, cutting off each other's throats. So I believe that Israel's presence there is a stabilizing factor. Iran tried to destabilize the region. I hope they have learned a lesson, sir.
Right. Okay. We're getting some more breaking updates coming in, and the Israeli Air Force also attacked military infrastructure at the Isfahan airport in order to prevent the Iranian Air Force from using military infrastructure at the site. Okay, so we see that the airport infrastructure in Isfahan has been targeted. I want to go back to our guests on this story, because we see that there is multiple rounds of strikes and counter strikes right now underway. Let's go straight to our guest. I think I will go back to Mr. Asher Westrop Evans, Middle East expert, joining us on this. So we see counter strikes underway, continued bombings from both the sides. Do you see an end to this, or do you see a diplomatic solution coming in? Do you think this is escalating further, or we can expect some diplomacy?
Look, I mean, as it stands right now, I was woken. I'm speaking to you here from Tel Aviv. I was woken this morning by sound of missiles and sirens going off, with large-scale missile strikes taking place here in the city. Multiple impacts around the city. I don't see this off-ramp occurring anytime soon. Certainly not with a diplomatic solution. I just do not think that is on the table right now. I think that time has passed. You know, the US President Donald Trump gave Iran the 60 days in order to come to a negotiated solution in the past, in order to come to the table and create a nuclear treaty. That didn't happen. He spoke earlier last week and this week about giving Iran 2 weeks in order to come to the table again. That didn't happen. Now the time for diplomacy does not seem to be on the table. The US has conducted these massive strikes and gotten involved. Their strikes on the Iranian nuclear sites. Here in Israel, there doesn't seem to be any appetite from the Israeli government to end until the entire nuclear infrastructure of Iran is completely taken out and removed. And until that is confirmed, Israel seems eager to continue striking in Iran. And what we'll see from here, whether it be the collapse of the Iranian regime, whether it be a decision by the Ayatollah, who by all accounts is currently out of communication and hiding in a bunker, whether he's willing to step out and say that look for calls for peace or surrender, as it were. It doesn't seem likely at this point. Does seem like these strikes will continue in some form from now, but it'll be interesting to see what the capacity of Iran is at this point, with more launches being struck, with nuclear sites being struck, with Israel still effectively controlling the skies over Tehran. It'll be very interesting to see what Iran has the capacity left to do, what sort of strikes they have the capacity left to make on Israel, or indeed US bases in the region.
And I'll take the same question. I'll take the same question to Brigadier Dahiya as well, because like Mr. Evans has said that diplomatic solution is off the table, but the big question is, will both sides calibrate their responses from now on? That is also a big question mark, Brigadier.
First of all, let me give a response to what Mr. Deepak Vora had said. I think it was the most ill thought out comment by a diplomat. To castigate Iran for their mullahs of the kind of government they have, it's not our business to determine what kind of regime they have. If you think they are creating instability, I don't think Mr. Trump or Mr. Netanyahu are any better. The way the Gazans are being treated, the civilians are being killed, it's a genocide going on. So, and I have no love lost for terrorists. I fully well understand, I'm a realist, that Israel is a friend of ours. I also understand that Iran is also not an enemy of ours. Also, we need one another. We need each other, both the countries. And therefore, India has been forthright in coming saying that we don't want any conflict in this region. Now, it's a very funny kind of a situation that I find. People set their own goals. People decide to punish. People assassinate. People take out their nuclear weapons and declare that they have taken out the nuclear weapons completely. And then they say that the war will continue and there is no appetite for a ceasefire or something like that. So you determine what to do. You determine to punish. You determine to finish people. You determine to change regime. And then you say, I don't have any appetite for ceasefire or for diplomatic negotiation. What's it? It's causing stability? It's nonsense. It's total instability, total thuggery, I would say. Yes, Iran has very little options. I won't say very little, they have options, but none of these options are good options. If they go after American assets, they can cause a lot of damage to the American troops deployed in the region, yes, but then they'll have to pay a heavy price. If they stop oil from going through the Strait of Hormuz, then their own exports of oil, whatever oil they are sending to China, mainly to China, will be stopped. And their economy cannot take on that because they've been under sanctions for decades. So they have very little choice. Yes, Israel, still as long as its munitions last, can continue shooting at Iran because Iranian air defense does not exist. But what will Israel get out of it? Okay, kill more number of people, destroy more number of cities. Will that bring in peace? Will that bring in surrender? Israel is a newbie. Iran is a historical country. It's a civilizational country. They have pride. They suffered 8 years of massive destruction during Iran-Iraq war. They lost millions of people, young people. The women had to, 5 women had to marry one man to just continue the societal progression. So I think we shouldn't underestimate the people who have been cornered. They definitely will strike back in some way or the other. I personally feel that what has happened now, this war, with probably Mr. Netanyahu has partly done it for his own political survival, has brought Iran closer, like I said before, to the decision of going nuclear. Because their survival depends. They have the example of Libya. They have the example of North Korea in front of them. Contrasting example. So, it's a huge country. Do you think Israel can put troops on ground? Some Mossad agents, yes. Some local collaborators, yes. But can they afford to go on ground? Can America put troops on ground? I don't think this is true. So I think, therefore, we must be realistic in this. the solution can only be found through diplomacy. Question is, what are your diplomatic terms? Diplomacy does not mean imposition of conditions from one side. Diplomacy means give and take. That is the essence of diplomacy. But in this present scenario, I find neither Mr. Trump nor Mr. Netanyahu are talking of that kind of diplomacy. They are kind of unconditional surrender, as if it is their birthright, as well as it is their divine right. That's wrong. It's bad for the world. It's not just bad for Iran. It's not bad for... And I don't think it is engendering security for Israelis in the long run.
Right.
There will be a large number of people in the world who will be hating Israelis, and Israeli citizens will not be safe in the world. I wish it doesn't happen like that. I want peace prevailing in this region. As far as we are concerned, we are directly affected by this. Our oil prices. So therefore, I would say that we should be more reasonable in working out solutions to this problem rather than looking for unconditional surrender.
Yes, Brigadier. I want both our guests to stay on with us because I just want our viewers to listen into what Donald Trump has said. Let's also listen to the full statement of Donald Trump, which he gave earlier today, where he described the operation in detail.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say, we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage, and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's a live learning inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Courses begin on June 30th. Apply now.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now
we are live and breaking, and we're getting a reaction coming in from the Iran FM. And let's see what he says. He says, last week we were in negotiations with the US when Israel decided to blow up that diplomacy. This week we held talks with the EU when the US decided to blow up that diplomacy. What conclusion would you draw? To Britain and the EU High Representative, it is Iran which must return to the table. But how can Iran return to something it never left, let alone blew up? Iran blaming Israel after nuke talks have hit a big roadblock. Remember that Iran was definitely going ahead and taking part in soft diplomacy and trying to come out with some solutions. But I want to go to our guest who's joining us to help our viewers understand what this really means. This comment coming in from Iran. Now, Brigadier Daya, this is a question that we were asking about diplomacy, and we see that Iran is saying that there were diplomatic talks which were underway. The question is that has diplomacy run its course? Because this is something that even Iran is saying. They're saying that we were having talks, and now the diplomacy has been blown up. This is the reaction coming in from Iran.
I think they are very right. And I think Israel was fearful that if the diplomacy is permitted to run its course, then Iran would survive and it becomes stronger once the sanctions are lifted as a fallout as an outcome of the negotiations. So therefore, they preempted any outcome from the diplomatic talks. Now, question is that when a talk starts in any scenario, obviously both sides put their maximum demands, and it's as a part of diplomatic interaction, then those they reduce their demands to come at a mutually agreeable solution somewhere in between. In this case, American demands were 0% enrichment. I mean, why is that 0% they were trying to impose it? It's funny. When every other country in the world has rights, why would they? But despite that, I'm not making a value judgment of that. The fact of the matter was that diplomatic talks were going on, and there were positive signs coming out of it. But Israel was in a hurry, because if it doesn't do it now when they find Iran weak, and if President Trump, who has not been very fond of Israel otherwise, if you look at, he made peace with Houthis, he started diplomatic talks with Iran, and he also visited sort of West Asia without simultaneously visiting Israel. I think they were fearful that if the diplomatic talks succeed, then they will lose this opportunity of attacking Iran. Now they had infiltrated Iran very well through their agents and collaborators, and therefore they thought that they had the full measure of Iranian leadership and Iranian military leadership particularly, and that they will be able to cause a lot of damage to Iranians, since Iranian air defense had already been damaged in October last. So therefore, they did not want to let this diplomatic interaction run its full course. They did not want it at all. They wanted to do it early. Now the question is, what diplomacy are they looking for? Now, a country that is attacked by somebody, a country that has suffered enormous harm, is also being asked to sign a surrender certificate. It was different when in Nazi Germany was asked to sign a surrender document. It was all right if the Pakistani army in Bangladesh was asked to sign a surrender document. Here, it is Iran which is victim. Iran is not an aggressor. And the aggressor is asking the victim to sign a surrender certificate. Isn't it so fun? Of course, it reflects the state of play globally today. The world is in chaos. Jiski lathi, uski bhans. Might is right. So that is going on, and the world is quiet. They are speaking nothing. And if they do not speak for the last so many months, when they see starving mothers, starving children being collected for distribution of rations and then killed by tank fire. If the people are not speaking about it, they are not going to speak about Iran. So therefore, I again say that diplomacy needs to be given a chance. Iran needs to have its say. If you don't want Iran to go nuclear, might as well don't humiliate them further. A humiliated Iran will not result in overthrow of the hardline regime. We call it hardline. Some people in Iran might call it hardline, but many people in Iran may like it because it stands for Iranian pride, self-pride. So we are not the ones to make value judgment on what kind of regime it is. I don't think Mr. Trump is a paragon of democratic functioning at all, or America is an ideal democracy today. So therefore, I think diplomacy must be given a chance. Everybody will like it to succeed, and unless we do that, everybody is going to pay the price for it.
All right, Brigadier, thank you for getting us, your perspective here. I really want our viewers to have a look at this report that we have for them. The viewers will understand what really is happening. Now, in the heart of Middle East, two nations bound by ancient histories but divided by modern ambitions have clashed for decades. Iran and Israel. Once unlikely allies, now sworn enemies. This is not a proxy war. This is not a Cold War. This is direct. This is personal. Israel, Iran, one-on-one, and no one is backing down. Take a look.
The skies above the Middle East are burning. Cities in lockdown. Missiles in flight. Hypersonic weapons tear through airspace, and beneath the surface, nuclear facilities smolder. This is not a proxy war. This is not a Cold War. This is direct. This is personal. Israel, Iran, one-on-one, and no one is backing down. In the heart of the Middle East, two nations bound by ancient histories but divided by modern ambitions have clashed for decades. Iran and Israel, once unlikely allies, now sworn enemies.
Before 1979 revolution, before the establishment of the Islamic regime in Tehran, Iran and Israel had excellent bilateral relations. And Iran happened to be one of the first few Muslim majority country which gave recognition to the newly created state of Jews after modern Turkish Republic. Israel and Iran came very close being the Western ally. Even though Israel was not formally part of the CENTO, but Israel always had an excellent military and strategic relationship with Iran.
Under the Pahlavi dynasty, Iran recognized Israel in 1948, becoming the second Muslim majority nation to do so. In those early years, shared fears of Arab nationalism and Soviet influence forged a quiet alliance. In 1956, Suez War cemented that bond. Mossad, the intelligence agency of Israel, and Savak, the intelligence agency of Iran, worked covertly to bolster Kurdish rebels against Iran's Sunni regime. In 1973, as the Arab world launched an oil embargo against the West for backing Israel, Iran stepped in, fueling Europe and America. In 1977, the alliance peaked with Project Flower, a joint missile program. But in 1979, the Islamic Revolution changed everything. Ayatollah Khomeini's rise turned Iran into an Islamic republic. Israel became the enemy, and Palestine became Iran's cause.
Post-revolution Iran, the entire policy changed primarily because of the ideological dimension of the revolution. Because the Iranian Islamic Revolution was essentially, fundamentally aimed at the Western imperialism, Western cultural influence. Creation of Israel was considered by the Ayatollahs or the Islamic leadership in Iran as something un-Islamic, and because it was against the interests of the Muslim, because this particular state was created in what they call the Islamic space.
Decades later, the enmity now defines the Middle East. One narrow and coastal, the other sprawling and mountainous. One guarded by the Iron Dome, the other bristling with proxies and missiles. The conflict simmered for decades, that exploded in a chain of events that brought the region to the brink. In 2020 came the big breakout in the chain of events. A US drone backed by Israeli intelligence killed Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, head of the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the feared paramilitary force of Iran, and the key aide of Ayatollah Khamenei. The gloves were off. On October 7th, thousands of Iran-backed Hamas terrorists stormed through the Israel's border with the Gaza Strip, killing 1,200 people. At least 240 people were abducted as hostages into Gaza. This attack was conceived as revenge against the killing of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani. The horrific terror attack was immediately justified as revenge of Soleimani assassination by Iran. This was not just provocation extraordinary, it was a challenge to Israel's existence. If Hamas succeeded, Israel failed.
Israel is at war. We didn't want this war. It was forced upon us in the most brutal and savage way. But though Israel didn't start this war, Israel will finish it. We will exact a price that will be remembered by them and Israel's other enemies for decades to come.
Israel responded with a devastating military campaign in the Gaza Strip called Operation Iron Swords. The counteroffensive aimed at rooting out Hamas in its entirety, whatever the cost, whatever the time it took. Since then, the Gaza war has claimed over 40,000 lives, including 18,000 children as per Hamas, even as over 100 Israeli hostages continue to remain in captivity of Hamas. And almost the entire leadership of Hamas eliminated. This is how the political chief Yahya Sinwar was taken down. And Israel assassinated Ismail Haniyeh inside Iran. From Soleimani to Haniyeh, and the second proxy of Iran in Lebanon, Hezbollah, whose chief Hassan Nasrallah was also killed by Israel in September last year. Israel left Iran looking defanged and disarmed. Only till June 12th, that is. On 12th June, the UN nuclear watchdog IAEA formally found that Iran wasn't complying with its nuclear obligation for the first time in 20 years, that Iran was enriching weapons-grade uranium, and that it was doing so at a breakneck pace. On the very next day, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion against Iran, a full-scale air campaign targeting Iran's nuclear site Natanz, Isfahan, Mashhad. Iran's nuclear sites, radar installations and missile silos were all bombed in quick succession.
پشت سر من تصویر محل اصابت موشک‌های دشمنان هستند به سایت هسته شهید احمدی روشن مجتمع غنیسازی سایت نتنز. با توجه به اینکه ما ساعت حدوداً 4:15 بود که صدای انفجار رو شنیدیم حرکت کردیم به سمت مسیر در واقع سایت هست.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons.
Iran has claimed that in the last 1 week, over Iran's 120 surface-to-surface missile launchers were destroyed. From western Iran to the skies above Tehran, the IDF has declared air supremacy over Iran.
Over the past few months, intelligence has shown that Iran is closer than ever to obtaining a nuclear weapon. This morning, the IDF began preemptive and precise strikes targeting the Iranian nuclear program in order to prevent the Iranian regime's ability to build a nuclear bomb in the immediate time frame.
The damage is undeniable.
This is the hole that made just one ballistic missile that was fired from Iran
towards a residential area in the center of Israel. Meters from here there are kindergarten, schools, a lot of buildings with innocent people living there, and you can see the impact. One blast of a ballistic missile destroys anything with the shock wave in a radius of around 500 meters, and Iran continued to bombard Israel with hundreds of those kind of missiles.
The US Embassy in Tel Aviv is hit. Global diplomats scramble.
You can see behind me the American Embassy in Tel Aviv, and this is not damaged from the outside, at least from the shock wave of the ballistic missile that was fired from Iran, but still all the places next to the embassy suffering from a damage. Here usually people are doing the passport photos for the passport, leaving their stuff in those safes.
This isn't just Iran versus Israel. It's a battlefield of alliances as global powers weigh in.
Sometimes they have to fight it out, but we're going to see what happens. I think there's a good chance there'll be a deal.
American president has been quiet and secretive and vague about what is called end game in this war.
We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel, nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're not looking. We're looking for better than a ceasefire.
There are series of threats and counter-threats being made by the world leaders as well as the actors directly involved.
Great people, they know how to protect themselves. And when you say better, what? Oh, we'll come down so hard if they do anything to our people. We'll come down so hard, then the gloves are off so beautifully. Now, I think they know not to touch our troops.
Khamenei in return is also openly threatening US against any military intervention. In a dramatic turn of events, President Trump said that his patience has run out. Meanwhile, Ayatollah Khamenei has declared that the country will never surrender. However, Iranian ambassadors are hoping for the West to intervene and de-escalate.
Please accept our assurances that the Iranian side, in Iranian system, there is no desire, there is no any intention to produce the nuclear bomb.
Iranians have upped the ante with the use of hypersonic missiles on Israel. On 18 June, Iran escalated by launching Fatah missiles on Israel in what they called to be the beginning of the end of Israel's air defenses.
موشک‌های قدرتمند و مانورپذیر فتاح امشب با عبور از سپر دفاع موشکی پناهگاه بزدلان صهیونیست را بارها لرزاند و پیام اقتدار ایران را به همپیمان جنگ افروز تل‌آویو که در خیالات و توهمات پوچ است ارسال کرد.
Today, Iran launched another missile attack on Israel. Number of Iranian missiles were intercepted in several Israeli cities, including Jerusalem and Tel Aviv today. Reports claim that this ongoing week-long conflict has killed around 639 people in Iran and 24 in Israel. Tehran's streets are choked with fleeing families. Israelis are taking shelter in bunkers and the world holds its breath. Iran and Israel, once strong allies, now bitter foes, mirror each other's fear and resolve. Can restraint prevail, or will this war redraw the map of the Middle East?
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिरज का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबा केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी एमडीएच का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जल जीरा सिप एमडीएच का जल जीरा सिप।
Boss, I just saw Raghav walking towards the parking lot.
Movie date.
He's not going anywhere. My car is parked right behind his.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिरज का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the three key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
Full safeguards and monitoring. The world must not forget that it was the United States which, in the midst of a process to forge a diplomatic outcome, betrayed diplomacy by supporting the genocidal Israeli regime's launch of an illegal war of aggression on the Iranian nation. Not content with such malign actions, the United States itself has now also opted for a dangerous military operation and aggression against the people of Iran. In doing so, the US administration holds sole and full responsibility for the consequences of its actions, including the Islamic Republic of Iran's right to self-defense under the principles of the United Charter. In accordance with the UN Charter and its provisions allowing a legitimate response in self-defense, Iran reserves all options to defend its security interests and people. Thank you very much.
We will now be taking questions. We'd like to start with the Associated Press.
Sayın Bakan, müzakere kapıları hala açık mı görüyorsunuz? Tamam. Şimdi ses geliyor mu? Sayın Bakan, müzakere hala kapıyı açık mı görüyorsunuz?
Well, viewers, you just heard Iran's foreign minister, who in a press conference is condemning the attack by the United States of America, where they are saying that Iran continues to condemn the attack by the United States of America. He also observed the fact that how the USA has defied the code of conduct of the United Nations Council as well. He said that at a time when the United States of America has always been an important component of the UNSC, the strike on Iran is condemnable. Moving on, viewers, we're getting more breaking news at the moment. The Iraqi government has expressed its deep concern and condemnation of the targeting of nuclear facility within the territory of Islamic Republic of Iran. It affirms that this military escalation poses a serious threat to peace and security in the Middle East, seriously endangers the regional stability. So that is a comment that was also reiterated by Iran's foreign minister in the press conference. The statement came before that, and where Iraq has also made it abundantly clear as to how they also condemned the attack. Joining me live on this broadcast is my colleague Himanshu, who's joining us from our digital newsroom. Himanshu, this is a condemnation coming from the Iraqi government as well. How do you see that? The Iran foreign minister also came forward and condemned these attacks by the United States of America. But my question here is that they are saying that the US strikes were not needed, and this is coming a day after when Iran really bombarded a ballistic missile there in a hospital in southern Israel, causing massive damage.
Madhurima, this is first, let me just take you through Iraq's response right now. So, and I quote, "This military escalation constitutes a grave threat to peace and security in Middle East and poses serious risk to regional stability." That's from Basim Alawadi, the government spokesperson in Iraq. Now, this is a very templated response. You have statements from Qatar, you have statements from Oman, and you have statements from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They called this as a strike on their sister nation, sister Islamic nation. So, well, Middle East is responding. Definitely, they were anticipating a strike from United States. I think Trump's posturing about like we will delay and we will probably think about whether we want to join or not. These were probably a war posturing. They wanted Iran to keep guessing. But I think there is a serious situation in Middle East where nobody is actually ready to come out and stand for Ali Khamenei. So in all of this, Iran today stands alone. The Muslim Brotherhood, the Muslim world, the Ummah probably, I have not seen anybody coming and condemning this attack from US. So a response like diplomacy should take precedence, diplomacy should now kick in. That's like, it's extremely templated, extremely expected, and I don't think there is much to surprise here. There's no surprise here. Iran today stands alone. Ali Khamenei is running out of allies. He's running out of partners. Today, in time of crisis, obviously this is a territorial, probably their sovereignty has been breached by United States. The bombers, they have dropped 6 with the reports that we are getting, and they have left Iran with no choice but to do some act of desperation. How far will actually Iran take this act of desperation is the world is anticipating, the world is probably awaiting, and nobody knows where exactly Iran is going to target. Do they have it in them? Can they actually strike American bases in West Asia is something that all of us are asking. I don't know whether we right now know this, but obviously there's another report that Iran is now trying to close the Strait of Hormuz. So if that happens, that can be another escalation. But as of now, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, they all have come up with a standard response, that is that though we condemn the attack, we won't do much about it.
Absolutely, Himanshu, you've put out a very pertinent point over there, that as to how the entire Middle Eastern, and like they're saying that their sister nations ruled by the Islamic law over there. But we'll have to wait and watch and see how Iran retaliates. Joining me live on this broadcast is also Ori Goldberg. He's an expert of the Middle Eastern region. And also joining us is Major General Shashi Asthana. He's also a defense expert. Thank you, both of you, for joining us on this broadcast. I'll come to Mr. Goldberg first. Mr. Goldberg, you're an expert there of the Middle Eastern region. In what ways can Iran retaliate now? Because from the beginning, they have been issuing multiple warnings as to if United States of America attacks Iran, there is going to be retaliatory action, and US is going to be responsible for that. What does Iran has up its sleeve that they can use against the United States? Mr. Goldberg.
Well, I don't think Iran has a large number of tricks up its sleeve that it can use against the United States. It can, as the Revolutionary Guards have pointed out, strike American bases quite easily. American bases in the Middle East are huge. There are several of them, and Iran can fire missiles into an American bases, which I think is probably what we should expect most. But Iran can also choose to play with its reaction. The Iranians like the position of the one who reacts. The Iranians are usually not the ones who initiate. And Iran can react, but Iran can also not react. Now the ball is in the Iranian court. And I think Iran has the world on its toes for at least 48 hours. It remains to be seen what Iran will do. I would not be so quick as to suggest Iran will carry out an act of desperation. Iran has not yet despaired. It's true that Iran finds itself in a very difficult position. It seems to be damned if it does and damned if it doesn't. But the Islamic Republic is a functioning country. Its leadership is certainly pragmatic and realistic in terms of evaluating its own powers. I don't foresee any kind of suicide operation. I will probably expect an attempt to do something that carries the message that Iran is not a pushover, but it is also concerned with maintaining the stability of the Islamic Republic and even defending the lives of Iranian citizens.
Well, absolutely, Mr. Goldberg, like you said, that Iran does not have many tricks up its sleeve. Like you have also drawn a line of 48 hours. How soon can we expect an action from Iran's side? Because it has to be fast, or they could be planning to attack at a time when nobody is expecting an attack. What could be the strategy from here on?
I think everybody is expecting an attack, so I don't think there will be a time when nobody is expecting an attack. I think the Iranians have it in them both to carry out attacks against American bases, although not as a part of a comprehensive campaign. The Israeli strikes hampered their ability to launch their missiles, which is, I think, their main means of attack. But I think the Iranians can surprise the United States. They can surprise the world, not necessarily through the use of violence or the launching of missiles. I think Iran has a legitimate case, as its foreign minister said, regarding its standing as a sovereign state and the violation of its rights. I think Iran was probably surprised at the general support it received from other Middle Eastern countries, which means that other countries are not eager to see the region dragged into an all-out war. And so I think Iran has a lot of options from, again, demonstrating its displeasure by firing missiles on American bases, to pursuing a very vigorous solution that would involve some aggression, but also potentially a diplomatic resolution.
Well, absolutely, sir. Mr. Goldberg and Major General Asthana, please stay with us. We're getting some breaking news at the moment, and we'll come back to you. Now, viewers, Iranian Foreign Ministry has reacted to the U.S. attack on Iranian nuke site. Now, they have stated that the world must not forget that it was the United States that in the midst of diplomatic process betrayed the diplomacy by supporting the genocidal and law-breaking Israeli regime to impose a war of aggression on Iranian nation. So that is the breaking coming in, where Iran is trying to send out a strong statement there. General Asthana, I'll come to you. You've just heard the statement coming in from Iran. What can we expect in the future? Because like we've been discussing as to, there has been support from the countries that are calling themselves as the sister nations, but it has been templated response so far. So do you see anybody really participating with Iran actually on field, on support?
See, all those countries which are calling themselves as sister nation, they are basically trying to tell Iran that don't strike on the US base, which is in our country. It's as simple as that. As far as this statement is concerned, or I would certainly say, in fact, yesterday only I have published an article in European Union magazine where I said that this 15 days truce period is a deception. And Iran should have anticipated that this could be a deception for a very simple reason. And now, because if it was decided, Israel had struck a deadlock that the underground facilities and the facilities which were in the hills, the nuclear facilities, they couldn't have been taken off by any other arsenal other than what Americans have, that is GBU-57. So therefore, this strike was on card, and Iran should have expected it. Now, if we see the inter-se power structure or combat structure, Iran does not have the capability to continue with the standoff strikes against the capabilities of US and Israel jointly. So therefore, as far as the standoff strikes are concerned, Iran's capability is very limited. But notwithstanding that, it certainly has fair amount of nuisance capability in a manner of striking some of the bases which it did earlier when Qasem Soleimani was hit and when the US did that act. So I think we can't rule out that Iran is going to do, but Iran seems to be downplaying it because Iran realizes its shall I say, weaknesses, and Iran also realizes that not very many are standing with him, and nobody is likely to support them as far as combat is concerned. Even if some support may come, it may be diplomatic or maybe some kind of material support, but nothing more than that. So if that be so, then they would also like to keep it limited. In that context, say some kind of symbolic strike in US base would be there. As far as Israelis are concerned, I think there will be much more exchanges of missiles and drones. That will perhaps continue for some more time. But certainly Iran will not take it lightly. In long term, I think Iran's resolve to make a nuclear bomb will strengthen, number one. Number two, Iran's various other options which it may have against US will continue to grow hereafter because a country like Iran will not take it lying down. Secondly, as far as America is concerned, they have taken a chance that we will strike these nuclear facilities and get out of it and perhaps not get involved with boots on ground, because America has zero intention of putting boots on ground, because if they couldn't conquer Afghanistan in 20 years, there is no way that they can do it in Iran. So getting inside Iran with boots on ground, I don't think is an option for Americans, given the kind of terrain, the kind of resolve which the country has, and the kind of population and size which the country has. I think America wants to play down that, okay, I have done it, now please see your senses and don't escalate. That would be the message from America, which I think, and expectation from America.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely.
As far as Iran is concerned, it will have to perhaps decide between a limited response. No response is not an option, because they have to govern the country and they have to address the public sentiments also. So there will be some symbolic response. That's what I feel. Back to you.
Absolutely, sir. Sir, we're also getting some breaking news. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has spoken to the president of Iran, Mr. Masoud over there, and he has said that he has discussed in detail about the current situation, expressed deep concern at the recent escalations, reiterated or called for immediate de-escalation, dialogue and diplomacy as the way forward, and for early restoration of regional peace and security and stability. So Prime Minister Narendra Modi has spoken to the President of Iran and has called for immediate de-escalations and has advised to choose the path of diplomacy. Big breaking news coming in view as Prime Minister has spoken to the Iranian President after the United States of America obliterated those multiple sites where Iran was developing its nuclear strength. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has said it in a tweet that they have discussed it in detail and called for diplomacy as the only way forward for early restoration of regional peace, security and stability. Let me go back to our guests who continue to join us. Mr. Goldberg, let me come across to you. You see Prime Minister's statement coming in. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has spoken to the President of Iran and he's saying that the part of diplomacy is the wiser path. Also at the same time, sir, if you heard the Foreign Minister of Iran, he starts with the fact that there was some very important meeting scheduled with our Foreign Ministry, and we were looking for peaceful path, but this escalation came out of nowhere and was not needed. So do we see Iran on a back foot? Do they have the capacity to go ahead and stand against the United States of America?
Stand against the United States of America in combat? No, I don't think so. I think I agree with what the general said. But the question is how you structure diplomatic off-ramp, if you will, how you build the possibility of returning to diplomacy without causing serious loss of face. Again, Iran, the Islamic Republic, has to look both inward and outward in that respect. It does not want to lose face with regard to its citizens and its ability to enforce its leadership. It doesn't want to lose face with regard to its Gulf neighbors. But alongside all of that, what the Iranian foreign minister said is true. Iran has a decent case. The United States and Israel violated its sovereign rights and committed the international crime of aggression against Iran. So Iran can pursue its case through various international institutions. It doesn't need the support of other countries. And again, I don't think war is actually an option. I think the Iranians are very much aware of the fact that they will fail in a war against Israel and the United States. I don't think the United States is interested in a war. And I also don't think that all of these sister countries, as they call themselves, are interested in a war. I think the only party that is genuinely interested in ongoing regional destabilization is Israel. And I think if Israel pursues this path, if Israel shows itself to be recalcitrant when it comes to diplomacy, I think Israel should envision a more negative reaction than it has received so far from the Trump White House as well. I think Trump said it very clearly. We struck very powerfully. Now is the time to talk. Now is the time for peace. Even Prime Minister Netanyahu said, now we are prepared to talk to Iran. And all of this, by the way, without any sort of clear knowledge regarding what actually happened to the fissionable material inside the Iranian facility at Fordow. Which goes to say, this isn't so much about the details. Remember that Israel has nuclear weapons. It has dozens, if not more, nuclear weapons deliverable on a broad variety of platforms. Iran doesn't even have one. So talking about the Iranian nuclear program as though it was some kind of imminent or immediate threat to Israeli security just doesn't reflect reality. This isn't about the details. This is about the principle of the matter. This is about Israel demanding the right to attack its enemies in whatever fashion it sees fit. This is about Iran attempting to defend itself as a sovereign state. These are the questions at hand.
Absolutely. I would like to thank both of you, Mr. Goldberg. Thank you so much, Major General Astana. Thank you so much for joining us live on this broadcast, sir. Meanwhile, viewers, let's also listen in to the full statement of United States President Donald Trump. This is the statement that he gave earlier today. Listen in.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the three key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप।
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the three key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before, and we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before, and we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the three key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before, and we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
Dan, do you really expect the Americans to be hurt in this? Or is this going to end here? Do you expect the Americans to be hurt in this by either the proxies of Iran or Iran itself? Or will Iran want to stop this by telling its proxies to stay away?
Well, if Iran was smart, it would end this right here and it would go into a process of negotiation. However, it's hard for me to see Iran acting rationally at this point. Iran has had many opportunities over the course of the last few years to disband its nuclear program, to rescind the sanctions on itself, to act in accordance with the rational actors of the international community in the Middle East. At every turn, Iran chooses to pretend it's doing that publicly with its public statements, but behind the scenes, it is the main engine and backer and ideologue and funder and armory of every radical group, or almost every radical group in the Middle East. I can see Iran now, I can imagine a scenario of Iran growing desperate and trying to attack, whether directly or through its proxies, American interests, American assets, and American allies throughout the region, and possibly decide on some kind of doomsday revenge scenario against the United States. If Iran were smart, it would play along with the Americans and their demands, but it's hard for me to see that happening right now.
So what is the most likely option? You observe them well. You're a military man. You know the way they would want to respond. I particularly, your choice of the words doomsday situation, right? They would have played this out. That Fordo gets hit, that was a foregone conclusion. What would their game be? One, A, vis-a-vis Khamenei. B, vis-a-vis America, because America's got directly involved. Would they depend on their allies like Turkey, the last remaining allies like Turkey to intervene, or their proxies to take this further? What is the most likely scenario?
Yeah, it's hard for me to see their allies coming to their aid. I don't think they're really allies in that sense. I think they have this general coalition of anti-West, anti-American, Islamist regimes, terror groups, etc. You can see the Houthis in Yemen have already announced that they will join this fight against the United States and against international shipping. They're going to resume strikes on international shipping in the Arabian Sea. That much we can see. I think Hezbollah is going to be too weak to try to get involved from its angle. And of course, that's really the last of the major proxy groups, unless you see Iranian proxies in Iraq taking aim at different American interests. Part of what we saw over the last 2 weeks, by the way, with the 2-week warning that the United States gave, was in a large way, and David Petraeus said this in an interview just a couple of days ago, the United States buying time to position its forces, to clear out non-military assets, to bring additional military forces into the Arabian Gulf, or the Persian Gulf as the Iranians call it, and to position themselves to be in the best military posture possible in order to absorb Iran's potential attacks, whether in the Straits of Hormuz or Iranian attacks against American bases and American embassies. So I think the United States was ready for this. I have a sense that a lot of these allies are just posturing, Russia, Turkey, etc., Pakistan. They're not really going to do anything lest they feel the full force of America's military might. And they're going to relegate themselves to speeches at the United Nations and all sorts of press conferences. However, it is very reasonable to see in the coming days, and maybe longer, different kinds of proxy and terrorist attacks in and around the Middle East.
So we are entering a difficult phase. Dan, please stay on for a while. Abhishek, while we get Ratnadeep. And Ratnadeep, can you tell us your location and what you've been seeing around you? Ratnadeep, who's live with us, is in Tel Aviv. Where exactly are you and what have you seen?
Yeah, I'm currently trying to visit the area in North Tel Aviv, which had a hit today in the morning. I was near the area and I experienced the interception overhead, and then I experienced a boom nearby. The ground was shaking, and we got to know that there was a hit nearby. I am not very sure of the exact area because I am still trying to reach to the location. But as the authorities have mentioned that in the Dan district, there has been a direct hit on a building. In the central district of Tel Aviv, a vehicle was hit near a residential building, and in the coastal district, we have seen several damage to buildings as a result of a direct hit. The Magan David Dome, the MDA, has confirmed there have been 10 crash sites as of now. And the public transportation system will resume its operation shortly, but in an emergency mode only. As I was telling you in the morning that we expected this, but there were 2 volleys as I'm speaking, but we might expect a little more as well.
Okay. Ratnadeep, I'm going to come back to you. Stay safe. Thank you very much. Viewers, some time back, I spoke to the Israeli ambassador. I think what he said there was very strategic, very important. Abhishek, maybe you want to summarize this, or rather, would you have your question for Dan? We're looking at the overall picture.
I have a question.
Your question for Dan before we go to...
Yeah, for sure. Dan, Israel effectively dominates the Iranian airspace. Iran's nuclear infrastructure is taken down tonight by the Americans. Israel has effectively destroyed almost half of Iran's missile launching capability. And you're saying it's just left for the proxies perhaps to do the bidding of Iran and hit at Israel. Iran cannot effectively launch any massive attack on Israel now, right?
Iran, as far as we know, still has a significant missile capability. When Israel announced, and most international analysts agree that Israel has dominates Iran's skies, has basically aerial superiority. That means Israel has effectively taken out all of Iran's air defense capabilities. So Israeli aircraft and now American aircraft can fly unopposed over Iran's skies without fearing retribution or interference from air defense systems or from fighter jets scrambling to do anything. Of course, many of Iran's fighter jets are woefully outdated, of course. That doesn't mean Iran has lost its capability to do anything. It still had a significant, even if degraded, ballistic missile capacity. And so Israel has been working very hard to degrade that capacity. But of course, here, just outside of Tel Aviv, along with most of the country, they fired a barrage of at least 20 missiles at Israel about an hour ago. My sense is that they'll still be able to do that for the foreseeable future. To be able to take out all of their ballistic missile capacity is something that Israel is working to do, but that is something that will take time. If the United States is now getting involved in also taking out Iran's ballistic missile capacities, that of course will shorten the time frame for Iran to be able to launch missiles at Israel, but not completely take them out. Just we saw, for example, with a much less powerful foe in Hamas, even throughout many months and after Hamas had essentially been degraded from a de facto state actor into a guerrilla force, it still managed to sneak occasional rocket fire at Israel, even until recently. And Iran, of course, is a much bigger country. It's a geographically massive country. It's very conceivable that it has mobile missile launchers on trucks hidden in different nature areas in the mountains. And so it's hard for me to imagine that we completely or will be able to completely take out their missile capacity, but rather degrade it and continue degrading it. Really, for this to end soon, it's going to be an Iranian political decision, or the Israeli strikes and possibly the American strikes continue ramping up to the point where the political pressure on the regime for its survival gets to a point where it has to make that decision.
Well, thank you for that. Dan, thank you for joining us. Always a pleasure to talk to you.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the three key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you this Sunday afternoon. Well, West Asia is on the boil. The United States has entered this conflict between Iran and Israel. What will happen next? What are the scenarios? And what is happening live right now on the ground? Everything. First, the headlines.
The warmongering and lawless administration in Washington is solely and fully responsible for the dangerous consequences and far-reaching implications of its act of aggression.
The United States, fully responsible for the consequences of its strikes on Iran nuclear sites, says the Iranian foreign minister. Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaks to the Iranian president, calls for immediate de-escalation. Iranian missiles hit Israel after US bombs Iranian nuclear sites. Tel Aviv, Haifa and Central Israel hit. The IAEA says little nuclear material hit in the latest strikes on Iran's Isfahan. With massive escalation, Iranian foreign minister to meet Vladimir Putin tomorrow. In a stunning and unprecedented strike, the United States has unleashed the full force of its stealth arsenal, targeting and obliterating Iran's most secure nuclear facility. This is not just a warning, viewers. It's a thunderous message from Washington. Stand down or face annihilation. As backed by Israeli coordination, B-2 stealth bombers flew undetected, delivering the GBU-57 bunker busters with surgical precision today on Natanz, on Fordow, the much-awaited strike on Fordow, remember, and Isfahan that lie in ruins now. And West Asia now stands on the edge of an abyss. Viewers, in fact, we continue to get you more updates. We have a breaking news coming in right now. I'm told that the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi will now be meeting the Russian President Vladimir Putin tomorrow. He's heading to Moscow this afternoon and says that he'll have serious consultations with the Russian leader. He says, and I quote, Russia is a friend of Iran. We always consult with each other. And this is what is breaking right now. Iranian Foreign Minister Arakchi to meet Vladimir Putin tomorrow. Remember, Russia has been, at least on the face of it, the ally of Iran. And what really happens when he meets Putin, that's a matter of course, speculation. But now we've seen that even the hardliners in Russia have been calling for Russia to take up arms for Iran. But will Vladimir Putin really jump into it? We do not know yet. For more insights and an understanding of the current scenario, we have been joined by special guests on the broadcast right now. We was, in fact, I'm told that I'm being joined by Dr. Ashwini Mahapatra, Professor, Center for West Asian Studies in JNU, and Paul Salem, Senior Fellow, ex-president, expert of MEI, ex-president and expert on West Asian conflicts. Thanks so much, gentlemen, for joining us here. Dr. Ashwini Mahapatra, I'll just go across to you first. In the latest we have is that we'll of course talk about what is happening next, but I want to understand from you, since the latest update is that Arakchi will be meeting the Russian president, do you think that there will be, what way will Russia support Iran, if at all it does?
Russia, whatever way it supports or does, will not do it so openly. Because the matter principle, Russia all through was opposed to Iran becoming a nuclear armed state. So it took the same position in the IAEA all through. And currently, Russia, as it is preoccupied with its own problem, you see, in the vacuum. So particularly it's in Ukraine. So I don't think Russia will be so openly or overtly involved in the West Asian conflict as such, taking side of Iran against Israel. And as such, Russia never has had any problem with the Israelis for historical reasons. So it's a question of basically confronting the United States of America. So I have a feeling that Russia only will be issuing certain, condemnation and the statement critical about this American role, its action, last night action. Beyond that, beyond the rhetoric, I don't think Russian will be directly involved in any confrontation in West Asia as such.
Mr. Paul Salem, this is expected to spiral out because we understand that Iran will have to do something. But United States, of course, it will be, it's much stronger. It knows the danger that it will entail if at all it strikes back. But what do you really think the Iranian regime would be planning to do next? Will it just continue with the missile strikes in Israel or go on further? Because it continues to warn, it has warned that this is going to have some long-term consequences.
Long-term consequences, yes, but in what way, very difficult to predict at this stage. The consequences may even include certain repercussion within Iran. Let the thing settle down, you never know. So, that's a lot of people may be thinking this whole thing, would contribute to the further consolidation of the Islamic regime in Tehran. It is not a war between Israel and Iran as a state. It is basically the kind of conflict between Israel, the state of Jews, vis-a-vis the regime. So we have to be very clear about it. And the consequence is, yes, the regime will be constrained to undertake certain measures so as to reinforce its own legitimacy. The legitimacy lastly rests on its ideological foundation of the post-1979 Iranian regime itself. That's in that anti-meta narrative, you will find the way Israel has been portrayed. America has been portrayed as the great Satan and Israel as the little Satan. And, they have to continuously fight against, the Israelis because, as after all, the Jewish state created a so-called sacred Islamic space. And thereby it provides a theological justification for the continued resistance, even to an extent the jihadis. So that way, it has to do something to project itself before the people.
Right, sir.
Let me put it this way. It is a serious blow to the ideological apparatus of the post-1979 Iranian regime.
Okay.
It's not only simply a structural issue. Yes, it has delivered a serious blow to the command structure, to the administrative apparatus, but more than that, it has definitely punctured the ideological basis, the foundation of this very regime itself.
Okay. Yes.
It's likely to be defeated in the hands of the Jews who have been portrayed as the, what you call spurious and the mlechers. See the anti-narrative right from Ayatollah Khamenei. And how are they prepared to accept this kind of defeat? That basically provides the explanation for the Iranian retaliation, whatever way they have to do it. Otherwise, they risk losing their legitimacy internally.
Right. Dr. Mohapatra, I'll come to you on the question about Khamenei, and also Mr. Paul Salim. I'll just go across to you after this breaking. We have this latest update that the Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi, has spoken to the President of Iran. In fact, he has tweeted about it. He has posted on social media, and I quote him here. Spoke with the President of Iran. We discussed in detail about the current situation, expressed deep concerns at the recent escalations, reiterated our call for immediate de-escalation, dialogue and diplomacy as the way forward, and for early restoration of regional peace, security and stability. So, Paul Salim, I'll just go across to you as well. All right. Okay, Dr. Mohapatra, I think I'll go across to you once again on this. We have to also understand that, India continues to have, relations with both Iran and Israel. Right now, it is, Iran, we have a lot of ties with Iran as well. I'll just touch upon what is really could be brewing as far as the Iranian regime is concerned, because the next target will be, of course, the decimating the nuclear sites is one thing. But, Israel and Iran have time and again, we've seen that they have been at the loggerheads for the nuclear program. But at the same time, United States has said that, has always, attacked Khamenei in words. This time you feel that the fall of the regime, the theocratic government, is imminent and soon.
It's true. See, to say that there would not be de-escalation, that would be as a kind of exaggeration on my part, a travesty of the truth, as I mentioned. Yes, the Iranian side would definitely resort to the retaliatory measures. And to what extent they would go, that remains a number, depends on the number of factors, or say the interplay of factors. But nevertheless, as I mentioned, that this regime will be constrained to undertake that kind of measures to prove its legitimacy, to buttress its ideological identity both within the country and outside. And so, where the escalation is concerned, I see the escalation could be not only in the form of its retaliation, also in the form of the likely attacks from its agents and the proxies in the region against Israel. That's second. And third, it could be the Iranian trying to attack some of these American military bases, about 90 and odd bases, around 40,000+ soldiers deployed there. But then there would be obviously the kind of response to the American side against Iran. Already President Trump has sounded that. So that basically involved the risk of further escalation. On the whole, longer this conflict prolongs, look at its wider ramification within the region and beyond. That basically remains the major source of concern for the Indian side. And how do you de-escalate the situation is quite challenging for the international leadership today. Here, I have a feeling, that's my view, the way I figure out things, India could play a role as a mediator, of course, along with other countries, like-minded countries. It could be Russia, China, it could be Brazil, it could be BRIC, it could be SCO. Some multilateral forum can just chip in and try hard to, bring both sides closer to some kind of ceasefire to begin with. Then the negotiation could take off. There's a possibility, or that kind of efforts may be involved. The European Union, for the better, basically like-minded countries can come together to try hard to bring out a ceasefire to begin with. And I don't know how effective these efforts would be, but nevertheless, India is one of the few countries which has that kind of credential and acceptability on both sides to begin that initiative. Sooner it does, the better for us.
Dr. Mohapatra, also I want to understand from you about the nuclear sites that have been obliterated. But before that, I'll just go across to this breaking news coming. It's a reaction from the Israeli Defense Forces that is coming in. The Israeli Defense Forces say, and I quote, the Air Force and Navy intercepted approximately 30 unmanned aerial vehicles launched towards Israeli territory overnight. And since the beginning of Operation Kalavi, the Air Force and Navy have intercepted more than 500 unmanned aerial vehicles launched from Iran towards the Israeli territory. At the same time, the Air Force continues to destroy dozens of unmanned aerial vehicles across Iran, unquote. So that's IDF saying it has intercepted 30 drones, and more than 500 Iranian drones have been downed in total. So that's the breaking news we have. And in fact, Dr. Mohapatra, I want to understand from you that talking about the nuke sites. Now, United States says that the Iranian nuclear sites have been obliterated. What do you feel is next? What is the long-term impact on the Iranian nuclear program after the US strikes?
I don't think, you say obliterated, some media reports suggest. See, the damage has been quite limited. So I don't know. See, both sides are still in the process of assessing its impact. Okay, both the Iranian side and the American side, unless we know for sure that there has been substantial, destruction of or dismantling, of the nuke sites. So we cannot take it for granted, because the way that the nuke sites have been located, and see, but regardless of that, the very fact that America ultimately decided to undertake this operation basically involved the risk of a wider conflict. And that's our concern. As you very rightly mentioned at the very outset, so the Iranian foreign minister will be visiting and meeting the Russian President Putin, and look at the statement coming from Beijing for the matter. So basically it increases the possibility of their involvement. But as I mentioned to you, the direct involvement in any kind of confrontation, to me at least, seems unlikely in near future. So at later stage, it may happen. So I'm not completely ruling it out, but definitely in immediate aftermath of this, I don't see their direct involvement in this confrontation. But the only problem here is, if the conflict prolongs, it's going to affect the Arab countries in its vicinity. For example, the Iranians decide to attack the American bases, which are largely located in Arab countries and the Sunni majority countries. That could be, there is a risk of the expansion of these kind of conflict, the widening of the conflict in the region. That's one. And number two, the displacement of the people, as it happened in the case of the Syrian civil war. So that could be another humanitarian crisis in the region. Number two. Number three, the way things are happening to Israel after this smaller country encircled by the enemies, and it alone is embroiled in a conflict with Iran, and it has already suffered so much of attack. And look at it's the concentration of the attack on the Haifa port. Now the ships cannot actually sail through. Airspace is closed. So entire conflict in a way has taken a huge toll on the Israeli economy. So what I'm saying here is ultimately it is Israel which is likely to suffer the most, or suffer the whiplash, and longer this conflict prolong. And so they, in the best interest of both sides, sooner there is a diplomatic initiative by the like-minded countries, including India. I think better for the region, better for the two countries as well. But nevertheless, I still reiterate what I said before. There is a possibility of a reaction within Iran, because theoretically speaking, the attack and onslaught on the regime has been a huge blow to the ideological basis of the post-1979 regime. So it will take years to consolidate itself.
Yes.
Because don't forget that there have been periodic outbursts of protest inside Iran against the regime by largely educated the youth, Iranian youth, who happen to product of university colleges. Even in 2019, in the wake of the rise in the fuel price, there was a kind of widespread protest by the workers where the slogan was "No to Lebanon, no to Syria, and our life for Iran."
Yes, Dr. Mohapatra, I'll just...
So while I see the possibility.
Right. Dr. Mohapatra, I will just come back to you. I have another breaking news. This is with regards to Operation Sindhu. Now, Operation Sindhu, of course, continues, and 2 more evacuation flights are expected to arrive in Delhi today from Mashhad. As the situation escalates, remember, the evacuation process also being expedited. Flight 1 arrival at 4:30 p.m. And this is on the Terminal 3 of the Indira Gandhi International Airport. And flight number 2's arrival is going to be tonight, 11:30 p.m. at the Indira Gandhi International Airport, T3 terminal of the national capital. So 2 flights from Mashhad to fly back to Delhi today, evacuating the Indians, mostly the students who are there in Iran. Remember, the Iranian airspace was open for the Indians. In fact, US President Donald, we will just bring you up to speed before we get more analysis about what has really happened. US President Donald Trump declared that Iran's nuclear facilities have been completely obliterated following targeted American airstrikes on key sites, including Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan. And Trump praised the precision and effectiveness of the mission led by the advanced US bombers and called it a decisive blow to Iranian nuclear capabilities. Take a look.
I see 2 options. Regime change, which was always the intention of Israel and the United States. We didn't want the mullah regime. 40 years, they've troubled the world enough. We all know that, so I don't need to go into details. That was the first issue. Second is, some people are saying there's going to be what happened in Iraq and Syria and Libya. There's going to be total chaos. So be it. How does that bother me? Iran is sitting 1,500 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers away from Israel. If there's trouble, so be it. Out of that, something is going to happen. The Iranian people will learn a lesson that you cannot behave like this in a region where you are not involved. You're not even part of that region. Happy birthday. What is this angst against Israel? I do not think Iran is going to escalate, quote unquote. Escalate what? Hit the Middle East monarchies? They will not dare. Hit Israel? They will not dare. President Donald Trump has made it very clear. I've seen some of these Indian mullahs strutting around and referring to their Nasrallah characters. Ayatollah Nasrallah and this, that and the other. All their pook, all their hawa should have gone out by now. Nothing is going to happen. If you guys are interested, go to Iran and fight against Israel from there. Making all these heavy statements sitting in the sanctity of your mosques or wherever you live in the nation, in India, it doesn't matter. My own assessment, having served in that area for well over 20 years and seen it close up, Iran is now going to do something very small, symbolic, just to show that we have the capacity to retaliate. But I do not think, sir, that they have the capability left to launch a major operation, particularly after President Trump's warning that you try acting funny, and then what we have done so far will be a picnic compared to what we are capable of doing. And he has shown that he's capable of doing it. Israel is America's, if I may use the word, chowkidar in the Middle East, has brought stability, has brought peace, has controlled that area. Without Israel, the Arabs would be clobbering each other, cutting off each other's throats. So I believe that Israel's presence there is a stabilizing factor. Iran tried to destabilize the region. I hope they have learned a lesson, sir.
Now, the Israeli army says that it has other goals in Iran and they will continue attacks until we attain them. So what is Israeli army signaling? Is it signaling towards the regime change? Well, that is what is possible. Israeli army saying that more targets to be hit until goals are met. It could be the goals on ground as far as the nuke facilities, the military sites are concerned, but we all know about the other goal of the Israelis, and that's the Khamenei regime, that is the theocratic government or the theocratic ruler of Iran. So Israeli army say that it will continue to attack Iran, and there are other goals in Iran that it has, and it will continue to attack Iran until those goals are achieved. That is what the Israeli army has reiterated right now, this after the United States strike on the nuclear facilities. And with that, viewers, we have some more breaking news coming in. Now, this is a reaction coming in from the Iranian official. Now, an Iranian official has said that the country's response will be unlimited if Supreme Leader Khamenei is targeted. There you have, they know what could be coming next. The Iranians understand, they anticipate, that Khamenei will be targeted, and now they say that the country's response, that Iran's response will be unlimited. If Supreme Leader Khamenei is targeted, there will be severe consequences, says Iran, if the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei is targeted. Iran warning Israel of unlimited response. Now, take a listen in.
The Islamic Republic of Iran condemns in the strongest terms the United States' brutal military aggression against Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities. It is an outrageous, grave, and unprecedented violation of the fundamental principles of the Charter of the United Nations and international law. The warmongering and lawless administration in Washington is solely and fully responsible for the dangerous consequences and far-reaching implications of its act of aggression. The US military attack on the territorial integrity and national sovereignty of a UN member state carried out with genocidal Israeli regime, carried out in collusion with the genocidal Israeli regime, has once again revealed the extent of the United States' hostility towards the peace-seeking people of Iran, who will never compromise over their independence and sovereignty. The Islamic Republic of Iran continue to defend Iran's territory, sovereignty, security, and people by all means necessary against not just US military aggression, but also the reckless and unlawful actions of the Israeli regime.
Meanwhile, there are some more breaking developments coming in, viewers. The Russian Foreign Ministry has announced that it strongly condemns the United States attack on the nuclear facilities in Iran. This is the breaking news we have right now. Remember, this is the Foreign Ministry of Russia's reaction coming in, that it is condemning the US strikes on Iranian strikes. My colleague Himanshu is joining us live on the broadcast from the newsroom. Himanshu, well, the statement, of course, coming ahead of the meeting between Vladimir Putin and the Iranian foreign minister. Putin, of course, Russia has been a long-time ally, or perhaps we can say friendly, with Iran, and it's now, of course, as expected, condemning the US strikes.
Rakshita, Russia has condemned, but they are not going beyond that. Are they going to step in for Iran? Are they going to do something about it? I don't think so. Whatever indications we have got, I think there was also a statement issued from Russia. Kremlin also said that we have around 2 million Russians who live in Israel. So I don't think Iran is going to find a partner wherein they will get any military support from Russia. But also there is another breaking news coming in, that's from news agency AFP, which says that Israeli army says they have other goals in Iran and will continue attacks until we attain them. Now, this is a big one from IDF, because all we thought that if in case Iran does not respond to these strikes that they have received, that they were struck at 3 key nuclear facilities. If they are not going to respond, then probably things will come on the diplomatic table. But that's not going to happen soon, and I think Israel has made its intent clear that they are not just going to stop at this point of time. They probably, there are more strikes in store. IDF is not keen on stopping right now. And you also relate that with Donald Trump's statement, which says that until the time Israel seems to be winning, they are not going to ask them to stop.
Himanshu, thanks so much for joining us with the details coming in on the story. Viewers, Republic TV keeping a close eye on all the minute-by-minute developments coming in as the situation escalates. The United States has entered the war in West Asia now, but of course we have to see what happens really next. The next 24 hours, very crucial. We'll be right back after a short break to get you more.
Each night on Prime Time, we don't just bring you the news. We lead it with responsibility. Asking the toughest questions, breaking the biggest stories, setting the national agenda. At the Republic School of Journalism, you learn how to front the news with clarity, confidence, and conviction. The RSJ Diploma program begins on the 30th of June. Your prime time starts here.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the three key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive.
Very resilient people, the Israelis. And also the Iranians, I must say, but the Israelis have been through a lot more.
They have Arnab, and you know,
Louder.
Goes back to the Yom Kippur War, the 6-day war, where the Israelis were outnumbered, they were outgunned, and they had to tactically withdraw, and they had to lure the enemy to the killing grounds, the Egyptian forces, and then they took over. So, you know, the Sinai Desert. So, Israelis have a military acumen. They know that after the Holocaust, that they were the biggest target and they were on the verge of extermination. And with over the years, they have seen it as a duty to their people and their land that they have to be militarily trained, be ready, and they are psychologically ready for the losses. Because I was speaking to my boss of IWI in Israel. So he was telling me that I asked him, sir, any help that is required from my end, you let me know. He said, no, Samar, we are mentally strong and we will survive. Even if it takes the life of my family, Israel will survive. So this is the mindset of the Israeli people. Yeah. So they are steadfast. They know losses are going to come their way, but their ultimate objective has been met. So like, for example, 1981, it was Op Opera against Iraq. 2006, it was Op Orchard against Syria and the nuclear programs. And now it is Rising Sun in the year 2025. So you see, they have negated the ultimate threat to the Jewish race, that is a nuclear bomb in the hands of a radical Muslim nation, that has been negated. And I think as far as the conventional war is concerned, the Israelis are champions in this matter and regard, and they will overcome this difficult situation in the matter of few months, until and unless China doesn't come in openly and support Iraq and other Gulf nations. Because last week a Chinese military transport aircraft for the first time landed in Lebanon. What was it carrying? What was it carrying?
Okay,
none of the security agencies are aware of it.
Truly, we're getting some breaking news out here, Abhishek, that explosions have been reported from Tabriz and Kermanshah in Iran, which means Israel has begun hitting back now.
Yes, absolutely.
Israel has also become hitting back after the attacks in Haifa and Tel Aviv. Abhishek.
And it seems escalation is building up or not, because after Donald Trump said that we just wanted to do this taking down of nuclear installations of Iran, and we can stop here and let peace prevail. But now that Iran has hit back, obviously Iran has decided that they are going to avenge those strikes by the United States, though of course as of now they have only targeted Iran. But we have Israel, and we have statements coming in from Iranian national broadcaster that they can target at some stage American air bases, which means we have
we got some latest visuals from Haifa also, please. And you're seeing here, you got latest visuals from Haifa. I think some of these visuals came in earlier, but they're terrible visuals. I see here in these visuals out here near traffic lights, major explosions. I see sirens in the air, and I see these missiles in the air, and there are terrible visuals coming in from Haifa. We just heard here from the Israeli ambassador some very, very, very pertinent points. General Sanjay Soy is also with us this morning. General Soy, good morning. How are you viewing things? Is this going to end, or is this going to restart? General Soy, are you there?
Yeah. I'm there. Good evening. In fact, I am sitting in US at the moment. And the kind of attacks, in fact, Israel did not expect the kind of attacks and retaliation Iran would do. And the damages which you are showing in Haifa, in fact, it is terrible. It is all because the change of tactics by Iran. They are using more ballistic missile and hypersonic missile and heavier one that they are using. That's why the 100% Israel is not able to block 100% and stop 100% missiles. And in spite of number of bases en route from Iran to Israel, the American and British bases have been able to destroy cruise and drones, but destroying ballistic missile is a big challenge. Now, the way Israel has responded, this was expected, because Israel is fully prepared. They know that they are controlling the skies of the Iran. America is supporting them. America, though, has now, if you go through the wordings, the Trump and the Netanyahu had said that if Iran does not retaliate, if Iran retaliates, we'll punish them badly. And so, from their side, they're done with it. If Iran retaliates, now Iran has retaliated against Israel, so Israel is responding. I think that the US may not respond the attacks on Israel. US will definitely respond if Iran dares to attack any of their bases, any of their civilians, any of their interest in Middle East, or anywhere in the world.
If a single target of the Hezbollah and the Houthis, Abhishek from General Soy saying, if there's a single American target, this is going to become big.
Absolutely. And the question is, so while Israel is prepared, the Americans are also prepared. What is the sustaining power of Iran? I mean, they're half their...
The sustaining power of Iran is the fact that no country, not even America, can get into a full-scale insurgency. No country, not even a superpower, can win an insurgency. That's a complete... The holding power of Iran is only the fact that, and I'm sure General Bakshi will hold me up on this, is that you cannot involve ground forces. Trump cannot afford bloodshed. And that's his weak point out here. America can do anything, but America is not ready to see bodies coming back home of their own men. Do you agree with me, General Bakshi, on this, to the point Abhishek made? Every country has a weakness, this is the American weakness.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Arnab, from the word go, America has had no intention of putting boots on the ground. We may all talk of regime change. frankly, regime change can only be done by putting boots on the ground.
Yeah.
But we've had very sad experiences earlier of boots on the ground in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Libya. None of the places it has worked. America is, I think, the strategy is too smart to try and put boots on the ground and get into an unwinnable situation, repeat the mistakes of Vietnam and all the earlier
I have with me also
interventions.
joining us now.
They are going to confine it to air and non-contact warfare.
Absolutely. I have with me Ariara Rosenthal from Israel. I have with me also joining us this morning Rajiv Nayan. He's head of the Center for Nuclear Studies and Arms Control at the Manohar Parrikar IDSA Institute here in New Delhi. Can we have everyone on air? Ariala, good morning. I know Rajiv Nayan is there. Rajiv, hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
What's next?
Yeah, this is what we are waiting. Iran has promised to attack, and hopefully it doesn't attack. This is what we are just wishing. But if we go by the record, if we go by the history of Iran, I think something it is going to do. In 2020, when Soleimani was assassinated, it has fired a barrage of about 16 missiles on American bases. So symbolically, obviously, it has to do something to show to its own population and to the world that, yeah, it is not going to give up. So that much we should expect something from Iran. Of course, Israel attack on Israel or missile firing on Israel is going to take place and it will continue. This is what we are expecting. And now we are finding Europe as a toothless tiger, as Iran is describing. Means Europeans have got no say, or at least it has been simply neutralized in the international politics. Second, Russia is embroiled in its own conflicts, so it is not going to do much. So obviously it will be just issuing a statement. It will be warning, but more than that, I don't think it is going to do anything. China is a dicey player in the international game or in the global game. So it will be speaking from both sides. It will be having clandestine transactions or clandestine interactions with both the sides. With Israel, it had procured arrow missiles, which is now part of its Iron Dome. So that we have to keep in mind. And with Iran, of course, it has got all transactions in oil to so many items. So this is what it is going to do. Rajiv, for next 15 days, we have to watch.
And it may not be immediate. That's what
rightly
everybody is saying. You expect everything in this game of chess. It's not going to happen immediately. Okay, before I go across to Adrian Calamel, who's a well-known Middle East expert, I'd like to just share the latest breaking news, which is that we've been told that the Israeli Air Force has begun a series of strikes towards military targets, and these are primarily in western Iran. Abhishek?
Yeah.
And what else are we hearing here? Additionally, this morning, the Israeli Air Force struck missile launchers ready to launch towards Israeli territory. And the Israelis are constantly communicating that they're also hitting back because the present set of visuals is not looking good for the Israelis. There's been a lot of
first statement from Israel was that we are sort of cooling off for now, but then the Iranian missile strikes came, and then, of course, Israel had to hit back, and that's what we are seeing. A counter strike by Israel panning out as we speak in response to what the Iranians did with about 25 missiles and some drones just a while back.
Yeah, and, we have the latest deployment. We have full deployment of the American Air Force assets in Prince Sultan Air Base also, which has been captured. This is in Saudi Arabia. The Americans are trying to communicate that they have a long and very strong presence in that region as well. So everybody is sort of in standby mode. Adrian, you know the Mideast well. What do you expect next over, they say, the next 24 hours and over the next week?
Well, that's a really good question. Over the next 24 hours, I expect to see the tit for tat with the Islamic Republic launching the ballistic missiles, which is finite. We have to remember that. You have to look at Israel's going to be expanding their operations. A lot of it was focused around Tehran, around the nuclear facilities, around besieged bases, IRGC bases, taking out military commanders, taking out nuclear scientists. But now they're moving on the target packages throughout the country. So I think you're going to see a continuation of that. I do not see Khamenei, unless he grossly miscalculates, deciding to attack U.S. interests. If he does, that would be a big mistake on his part. We have to remember the Islamic Republic plays in the asymmetric sandbox. That's what they've done for over 46 years and have avoided a conventional confrontation at all costs. So, he still has a little bit of a navy that's left. That's the next thing that's on the target, especially if he starts to threaten the Strait of Hormuz. Now, whatever happens over the coming weeks, I heard somebody saying before, you can't have an insurgency, or you can't have without boots on the ground. Well, I would argue that there's 80 million to 90 million boots on the ground that are the Iranian people that have been held victimized by this regime, and that have been in revolt to almost full-scale revolution since roughly December 2017, and really picking up during the Masa Amini Act. So you have a very restive population, crony nepotism. You have individuals within the IRGC besieged that are not happy. So start to look for some defections in the coming weeks, and really cracks and fissures, I think, within the apparatus. Khamenei's going to feel alone and at the top by himself, without many people surrounding him that he trusts. And I think
you think he's still in Iran? Or
yeah,
is he being taken out? There were
Iran.
reports that there was a sort of Iranian government plane that flew out a couple of days back. You think he would be taken to somewhere safer like Turkey?
No, I believe he's still in Iran. I believe Moshtaba, his son, is still in Iran. I think he's the more critical target, even though Khamenei named 3 individuals as his successors. I think he put a target on their backs instead of, Moshtaba is the logical successor, and really has the same mindset as his father. He's cut from the same cloth, not very different.
But Donald Trump, Adrian, Donald Trump is already on record saying that they know where the supreme leader is, but they're not going to target him, which means what are the other targets available to the Americans in case Iran hits Israel with a little more ferocity?
Well, we have to remember that when he said that was before these attacks on Fordo. Okay, these were attacks before on the Isfahan, on Natanz. So this could have been a bit of a messaging saying, don't lash out or else we're coming after you. This is, still fog of war that we're looking at here. There were strikes, I believe it was last night, that were targeting one of Khamenei's secret bunkers. Didn't expect him to be here, but there was activity there. I do believe he's in the country. I don't think he's going to flee the country. If he does, I would honestly be shocked. I think he's more of a Hitler in the bunker type guy than flee to another type country.
All right, so are you suggesting
so he's going to stay on? He's saying he's going to stay on because I think he's right. At the age of 86, Khamenei can't be seen to be surrendering. I mean, like he's going to say, I'm going to live a few more years, but I don't want to be seen to be the biggest loser in this. It's about imagery. You see, the Iranians are a proud people. You can say anything about Khamenei. He's led a corrupt regime. The Americans want him out, but he's going to think of his legacy, and he's going to try and protect his son. So I would be very interested in what's going on. But I would say this, Adrian, that Americans cannot afford to put boots on the ground. That is no, they cannot do that. Can you tell me about the American political climate and what this means for Trump politically, given the fact that he's been going through a rough patch recently?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you about the political climate and the military climate. There's a political climate where people are going to say this is boots on the ground. This is going to lead to thousands of American deaths, and this is a false binary narrative. The American military approach has changed. It's gone to a smaller footprint with smaller teams on the ground, targeting and using an air force and using smart kinetic power instead of putting our troops into place. And the days of nation building and that type of thing, that's over. And that's why said it's up to the Iranian people to take back their country. And there could be Mossad teams working on the ground with Iranian opposition to try and help them take back
It's not going to be
their
the Shah who's sitting in America, is it? The ex-Shah.
It very well could likely be in a transitional place. He's not a person that's going to be a leader. He doesn't want, and despite there's been a horrible smear campaign in the West against the Shah, he's not his father. The Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi, he wants to, and he's been on record saying, I just want to usher in a new Iran that is, if people elect me in, what type of government comes forward, I just want to be there to see the transition. It could be a constitutional monarchy, and that's worked for England for a number of years. Let
me put that question to Sanjay Soy as well and GD Bakshi. On my question being, who's next, Sanjay Soy? Who's next? Let's look at a post-Khomeini situation. Who's next? Is there going to be regime change or lawlessness?
In fact, Arnav, the situation in Iran is very, very critical. At present, probably what Israel and US feel that with the destruction of nuclear facility, they have achieved their aim at present. And they have also stated that if Iran attacks, the response would be very, very strong. Israel is already doing it. Iran has not attacked any US facility so far, so US has not responded after that. So second thing is the push on ground by US is absolutely 0% chance as far as I am also concerned. The Trump also does not want.
We have him live?
Present government does not want. Thirdly, change of regime. They may try through the indirect means by, as it is there, a lot of restlessness in the women, in the people who are not happy with the repressive regime of the Ayatollah Khomeini. And that is why probably the kind of intelligence which Mossad got is because the local support the local people. Without support of local people, you cannot build up so much of intelligence of killing military commanders or scientists who were constantly on the move.
No, you can't. We just got a ground report from Ratnadeep Chakrabarti, Republic's reporter on the ground. He in Tel Aviv, this is the exact place where the hits have happened. He's reporting. He sent us this report. Watch this.
I'm standing about 800 meters away from an impact site where a direct missile hit in Israel this morning. And as you can see, the impact has been over 800 meters. There are glass shattered everywhere. People have been asked to move out of this place. And I will show you some visuals right now to show what the impact has been directly around this place. As you can see, this was a fully intact place. The impact was around 800 meters, but still it got a heavy blow here, and there are glass shattered everywhere, which just have to be cleaned right now, and it's currently closed.
Okay, there's a short report, but you can see the intensity here. Whatever is hitting, I mean, summer, 800 meters, you see this kind of a hit, 800 meters, almost 4/5 of a kilometer away. Whatever the Iranians are hitting, they're hitting with all they got. What do you think they're using here?
Basically, they are using the Khorsam missiles. So these are the ones which are already equipped with cluster bombs, firstly. Then they have the Sejil missiles. Sejil missiles take just 7 minutes to reach Israel. And see the modus operandi, they know that the air defense systems are going to counter the initial barrage. So they are sending the first 20 missiles, which is basically to overwhelm the air defenses. Then immediately after a gap of few seconds, they are sending a barrage of 5 missiles. So basically the second wave is the effective one, which is earmarking the strategically important assets of Israel. That is their economy. They are targeting Haifa because it is directly going to impact the IMEC. The India Middle East corridor is going to be hampered if Haifa gets destroyed. Secondly, there is the Indian connection of Mr. Gautam Adani owning the Haifa port for all the operations. So you see, there are many things involved economically, because that is one of the major reasons why Israel is thriving. And Iran knows that it is going to get them harm strategically for a long run. They have targeted their labs today, their research facilities. Whatever is got to do with R&D has been targeted by the Iranians. So basically the modus operandi of Iran is to cripple Israel for a long haul and not to get immediate targets like oil refineries, power plants. They know that they will be, manufactured and repaired overnight. So they are going to go in for the R&D facilities, their weapon facilities, and majority of the air assets of Israel are in Cyprus and neighboring countries. Their airports are vulnerable. So they are going to keep the disruptions on continuously. And other than that, Arnab, why are we not discussing China? Because China in 2020 promised to invest $400 billion.
No, China gives up. Beyond a point of time, what did China do for Pakistan? Nothing. And Pakistan, what did Pakistan do for Iran? Nothing. This is an unstable equation.
They might have helped Americans this time, in fact, in carrying out those strikes. Somewhere.
Yeah, in fact, Pakistan ditched Iran, Pakistan ditched China and went with America. Right?
Yeah, they might have provided crucial information.
Maybe the Americans are going to use, anticipating that if this goes to the next level, they will draw in Pakistan. So we should watch very closely what Pakistan does from their perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, IDF Major Dan Federman, National Security Analyst and Intelligence Officer specializing in Middle East affairs, also with us. Dan, good morning. Dan, good morning. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Okay.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the three key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American...
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। आपकी फेवरेट टुडे कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the three key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. We're keeping our focus on the Israel-Iran conflict as the US has now bombed Iran. 3 nuclear sites have been attacked. We'll tell you more about that, but first up, as always, the headlines.
The warmongering and lawless administration in Washington is solely and fully responsible for the dangerous consequences and far-reaching implications of its act of aggression.
US fully responsible for consequences of its strike on Iran nuclear sites. This is what the Iran foreign minister has said. PM Modi speaks to Iran president, calls for immediate de-escalation. Iranian missiles have hit Israel after US bombs Iran nuclear sites. Tel Aviv, Haifa and the central Israel has been hit. IAEA says little nuclear material hit in the latest strikes on Iran's Isfahan. And with massive escalation in Iran, foreign minister will be meeting Putin tomorrow. In a stunning and unprecedented strike, the United States has unleashed the full force of its stealth arsenal, targeting and obliterating Iran's most secure nuclear facilities. And this isn't just a warning, it's a thunderous message from Washington, D.C. that it stands down or face the wrath. Backed by Israeli coordination, B-2 stealth bombers flew undetected, delivering GBU-57 bunker busters with surgical precision today. Natanz, Fordow and Isfahan lie in ruins right now, and the Middle East stands on the edge of abyss. In fact, we have a breaking news coming in. China has strongly condemned US attack on Iranian nuclear site. In a statement, China has said that it strongly condemns the US attack on Iran and bombing of nuclear facilities under the safeguards of IAEA. The actions of the United States seriously violate the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and international law and have exacerbated the tensions in the Middle East. China calls on the parties to the conflict, Israel in particular, to reach a ceasefire as soon as possible, ensure the safety of civilians and start dialogue and negotiations as well. It also goes on to say that China stands ready to work with the international community to pool efforts together and uphold justice and work for restoring peace and stability in the Middle East. So this is a statement that has been issued by China. What it states is that it wants ceasefire as far as this conflict is concerned. All right, let me go across to the guests joining us. I'm joined by Ariela Rosenthal, who's the Director of International Relations. Also, Madhav Nalapet, who's a geopolitical expert. Let me come first to Ariela, to you first. Now we are seeing this statement that has come from China. They are saying that there should be a ceasefire between the two nations. How do you take this, and how would you assess this entire situation, and also China coming into the picture?
Well, first of all, this is a very historical day for the free world and for Israel and for all the countries that favor democratic values of freedom and a non-nuclear Iranian regime is very welcome here in Israel. From my perspective, all the countries that are favoring Iran will try to condemn the attacks and call for a ceasefire. But also us, in terms of Israel, the main goal of the operation was the elimination of a nuclear Iran. So once this is being received, of course, with the wonderful help of the US, I hope the Iranian regime will understand that it's a good time for negotiation. But as I know, the culture, the ideology, and the decades of destruction that this regime has brought Israel, I don't think that they will go to a ceasefire, but actually will go to, it will be more a retaliation aspect for their.
Absolutely. It remains to be seen how Iran retaliates and when and how that happens. Let me also bring in Madhav Nalapet, geopolitical experts who joins us live in the broadcast. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. How do you see this? But before I ask you that question, in fact, let me go take in this breaking news that we are getting in. Is what we're learning is that Israeli military has said that it is striking Iranian military sites in central Iran. This is the breaking news that we are getting for you. More attack by Israeli military as it strikes Iranian military sites in central Iran. Let me bring in Mr. Madhav Nalapet, geopolitical expert. So how do you see this? Because in the last 10 days, we've been seeing attack and counter-attack. Now, US has also entered this fight. China is seeking for ceasefire. It remains to be seen how and when does Iran retaliate as far as US is concerned. What do you have to say on this?
Look, I'd like to say that please read my column in the Sunday Guardian. World War has started, and as is correctly been said by the previous discussant, it's a fight between democracies and autocracies. I'm not surprised that China has joined Iran, basically in condemning the US strike. I'm not surprised at all. I hope Putin will act wisely and not get provoked into joining with China and helping Iran beyond a very limited point, because that is not going to help his diplomacy with Donald Trump, who is working very hard to ensure that the Europeans come to their senses and they stop attacking Russia and they have a ceasefire in Ukraine and accept the reality of Ukraine and Belarusia being very much vital to Russian security. So I'd like to say that it is no surprise to me, and the US has obviously understood that Iran, clerical Iran, is very close to having nuclear capability, and that's why it has stepped in. And if the clerical regime is unwise enough to act against the US, I mean, it's already attacked an old age home, I'm told, in Tel Aviv. I don't know what relevance an old age home has got to fighting, but the reality is that will give Trump the perfect excuse to go all out against Iran. Iran is a beautiful country. Its people are overall very nice. They're under an oppressive clerical regime, but there's a wonderful country, a great civilization. So my hope is that, that before long, this will be ended and the denuclearization of Iran, because frankly, Iran is an existential threat to Israel, to the US, to any democracy, including India. So, because the clerical regime acts on its own. It acts on its own initiative. It acts for motives that are not fully understood, or can I say fully rational. So I'd like to say that in my view, this will continue until clerical Iran is completely denuclearized. And frankly, that is going to result in a big weakening of the regime, and that's going to result in ripple effects on the stability of the regime and its ability to continue in power in Iran. As I said, a vibrant country, vibrant civilization, vibrant people under a clerical regime that in no way represents them. Thank you.
Absolutely. I would request both of you to stay on with us. In fact, we have another breaking news coming in. Israeli military spokesperson has spoken up. In fact, he has said that US strikes on 3 sites in Iran early Sunday were carried out in full coordination with the Israeli Defense Forces. And this is a statement that has come from him. He has said that these actions mark a crucial step stopping the Iranian regime aggression and its ability to pose a threat to the region and the world. The regime's ability to threaten Israel is being dismantled piece by piece. He also said that Israeli military recovered the remains of the 3 hostages held in the Gaza Strip, identifying them as one is 21-year-old, the other is 70-year-old and 19-year-old as well. So let me now bring in Ariella. Ariella, as we've been speaking about this conflict, it has been going on in the last 10 days. Where do you see it go? Do you think de-escalation is possible? Because many are saying that now eyes will be on how Iran is going to attack the assets of United States as far as that region is concerned. Do you think it will de-escalate from this point on or only grow?
Well, Iran says to its people, what he says is abroad are 2 different things. To its people, it will tell, of course, that he is destructed the state of Israel with all the ballistic missiles that he sent to Israel, and that there's great devastation and so on. But internationally, they understand that the US and Israel will not finish until everything will be neutralized. This is not a threat only to the state of Israel. This is a threat to the global world, to the Middle East. This, for years, they have caused instability and only produced terrorism and more terrorism. They nurtured the proxies, the Hamas, the Hezbollah, the Houthis. Just today, this morning, the IDF released 3 murdered hostages from Gaza. So I think they will continue the retaliation. They will, of course, consume response via destruction of the oil routes, the strikes on U.S. and Israeli targets, maybe attacks abroad, to citizens, embassies, and so on. And, of course, all regional assets that are important both to the U.S., to the European Union, and also to Israel, of course. So, along the years, they've had so many sanctions and cyber attacks and so on, and they still do not give up the same road of terrorism and instability and nurturing the proxies. So this is Iran. This is the regime that must be cut off. It's the head of the snake, and I'm so happy that today we are actually looking at history, and hopefully the Iranian people will take, this, not present, but this situation, and rise up and stand for what they should receive. It's a beautiful people with a long history and culture, and this regime, it's not for them.
Absolutely. Mr. Madhav, I'll come to you next. Before that, let me get in more details. In fact, what we're learning, and this is what the Israel Defense Forces have tweeted just a while back, they have said that the Air Force and Navy intercepted approximately 30 unmanned aerial vehicles launched towards Israeli territory overnight. And since the beginning of the Operation Kalavi, the Air Force and the Navy have intercepted more than 500 unmanned aerial vehicles launched from Iran towards Israeli territory. At the same time, Air Force continues to destroy dozens of such aerial vehicles across Iran. Mr. Madhav, I want to ask you, how do you assess as far as US entry into this conflict is concerned? Because just 2 days back, Donald Trump had said that he will take another 2 weeks to decide how he is going to go forward with this. But 2 days later, what we saw today was unprecedented. What do you think changed?
Well, it's not my name and title that you got wrong, but you got this also wrong. The fact is that Donald Trump said within 2 weeks he will take action. He could have taken action the very next hour. He said within 2 weeks. He did not say he's going to wait 2 weeks. He said within 2 weeks. And he's a man who he lives up to his word. And I can tell you that this is evolving exactly in the way that geopolitical analysis would lead it to evolve. With China basically joining hands with Iran, I think the Israelis will get a shock because they have been trying to cultivate the Chinese now for decades. And now I think they'll be given a rude reality check on that. And the US is inevitable it comes in because it is not going to allow a nuclearized Iran. There's no question about that. It's not going to allow it. And so what we are witnessing is the beginning of of something that could be international ramifications. You already got China into it. I hope for Russia's sake that Putin is not going lockstep with China, but he declines from giving massive assistance to Iran because that is going to help the US diplomacy under Donald Trump. But all in all, I know what side India is on. India is on the side of the democracies. Prime Minister Modi is on the side of the democracies. He understands geopolitics very well. And Trump also understands geopolitics very well. I know Putin also understands geopolitics very well. And it's in Russia's interest to ensure that it does not join with China in a full-scale attempt, a futile attempt, if I may say so, to try and assist Iran. So I'd like to say what we are seeing now is a very significant development that has been really brewing for so many years, since Cold War 2.0 between the US and China in particular. Other democracies also came. And now it is bursting into a kinetic phase, and I'm not surprised by that. I don't think anybody who has studied that analysis or read those analyses will be surprised. I'm only saying that Russia is an imponderable, there's no doubt about it, and China, I think Israelis have got a reality check on China. And I think I applaud President Trump for acting the way he did and preventing a nuclearized Iran. I applaud him. And I can tell you, I know firsthand this government in India and President Trump on the basic strategic issues, they see eye to eye. And Prime Minister Modi and President Trump see eye to eye on the big strategic issues. They may differ on details, they may differ sometimes in rhetoric, but they are completely together on the big strategic details. So what's evolving now is something that is years in the coffee pot, so to speak. And I would like to say it will end only in the denuclearization of Iran and eventually in the end of the clerical regime and a democratic regime in Iran, which I think is going to be a very, very wonderfully developed country because the people are wonderful, they're highly talented, and it's got tremendous amount of resources. As for nuclear energy, I mean, it is ridiculous to say that Iran needs nuclear energy. Iran is sitting on one of the largest piles of fuel oil in the world, as has been pointed out multiple times. So it doesn't need any nuclear energy except for one purpose, and that's to build a bomb. And that is the reason why today what is happening, and it will continue until Iran is completely denuclearized. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. West Asia continues to be on the boil. It remains to be seen how it pans out in the coming weeks. Thank you both of you for speaking to Republic TV. Now, a US military strike on Iran could have serious consequences for the Indian economy. Foreign affairs expert Robindra Sachdev breaks down how escalating tensions in the Gulf region may trigger a spike in global oil prices, push up inflation and potentially slow down India's GDP growth as well. Given that nearly 20% of the world's crude oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz, a key checkpoint, any disruption could severely impact India's energy and security, economic stability as well. So why should Indians be concerned? How could industries, trade and consumers be affected by this? Here's more.
This is an escalation
and an escalation to which it seems there will be no end. The situation will worsen, go up and down, etc. It seems that the region of Middle East will now be plunged into forever wars. See, all it means is that US will continue bombarding some strategic sites because Iran is not going to submit and will not throw up its arms and say that, okay, we plead for ceasefire. Iran will fight back with whatever resources it has. It will retaliate. However, it doesn't have much of a capacity, but it will still attempt to do whatever the best it can. See, in any case, Israel is going to continue its bombardments, its missiles, its airstrikes. Iran will keep on retaliating with, of course, much depleted strength as of now. Iran could also initiate some other vectors, especially in the Middle East, targeting American bases in Saudi Arabia or Qatar, to also draw in now the Saudis, the Gulf countries, so that they bring pressure on America to stop the war, because otherwise this whole region, including their own regimes in Saudi Arabia and other monarchies, Jordan, Egypt, Qatar, may be in danger themselves. See, Donald Trump is correct in saying that tonight's attack was a spectacular attack by the American army forces, but he is wrong in saying that this attack has eliminated the entire nuclear program of Iran. It has not. All it has done, yes, in these three locations, maybe it has, not maybe, certainly to some extent we will know, damage the physical laboratories, equipments, plant machinery of these facilities. The Iranians have already transferred the uranium, though it is not weapon grade, but whatever enriched uranium they had, it seems they've distributed and hidden it in some other locations. But yes, a major blow to Iran's nuclear program has been delivered, but it does not mean that the entire nuclear program of Iran has been obliterated. See, Netanyahu, for him, it has been his life's mission to neutralize Iran. So he is thanking Trump and saying that Trump has done something great for civilization. Yes, what he is saying is also that I have done something great for civilization, which history will remember for generations. It is Netanyahu's legacy that he is building up. Yes, of course, in that journey, he needed the help of Trump, and he has been able to draw in American forces towards his mission of neutralizing Iran. If Iran closes the Straits of Hormuz, definitely India suffers. About 20% of the world's crude oil and 25% of the world's natural gas flows through these. Qatar's gas, which we buy, almost all flows through this, right? Kuwaiti oil, 70% of Saudi oil comes through the Straits of Hormuz. If that happens, which is expected, India will suffer because oil prices will go up, inflation will rise, and there is an estimate that for every $10 increase in the price of crude oil, India's GDP will suffer by 0.5%. So right now oil is around 75, 80, it may jump to 90, 100, 110. So if it jumps by around $20, $30, it means about 1% to 1.5% of India's GDP growth will be shaved off.
We have a breaking news coming in. Iranian officials say that country's response will be unlimited if Supreme Leader Khamenei is targeted. This is a statement that has come from Iran after we saw that 3 nuclear sites there have been attacked by the United States. Now, in fact, Iranian officials have said that the country's response will be unlimited if the Supreme Leader is targeted. In fact, there are several reports is that he's currently in hiding. And it remains to be seen, in fact, how the situation pans out in the coming days. But this is a clear warning that has been given by Iran to Israel and the United States to not touch their supreme leader. We have another breaking news coming in for you. U.S. Defense Secretary has, in fact, also, and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Air Force General, has held a briefing at the Pentagon following these overnight strikes on Iran. Well, in just some time, this crucial briefing is going to start, which in fact will be held by the Air Force General as well. Hegseth is also going to be at this crucial press briefing that will in fact begin shortly. Iran's foreign ministry declared that United States has launched a dangerous war against Iran by striking its nuclear facilities, calling the attack a betrayal of the diplomacy and a violation of the international law. The statement shared by the news agency held the U.S. fully responsible for the grave consequences of what is described as a heinous crime. It warned that Iran reserves the right to defend itself by all necessary means. Tehran also urged the UN, including IAEA and the Security Council, to urgently respond to what it called a breach of international norms. The Israeli military confirmed that its air force carried out a fresh wave of airstrikes on western Iran, marking its first direct action since the US struck nuclear facilities today. According to the Israel Defense Forces, the strikes targeted military positions, including the missile launchers and armed forces personnel. The IDF claimed that it successfully neutralized launchers that had recently fired missiles at the Israeli territory. An Iranian missile strike caused severe damage to multiple two-story residential buildings in Tel Aviv in Israel, with some structures collapsing entirely. Video footage that you can see on the screen shows extensive rubble and widespread damage in the affected areas. Additionally, the Israeli officials confirmed that a missile impact in Haifa as well, underscoring the broad scope of the recent attack. IAEA chief has announced an emergency meeting of the UN Nuclear Watchdog Board of Governors for Monday following US airstrikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. He said that making the announcement, he said that there's an urgent situation in Iran as a reason for this swift convening. The meeting is expected to address the risk to nuclear safety and non-proliferation amid the rising tensions. Iran has formally requested an urgent meeting of the UN Security Council to denounce the US strikes on its nuclear sites, labeling them a grave threat to the regional and international peace and security. In a letter, Iran's UN ambassador has detailed the attacks on Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan and accused the International Atomic Energy Agency of supervising the strikes. The letter condemned the strikes as violation of the UN Charter and the Non-Proliferation Treaty, urging the Council to take strict action to condemn the attacks and hold those responsible accountable as well. Iran's Atomic Energy Organization has condemned the US strikes on its nuclear sites as a blatant violation of the international law and the Non-Proliferation Treaty. The agency accused IAEA of complicity and called the attack a savage assault on Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan. It urged global support for Iran and pledged never to stop advancing its nuclear program despite these strikes. UN Secretary has expressed deep concerns over the US strike on Iran, calling it a dangerous escalation that threatens the international peace and security. He also warned that conflict risks spiraling out of control with the consequences for civilians and for the wider region as well. He urged all the UN members to prioritize de-escalation and diplomacy, emphasizing that there is no military solution to this crisis.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAEA.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the three key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East.
The warmongering and lawless administration in Washington is solely and fully responsible for the dangerous consequences and far-reaching implications of its act of aggression.
United States, fully responsible for the consequences of its strikes on Iran nuclear sites, says the Iranian foreign minister. Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaks to the Iranian president, calls for immediate de-escalation. Iranian missiles hit Israel after US bombs Iranian nuclear sites. Tel Aviv, Haifa and Central Israel hit. The IAEA says little nuclear material hit in the latest strikes on Iran's Isfahan. With massive escalation, Iranian foreign minister to meet Vladimir Putin tomorrow. India is heading towards a maritime revolution. At the heart of this transformation lies a port that is set to redefine our country's position in global trade. The Vizhinjam International Seaport, located in Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala, Vizhinjam is more than just another infrastructural project. It is a symbol of strategic thinking, economic foresight, and India's growing ambition to emerge as a global logistics hub. On the 2nd of May 2025, a historic moment unfolded.
Welcomed by the dignitaries.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived at Vizhinjam to inaugurate this monumental project that promises to reshape Kerala's economy and India's maritime identity. The event was attended by Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani and Thiruvananthapuram MP Shashi Tharoor, a landmark gathering for a landmark occasion. Before the formal inauguration, the Prime Minister toured the sprawling transshipment hub. Accompanied by senior leaders, he observed ongoing developments, interacted with engineers and project leaders, and witnessed the scale and ambition of a port set to redefine India's place in global trade. As the crowd cheered, the Prime Minister took the stage. Gautam Adani welcomed him with Kerala's traditional Ponnada and presented a commemorative memento, a symbolic gesture of honor, tradition and pride.
On behalf of the people of Kerala, I once again express our sincere gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister for visiting our state to dedicate the landmark project to the nation. I also extend my congratulations to the Adani Group for executing this mission with excellence.
And with that, the Vizhinjam International Seaport was officially inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. As celebrations erupted, a new chapter in India's maritime journey began, connecting our coastline to global commerce like never before. A deep-water transshipment hub, Vizhinjam is located just 10 nautical miles from a key international shipping route. Built by Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone Limited in collaboration with the Government of Kerala under a public-private partnership model, Viranium is a strategic bridge between India and global trade lanes. What makes Viranium exceptional is not just its location, it is the vision. The port is aligned with PM Gati Shakti, India's transformative master plan for infrastructure integration. It's also a core part of the Act East and Sagarmala policies, driving port-led development and regional connectivity across Asia. At full capacity, Viranium is projected to handle over 6 million TEUs, 20-foot equivalent units annually. This will ease pressure on other Indian ports and offer a faster, more cost-effective alternative for global cargo transshipment. Since its launch, Viranium has welcomed some of the world's most significant cargo vessels. Among them is the San Fernando, the port's first mothership, a 300-meter-long vessel with a capacity of 8,000 to 9,000 TEUs. Most notably, on the 9th of June 2025, MSC Irina, the largest container ship in the world, docked at Viranium, reaffirming the port's readiness to handle ultra-large ships and anchor India in global maritime trade. Prime Minister Modi returned to the stage to address the nation. His message was one of ambition and transformation. Viranium port will bring economic stability to Kerala and the nation, he declared.
यहाँ एक और अपनी संभावनाओं के साथ उपस्थित ये विशाल समुद्र है और दूसरी ओर प्रकृति का अद्भुत सौंदर्य है और इन सब के बीच हम न्यू एज डेवलपमेंट का सिंबल ये विजिंगम डीप वाटर सी पोर्ट है। मैं केरला के लोगों को, देश के लोगों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
For Kerala, Viranium signals a future of opportunity. The port brings with it economic growth, employment and international connectivity. Thousands are already engaged in its construction and operation. Thousands more will benefit through allied industries, logistics and trade.
इस सी पोर्ट को 8,800 करोड़ रुपीस की लागत से तैयार किया गया है। अभी इस ट्रांसशिपमेंट हब की जो क्षमता है वो भी आने वाले समय में बढ़कर के 3 गुनी हो जाएगी। यहां दुनिया के बड़े मालवाहक जहाज आसानी से आ सकेंगे। अभी तक भारत का 75% ट्रांसशिपमेंट भारत के बाहर के पोर्ट पर होता था। इससे देश को बहुत बड़ा रेवेन्यू लॉस होता आया है। ये परिस्थिति अब बदलने जा रही है। अब देश का पैसा देश के काम आएगा। जो पैसा बाहर जाता था वो केरला और विजिंगम के लोगों के लिए नई इकोनॉमिक अपॉर्चुनिटी लेकर आएगा।
The target is we have to make this one of the most efficient port, not just in the country but globally, and help the Indian importers and exporters reduce their logistics costs. If the country needs to grow, trade has to grow almost twice of the country's growth, and we are very bullish that the marine infrastructure, the ports, will be the key enabler in driving that growth.
Kerala is now firmly placed on the global maritime map, and India is stepping confidently into a new era of logistics leadership.
Viranium will be in a class of its own as one of the most technologically sophisticated transshipment ports in the world. I am delighted that every aspect that we had planned for is coming together. And we are privileged to have been given this opportunity to use our expertise to transform this part of India.
Thousands of jobs, billions in trade potential, endless opportunities for entrepreneurs, exporters, and the next generation of maritime professionals. Virinium is not just about today. It is built for the India of tomorrow. A coastline rises, a vision turns into reality.
मैं एक बार फिर आप सभी को आज के इस आयोजन के लिए अपनी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। केरला ग्लोबल मैरीटाइम ट्रेड का बड़ा सेंटर बने और हजारों नई जॉब्स क्रिएट हो, इस दिशा में भारत सरकार राज्य सरकार के साथ मिलकर काम करती रहेगी। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि केरला के लोगों के सामर्थ्य से भारत का मैरीटाइम सेक्टर नई बुलंदियों को छुएगा।
Ease of doing business, ease of movement, ease of ambition. That's the India the Prime Minister envisions, and it begins at ports like Virinium. From the shores of Kerala to the ports of the world, this is India's maritime moment. This is Virinium.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
We've seen some retaliation from the Iranian side. Is that something you're concerned about? Because after all, it's about the safety of your people. We've seen the Iranian attacks extremely indiscriminate. All the Israeli media I've been speaking to, I've said that a lot of civilian targets have been there, right? And hospitals have been attacked, other places have been attacked. So what are you worried? Is this going to become worse now for the Israeli people?
Well, I don't think so, Arnab. We are indeed very worried from this barrage of missiles. We've been attacked again this morning, as you said. But we also have been able to degrade in a very significant way, not only the nuclear military program of Iran, but also their missile capabilities. We have taken out more than 400 missiles on the ground, many launchers of missiles, more than half. We have taken down also a lot of the drone capabilities of Iran. They have been firing more than 1,000 drones towards Israel in the last 10 days. So, yes, we are worried. We would have preferred to avoid this entire operation we had to take. But unfortunately, Iran didn't take seriously neither the negotiation offer by President Trump nor our commitment to deny these capabilities from a country that has sworn to eliminate us. So we are standing strong. We are willing to continue this if necessary. And if Iran doesn't stop attacking us, I think they will pay a very dear price.
Ladies and gentlemen, Reuven Azar, who's with us live this morning, is a very important, high-ranking Israeli diplomat. But the interesting thing is he's had a very, very long innings in Washington, haven't you, Mr. Azar? Nobody knows the American political and social establishment as well as you. Will there be bipartisan support, given your understanding of American politics and its political structures? Will there be bipartisan support for Trump? And if so, will it last for long? I mean, between the Democrats, Republicans, and other political groups?
We have seen some polls released yesterday. I think there is a lot of bipartisan support. There is some more support, of course, on the Republican side. But I think that the way that President Trump conducted himself by, first of all, offering a fair offer to the Iranians, waiting for 60 days to see whether the Iranians are going to respond responsibly, giving the backing to Israel, but not doing the job instead of Israel. Israel has done a very significant job, to which President Trump was thankful this morning. And we are, of course, very thankful to him, because he did the complementary work necessary, work that we couldn't have done by ourselves in an efficient way, because we do not possess the kinds of capabilities that America does. But to your question, yes, I think it's bipartisan support. We're going to see a lot of both Republicans and Democrats praising this, because I think President Trump has not only acted to defend us, he acted to defend civilization.
Ambassador, do you expect Iran's proxies to hurt you? Because this has been Iran's tactic. They don't get involved in the war themselves. They didn't attack you directly on October 7th. They did it through the Hamas. Are you vulnerable there? And are the American forces in the region vulnerable in that sense?
Well, we cannot discard that some of the proxies will try to take action. Fortunately, Arnab, as you know, in the last 20 months, we've been peeling out a lot of the capabilities of the proxies. Not only Hamas, but mainly Hezbollah, that is now deterred. And we heard yesterday the leader of Hezbollah in Lebanon saying Hezbollah will not interfere. If they do, we have, of course, the resolve to finish the job we started when we confronted the capabilities of Hezbollah.
Do you believe the American forces will be targeted, or the American people will be targeted? We've seen some extremely worrying statements in the Iranian media that...
But do you believe that some nuclear capability in Iran remains?
This mission was not and has not been about regime change. The president authorized a precision operation to neutralize the threats to our national interests posed by the Iranian nuclear program and the collective self-defense of our troops and our ally Israel.
Thanks for your question. I think BDA is still pending, and it would be way too early for me to comment on what may or may not still be there. But thanks for the question.
Green. No, behind you.
Excuse me, Mr. Secretary, can you tell me, was there a particular moment when the president decided to pull the trigger on this operation where he said, now, rather than being, something in the holster, now we're going to pull the trigger on it?
I would just say, having the opportunity to witness his leadership, he was fully committed to the peace process, wanted a negotiated outcome, gave Iran every single opportunity, and unfortunately was met by stonewalling, which is why he gave them plenty of time to continue to come to the table and give up enrichment, give up the nuclear program. But there was I won't say the particular moment, there was certainly a moment in time where he realized that it had to be a certain action taken in order to minimize the threat to us and our troops. Yeah.
General, you say that General Kurilla increased force protection in Iraq, Syria, and Gulf, in those areas. Were they given any advance warning the attacks were coming? And also, Mr. Secretary, when were congressional leaders notified? How long before the attacks took place?
Sure. To your first question, you know, the risk has clearly been rising over the last few weeks in the region. Based on that, and not a particular awareness of this operation, we've made smart decisions to minimize the risk to U.S. forces in the region.
We get no advance warning.
No, sir.
And congressional.
They were notified after the planes were safely out. Well, we complied with the notification requirements of the War Powers Act.
Attacks, they were notified.
They were immediately thereafter. Yes.
Thank you, Secretary. Two quick questions. Do you believe you completely destroyed Iranian nuclear program? And how about Iranian ballistic missiles? Your ally as Israel always saying that is biggest threat. And second question is very important. What will be your next step if Iran or militias under Iranian influence on the region attack U.S. interests or allies in the region?
And you can chime in on this too, Mr. Chairman. The battle damage assessment is ongoing, but our initial assessment, as the chairman said, is that all of our precision munitions struck where we wanted them to strike and had the desired effect. Which means especially in Fordo, which was the primary target here, we believe we achieved destruction of capabilities there. Ultimately, wherever it may be, whether it's in Iraq or Syria or bases in the Gulf, as the president said, it would be, as the chairman said, it would be a very bad idea for Iran or its proxies to attempt to attack American forces. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Regarding retaliations, Iran and North Korea are cooperating on nuclear and missile development. Do you think there is a possibility that Iran, North Korea, and the other forces, such as China, will join forces to retaliate against the United States?
Well, unfortunately, because of the policies under the previous administration, we drove those countries together, and ultimately that creates a challenging environment. For this particular operation, the focus is on Iran and Iranian nuclear capabilities. That's our focus here, is to not just say that they can't have, but President Trump has said from over 20 years, frankly, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And ultimately, he decided this is the moment, given their stonewalling, when direct military action had to be taken to prevent that from happening. Yes?
Thank you very much. General Kane, I understand OPSEC, I respect OPSEC. Can you say at all what security procedures are being taken to protect U.S. troops in Iraq and elsewhere in the Middle East? And Secretary Hegseth, as a global war on terrorism veteran, what do you say to veterans who may be concerned the U.S. is getting into another open-ended war in the Middle East over weapons of mass destruction?
Thanks, sir, for the question. I won't comment on what force protection measures are being taken in the region. What I will say is we're being proactive and not reactive, and being very thoughtful about ensuring that we do all that we can to protect our forces out there.
I would just say, as the president has directed and made clear, this is most certainly not open-ended. It doesn't mean it limits our ability to respond. We will respond if necessary. The most powerful military in the world is postured and prepared to defend our people. But what the president gave us, as I said, was a focused, powerful, and clear mission on the destruction of Iranian nuclear capabilities. Those were the targets. That's what was struck. That's what was overwhelming. That's what was overwhelming. That's what the Iranian regime needs to understand, as the president put out last night. He wants peace. There needs to be a negotiated settlement here. We ultimately demonstrated that Iran cannot have a nuclear capability. That is a very clear mission set on this operation. Yes, hold on. Yes, right there.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Question for the Secretary and the Chairman. How was this strike coordinated with the Israelis on a strategic level, militarily, and on a tactical level? Was there any direct Israeli military participation in this operation?
Well, I would say certainly Israel had an incredible military success, especially at the beginning and ongoing, in degrading Iranian capabilities, in degrading Iranian launchers, MRBMs. It's been incredible to watch what our ally Israel has been able to do. And there certainly have been conversations. I mean, General Kurilla at CENTCOM has worked closely in the defense of Israel for many years. And part of this operation was the defense of Israel and the ongoing defense of Israel. But as it pertains to this strike, this was U.S. operated and U.S. led.
We took advantage of some of the preparatory work that's been done over the past week and a half in terms of axis of approach. I won't get into the particulars, but as the Secretary said, it was a U.S. strike. We made sure we were not in the same piece of airspace and sky. Aside from that, that was the extent of it.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAEA.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
The warmongering and lawless administration in Washington is solely and fully responsible for the dangerous consequences and far-reaching implications of its act of aggression.
United States fully responsible for the consequences of its strikes on Iran nuclear sites, says the Iranian foreign minister. Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaks to the Iranian president, calls for immediate de-escalation. Iranian missiles hit Israel after US bombs Iranian nuclear sites. Tel Aviv, Haifa and Central Israel hit. The IAEA says little nuclear material hit in the latest strikes on Iran's Isfahan. With massive escalation, Iranian Foreign Minister to meet Vladimir Putin tomorrow.
Welcome. You're watching 6 at 6 with me, Akanksha Khajuria, and this evening our top focus is on the escalating Iran-Israel conflict. First up, the United States has officially entered the war, striking deep inside Iran. We'll tell you exactly how that unfolded. Then my colleague Ratnadeep joins us with the on-ground details from Israel. Up next, we'll map out the key Iranian nuclear sites that were hit in the strikes. We'll also break down how B-2 bombers were used to carry out these precision strike on Iran today. Plus, what the world leaders, including Donald Trump and Netanyahu, are saying about this. And finally, what are Iran's options? We list them out one by one. Let's get started. Well, 2 weeks, that's the time Donald Trump said that he needed to decide on Iran, but in just 2 days, the decision was made and the missiles were launched at Iran. The United States has now officially entered the Iran-Israel war, striking key Iranian nuclear facilities in Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan. Speaking from the White House, Donald Trump declared that the sites were totally destroyed and warned that the United States could target even more locations unless Iran steps back. Let me now pull up the map to show you exactly where these strikes took place in Iran. In fact, this is on the map. You can see that this is the area where the strikes in fact took place. This is Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan, and this is as far as the nuclear, very important nuclear sites there is concerned. In the last few days, Israel has targeted these 3 locations, but with the United States coming in, now they are saying that these nuclear sites have been completely destroyed. In fact, Donald Trump says that these strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally destroyed, is what he said. Our objective was the destruction of the Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity. Now, at a time when the world watches in fear and fury, Republic TV is not watching from afar. We are reporting from the ground zero right in Israel, Tel Aviv. And right now, I'm joined by my colleague Ratnadeep, who has been getting us several reports from the ground and who is there on the ground as well, getting us a lot of details. He'll be joining us in just some time. But as we were telling you, today is day 10th of the conflict, and now United States has officially entered this conflict between Iran and Israel. Both the nations are at war, and with the United States now coming in, 3 nuclear facilities have been destroyed. We told you about those nuclear facilities, Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan, very key uranium enrichment facilities, and the focus in fact is in Fordo. Well, as we've been telling you, there have been, in fact, footages which are coming from Israel as well after these 3 nuclear facilities were destroyed. You can see there on the screen that Iran has also launched the attack on Israel. There on the screen are the visuals of central Israel, which has been hit. This is the residential area. Buildings there completely destroyed. Now, everyone is saying it remains to be seen how and when does Iran attack the US assets. When and where that will happen is something that remains to be seen. I'm currently joined by my colleague Ratnadeep. As we told you, he's been getting us minute-to-minute details from the ground there. Ratnadeep, thank you for speaking to us. Since morning, after these nuclear sites were attacked, now Iran has also been attacking Israel. There has been, in fact, footages coming in of residential buildings there attacked as well. Give us what the situation on the ground is.
So we know that there were at least 25 missiles that were launched in the attack into salvos. One missile has hit a residential area of North Tel Aviv, where we have been reporting from the morning. We get information that there have been 13 people who have been lightly wounded, and 6 others have wounded in homes in Sidonia. One man was moderately hurt by shrapnel in Route 431 highway near Beir Yaakov in central Israel as well. Apart from that, there was a slight mishappen in which we saw the Home Front Command suspect that an Israeli air defense interceptor malfunctioned and crashed in Haifa amid Israel's ballistic missile attack, which was the reason for that. Sirens didn't go off in Haifa, in the northern city, but there was interceptor which fell, but fortunately there was no injuries in that one as of now. But in the last 4 or 5 hours, we have not seen any sirens, and it's quite now at the point of time while I'm speaking.
Well, absolutely. Sirens blared off in the morning is what we're learning. Before I let you go, another question from you, because Donald Trump has warned Iran that they must not retaliate, but we have seen retaliation coming in from Iran. Tell us what the IDF there and the political party leaders there are saying as far as this conflict is concerned.
So, as far as the strikes that the US conducted this morning, every party has come unequivocally in support of the strikes. In fact, a while back, the ministers were updated that the Air Force, even while we were speaking, has completed around 1,000 strike sorties throughout Iran, involving hundreds of aircraft, and more than 200 surface-to-surface missile launchers have been taken out of service in Iran as we speak. So the ministers are just been updated about this information, and most of the opposition leaders are taken into confidence for this entire operation, and especially most of them have come in support of the United Nations strike this morning.
Absolutely, Ratandeep, keep tracking those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, aim of the United States is to destroy country's nuclear program. Iran and the United Nations nuclear watchdog said that there were no immediate signs of radioactive contamination at these 3 locations following the strikes. Let's now map out location by location the 3 nuclear sites, starting with Fordo. I request my team to show those visuals right here as far as that nuclear facility is concerned. Let's start with this. Let me show you the satellite map of this nuclear site. As you can see, this, as we've been told, is the checkpoint to go into this highly secretive nuclear facilities. These are the 2 entrances that you can see. These are the 2 entrances to this highly secretive place, and that is the support building, the only outward structure that you would see as far as this nuclear facility is concerned. In fact, let us give you more details as far as the nuclear facilities are concerned. The next one is Natanz nuclear site. We've been speaking about this in the last 10 days. Not the first time that this nuclear site has been attacked. In the last few days, Israel has attacked it several times. This is very important because this is the largest uranium enrichment site in Iran, operates 70 cascades of centrifuges, has complex machines that purifies uranium, and that is what has irked Israel as well as the United States, which has led to this attack. Now let's move on to the third nuclear site, and this is the Isfahan nuclear site, another very important nuclear site. US has struck this nuclear site. This is the 3rd attack on the key nuclear facility. In fact, yesterday we also told you, yesterday it was attacked by Israel. On 13th of June, it was the first attack on this very important nuclear facilities. This is one of the key facilities as far as Iran is concerned. Let me go across to Brigadier Sanjay Khanna, defense expert, who joins us live on the broadcast. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. In the last 10 days, we've been saying attack and counter-attack coming in from Iran and Israel. With US now coming in, tell us what has changed in the last 2 days, because Donald Trump day before yesterday said that he will be taking 2 weeks time. Now in 2 days, we are seeing this massive attack on Iran. 3 nuclear facilities has changed. What, according to you, changed in the last 2 days?
Thank you, first of all, for having me on Republic. It's an honor and a privilege. Well, as regards your question about what has changed within the last 2 days, I would say that lots has changed in the last 12 days. You see that once Trump and the Iranians were into nuclear talks, that was 2 months, a little more than 2 months back. Trump had given the Iranians good about 60 days to think and come onto the negotiating table. Unfortunately, Iran did not do so for whatever reasons they may have had. So on the 61st day, Israelis were told to attack Iran, and they were told by the Americans. There's no doubt about that, because without the American support, Israel would not have got into this war in the manner that they have done. Now, since the day that they went into the war, the Israelis have been always targeting mostly the nuclear installations, the radar bases, the launchers, whatever military infrastructure that Iran has had, that's what they had been doing. But Iran, in turn, in addition to the military targets in Israel, they also targeted the civilian population and the infrastructure. Now, that was not taken lightly by the Israelis. So they retaliated in a much escalated level, and they started, in addition to targeting the military bases and military equipment, in addition to the nuclear sites, they also started targeting the headquarters of the Iranian Foreign Ministry, the Defense Ministry. And as you are aware, before all this had started, the top scientists who were working in these nuclear sites had been taken out. They had been killed, and they had been killed by precision drone strikes. And so were the military leaders, the top-notch military leaders of the Iranian army. The thought process was that by taking out the top Iranian military leaders, maybe some pause could have been gained. And as it is, without a headless army or armed forces, where the top generals are missing, it becomes a little difficult to build up on that. So that was the basic thing. Second was that by taking out these top 9-10 scientists, who, as I said, that they've been working the nuclear sites, by eliminating them, this was again a ploy to push back the Iranian nuclear enrichment for military purposes. So this had been going on. And now, as you see that in last 2 days, things have changed, because again, President Trump had given 15 days time. And somehow I had a feeling that this is just, a kind of a, they were playing with the minds of the Iranians. And for sure, within 2 days, they have gone ahead and they did what they did yesterday at night. And the 3 of the main Iranian enrichment uranium plants and facilities were targeted. You're well aware that it was Fordo, which is considered a fortress, and Natanz and Ifsan. Now, Fordo was very, very critical from the point of view of the Americans as well as the Israelis. But there is something which is very surprising. See, the entire history of the nuclear establishment or the nuclear site in Fordo is there out in the open domain. You open up anywhere and you get the news as to what it is all about. So the Americans and the Israelis were absolutely aware that this is a heavily fortified place, where it goes down till 300 feet under the surface of the earth, and lots of concrete and other things have been placed there. So it is kind of impregnable. Despite knowing all this, I fail to understand why has the United States of America delayed what they did. Once they knew that what is expected and there. So in the beginning itself, they should have gone ahead. They had already given Iran 60 days to work and come back, which they didn't. So in the beginning of the war, that is what I feel, that the Americans, rather than getting in now, should have got in then. And so much of destruction that has taken place on the infrastructure, loss of lives, it's been absolute chaos, if you see, for the last 11 days, 12 days, that there has been no let-up in the shelling through missiles, through drones. There's been no let-up even for a limited period. There's been no pause between the two countries. It is, you see a set of missiles being fired by the Iranians towards the Israelis, and the Israelis retaliate with drones, with missiles, or the Air Force. Now, Air Force has gained absolute superiority in the initial phases of this conflict over the Iranian airspace. That was because the Iranian Air Force hardly exists. They have 1970 vintage aircraft, which are actually redundant in today's environment of the high-tech aircrafts that are fighter aircrafts that are available. So now, when America decided to go in with the airstrikes through the B-2 bombers, the airspace over the Iranian airspace was absolutely clear. Though when these B-2 bombers were flying towards Iran, the American fighter aircrafts were flying ahead of them and sanitizing the area. They carried out suppressive fire so that the Iranians missile batteries and all are made to dig in, but not retaliate. So that is how they were able to reach where they did. Now, as regards dropping of the GBU-57 bunker bursting bombs. Yes.
Should I take?
Yes, the American president has confirmed. There are videos showing that strikes have gone in at that particular place. Though America is saying that the absolute success has been achieved in terms of the President of America, his words, but I feel that we need to wait for a good about 48 to 72 hours.
Absolutely.
To assess the amount of damage that has taken place. Because from far off you feel that your weapon systems have gone in, but how much inside they have gone in, what damage they have done, that is not very clear. And that will only emerge.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And also with Donald Trump warning Iran that it must not retaliate, it remains to be seen how, when and whether Iran retaliates as far as US assets are concerned. Thank you so much, Brigadier Khanna, for speaking to Republic TV. Now, Donald Trump has confirmed that B-2 bombers were used in strikes. The bombers deployed the GBU-57 massive penetrators, commonly known as the bunker busters. The bomb carries a conventional warhead and is believed to be able to penetrate about 200 feet or 61 meters below the surface before exploding. And multiple bombs can be dropped in succession, effectively drilling deeper with each strike. And that's what actually happened at the Fordo nuclear site, as we told you. Here's more. Well, 2 days, that's all it took for warning to turn into action, and today the world is staring at the consequences. The United States has targeted Iran's most sensitive nuclear facilities. President Donald Trump called it a spectacular success, claiming that sites were totally damaged. And from Jerusalem, Israeli Prime Minister has backed the move, calling it a historic stand against the terror regime. Trump has issued a clear warning to Tehran: now make peace or watch what comes next. Netanyahu has also echoed this and said that peace will follow a strength, not the weakness. And while the bombs have fallen and the diplomacy has hanged by a thread, let's have a look at what the leaders are saying across the world.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace.
The Islamic Republic of Iran condemns, in the strongest terms, the United States' brutal military aggression against Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities. It is an outrageous, grave, and unprecedented violation of the fundamental principles of the Charter of the United Nations and international law. The warmongering and lawless administration in Washington is solely and fully responsible for the dangerous consequences and far-reaching implications of its act of aggression. The U.S. military attack on the territorial integrity and national sovereignty of a UN member state carried out with genocidal Israeli regime, carried out in collusion with the genocidal Israeli regime, has once again revealed the extent of the United States' hostility towards the peace-seeking people of Iran, who will never compromise over their independence and sovereignty.
And as Israel's bombing campaign against Iran intensified, Iran has emphasized that it reserves all options to defend itself. And with this, all eyes are on when and how Iran will retaliate on the US assets. Here's more.
I see two options. A regime change, which was always the intention of Israel and the United States. We didn't want the mullah regime. 40 years, they've troubled the world enough. We all know that, so I don't need to go into details. That was the first issue. Second is, some people are saying there's going to be what happened in Iraq and Syria and Libya. There's going to be total chaos. So be it. How does that bother me? Iran is sitting 1,500 kilometers, 2,000 kilometers away from Israel. If there's trouble, so be it. Out of that, something is going to happen. The Iranian people will learn a lesson that you cannot behave like this in a region where you are not involved. You're not even part of that region. Happy birthday. What is this angst against Israel? I do not think Iran is going to escalate, quote unquote. Escalate what? Hit the Middle East monarchies? They will not dare. Hit Israel? They will not dare. President Donald Trump has made it very clear. I've seen some of these Indian mullahs strutting around and referring to their Nasrallah characters, Ayatollah Nasrallah and this, that and the other. All their pook, all their hava should have gone out by now. Nothing is going to happen. If you guys are interested, go to Iran and fight against Israel from there. Making all these heavy statements sitting in the sanctity of your mosques or wherever you live in the nation, in India, it doesn't matter. My own assessment, having served in that area for well over 20 years and seen it close up, Iran is now going to do something very small, symbolic, just to show that we have the capacity to retaliate. But I do not think, sir, that they have the capability left to launch a major operation, particularly after President Trump's warning that you try acting funny, and then what we have done so far will be a picnic compared to what we are capable of doing. And he has shown that he's capable of doing it. Israel is America's, if I may use the word, chowkidar in the Middle East, has brought stability, has brought peace, has controlled that area. Without Israel, the Arabs would be clobbering each other, cutting off each other's throats. So I believe that Israel's presence there is a stabilizing factor. Iran tried to destabilize the region. I hope they have learned a lesson, sir.
And this is all we could pack for you in the bulletin of 6 stories at 6. We'll be back tomorrow with more such stories. Till then, keep watching Republic TV.
Each night on Prime Time, we don't just bring you the news. We lead it with responsibility, asking the toughest questions, breaking the biggest stories, setting the national agenda. At the Republic School of Journalism, you learn how to front the news with clarity, confidence, and conviction. The RSJ Diploma program begins on the 30th of June. Your Prime Time starts here.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते, जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
night on Prime Time, we don't just bring you the news. We lead it with responsibility, asking the toughest questions, breaking the biggest stories, setting the national agenda. At the Republic School of Journalism, you learn how to front the news with clarity, confidence, and conviction. The RSJ Diploma program begins on the 30th of June. Your Prime Time starts here.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. We are keeping our focus on the Iran-Israel conflict and now how United States has entered the conflict and has destroyed the 3 key nuclear facilities in Iran. We'll tell you more about this, but first up, as always, the headlines.
Devastated the Iranian nuclear program. Iran's nuclear ambitions have been obliterated. Iran should listen to the President of the United States and know that he means it, every word.
U.S. Defense Secretary hails Operation Midnight Hammer, says U.S. dropped 14 bunker busters on Iran.
The warmongering and lawless administration in Washington is solely and fully responsible for the dangerous consequences and far-reaching implications of its act of aggression.
Iran's foreign minister says the U.S. is fully responsible for the consequences of its strike on Iran nuclear facilities. Prime Minister speaks to Iran president, calls for immediate de-escalation. Iranian missiles hit Israel after U.S. bombs Iran's nuclear sites. Tel Aviv, Haifa and central Israel has been hit. IAEA says little nuclear material hit in the latest strikes on Iran's Isfahan. With massive escalation, Iran foreign minister to meet Russian President Putin tomorrow. Well, in a stunning and unprecedented strike, the United States has unleashed the full force of its arsenal targeting the Iran's most secured nuclear facilities. This is not just about warning, it's about the thunderous message from Washington, D.C. that it stands down or face annihilation. Now, backed by Israeli coordination, B-2 stealth bomber flew undetected, delivering GBU-57 bunker busters with surgical precision today. Natanz, Fordo and Isfahan lie in ruins right now, and the Middle East stands on the edge of this crisis. Well, as far as the conflict between Israel and Iran is concerned, it has entered the day 10th, and now United States has formally entered this conflict with the destruction of 3 nuclear facilities today, including Fordo, Isfahan, and the other facility in Iran as well. Well, I'm also joined by my colleague Rakshita. Rakshita, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Akanksha. We have a special guest joining us right now as the situation escalates We have Oren Marmostain, who is the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Israel is live with us. Thanks so much, Mr. Oren Marmostain. Well, the situation is escalating now as the United States has entered the fray. We see that Iranian regime now, we see Tehran now warning of further strikes, also talks about everlasting consequences. But the fact that how it could spiral out, how do you see United States role here?
It's good to be with you on the show. What we've seen in the last night, I think, is very clear. We've seen the United States acting as the leader of the free world and acting to remove an existential threat, not only to Israel, but to the entire world. This is what the United States did. And I think we've just watched the Secretary of Defense press conference. It was quite clear the objective, and it's quite clear the impact of the American operation last night.
So what do you understand of the impact on the nuclear facilities, the fact that Fordo has been on Israel's radar for the longest time, and now US has bombed that site? Trump says that these nuke facilities, including Natanz, has been obliterated. What, in your knowledge, has been the impact? Have they been completely rendered obliterated?
So the American President Trump, Secretary of Defense, they related to this. Yeah, they said very clearly that they are very, very much pleased with the results. And yes, I think what we've seen last night perhaps might turn out to be a turning point for the Middle East in general, because we might be at a new position, perhaps a turning point that might pave the way for peace and prosperity. And this is because of the American operation last night, and of course an operation that started a few days earlier, the Israeli operation, that has two main objectives. The first objective is to remove the nuclear threat, and the second objective is to remove the ballistic missile threat. Just today, the Iranian had another attack of ballistic missiles against Israeli cities, against civilians. I spent the morning with my wife and two daughters, one at the age of 9, the other at the age of 12, in the bomb shelter, because the Iranian regime is attacking civilians. I'm a civilian, and I live in a civilian neighborhood, yet the Iranian regime is attacking our cities.
Mr. Marmostain, I would like to understand from you, when the Israeli army says that it has other goals in Iran and that it will continue to act until they attain them. Is the Israeli army also somewhere pointing towards the Iranian regime? Because that has also been the goal, as very time and again pointed out by the US, by Israel also.
So we were very clear about this. The goal of this operation, like I said just now, is to remove two existential threats, the nuclear one and the ballistic missile one. A regime change is not part of the objective. It might be one of the results, but it's not one of the objectives of the Israeli operation. And I think that what you said about the Israeli military, the Israeli army continuing its operation, it's very much true, because the work is still there to be done. There's still work to be done. We haven't finished the job, and we need to continue until this existential threat is removed. And I want to remind the viewers that we are at this point of time because of two reasons. First, all the diplomatic efforts didn't achieve anything, because what Iran did also in the last few days was only one thing: to stall and to waste the time of the international community in order to get themselves closer and closer to the bomb. So this is one thing that we need to remember. The other thing that we need to remember is that we operated at the very last minute. We operated at the 11th hour because we didn't have any other choice. The Iranians were getting closer to the bomb. And I can share with the viewers that we know that what happened in just recent months is that Iran accelerated their operation in the enrichment area and also in the weaponization area of their nuclear program. And they did so after they hit that Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, and Hezbollah terrorist organization, received from Israel. So when they realized that their proxy, their terrorist long arm called Hezbollah was hit, they decided to accelerate their operation to get their hands around a nuclear weapon. So we got to the very last moment for us to operate in order to stop them. And what we're doing is, of course, making Israel and the Middle East safer. But what we are doing and what the United States just did last night is making the world safer. And this is something I think all of us need to keep in mind.
Absolutely. Mr. Oren, stay on with us. In fact, we have breaking news coming in. There are a few reports just a while back. What they mentioned is that explosion was also heard at the Bushehr province, which is the home to a nuclear reactor there. Now, it is said that this nuclear reactor is run with the Russian assistance. Let me come back to you, Mr. Oren. Now, in the last 12 hours, 3 nuclear sites have been attacked by the coordinated efforts of the United States with Israel. Are you eyeing this particular nuclear reactor as well that we are learning is run with the assistance of Russians as well?
Well, I can tell you, we need to look into those recent reports that you mentioned. But I can tell you that to this point in time, there is no radioactive damage in the area of Iran. Israel operated, the US operated, but there is no radioactive damage because those activities, for example, the activity against a reactor in a place called Arak, it was done against a nuclear reactor that wasn't active. Hence, there is no radioactive damage. And this is, by the way, it's not only Israel account, it's the IAEA, the Atomic Agency of the United Nations, saying so as well. No radioactive damage or repercussion that were identified.
Mr. Marmorstein, there's another scenario because everybody's speculating what can really happen next. This could spiral out in West Asia. Another threat is for Israel that the axis of resistance, which could be now activated. There is the Hezbollah, and there are the Houthis in Yemen. You have more Shiite militias also in Iraq, and the Hamas, of course, in Gaza. That could be now activated more than ever by the Iranians. So, what is Israel's plan to counter that?
But you're right. There is this axis of extremists, of evil, that the head of the snake is in Tehran, the Iranian regime. And you mentioned right, Hezbollah, the Houthis, of course, Hamas, they are all part of this Iranian axis, this axis of evil. And they are trying to carry out terror attacks against Israel. I can share with you, with the viewers, that just yesterday it was published that Iran, through their IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, tried to attack Israelis in Cyprus. So Iran is trying to push forward terror attacks in Israel, outside Israel, and mainly they are targeting all the time civilian objectives, civilian targets. And yes, we are ready. We are ready to thwart these attacks and these attempts to carry out terror attacks. And all of this was part of a very detailed plan of Iran to annihilate, to destroy the state of Israel. It had 3 dimensions. The first dimension was the nuclear one. The second dimension was the ballistic missile one. Iran was trying to achieve capabilities of producing more than 10,000 ballistic missiles. This is unheard of, unbelievable, and unimaginable when it comes to country the size of Israel. So that's the second dimension of the Iranian plan to destroy Israel. And the third dimension is to invade Israel using those proxies, those terrorist organizations that you mentioned, like Hezbollah, like the Houthis, like Hamas. All of this was part of a pre-planned program to destroy the state of Israel. This will not work. Israel is tackling this program, and this is what this operation is all about, to make sure that this existential threat emanating from Iran is no longer here.
One more question before I let you go. Donald Trump has warned Iran against any retaliation, but we have seen attack on Israel in the last 12 hours, and it remains to be seen when and where Iran attacks the US assets as far as the conflict is concerned. Are you prepared for any such attack? Are you anticipating any such attack on the US assets as well in that region?
So, of course, I'm an Israeli official. I relate to Israeli operations. And I've just seen, as I've mentioned earlier, the United States Secretary of Defense relating to the US operation and preparation. So I think it's safe to say that Israel is prepared, and judging from the US administration, the Americans are prepared. We are all very much prepared. And I must say that the effect of what happened yesterday is huge. We are at the moment entering perhaps a turning point in the Middle East that might lead us to a better, peaceful scenario, a peaceful and a more prosperous future for the countries in the Middle East.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mr. Oren, spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Israel, for speaking to Republic TV. Also, thank you to Rakshita for joining us.
Thank you.
Now shifting our focus to Iran. Iran executed its most significant missile barrage of the year against Israel early this morning as part of Operation True Promise 3. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps confirmed that the strikes were launched in response to the recent US and Israeli airstrikes on the Iranian territory, marking a dangerous escalation in the ongoing West Asian conflict that has also entered the second week. Here's more.
Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard said it has launched 40 missiles, including its Khorramshahr 4 missile, targeting Ben Gurion Airport, biological research centers, and command and control facilities. Iran has said that the Khorramshahr 4 carry multiple warheads. The Khorramshahr 4 has the heaviest payload of Iran's ballistic missile fleet, which is designed to keep the weapon under a 2,000-kilometer range limit imposed by the country's supreme leader. The missile has been described as having a 2,000-kilometer range with a 1,500-kilogram warhead. Earlier in the day, the US military struck 3 sites in Iran, inserting itself into Israel's effort to decapitate Iran's nuclear program. The decision to directly involve the US comes after more than a week of strikes by Israel that have moved to systematically eradicate the country's air defenses while damaging its nuclear enrichment facilities.
We don't just get you the headlines, we report on them. We get information from the highest level of sources. We get you news from the men in uniform, from those on the front. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how real reporting is done on the ground and in real time. The RSG Diploma course begins on June 30th. If you want to lead the story, start here.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAEA.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before, and we've gone a long
Well, Iran's foreign ministry declared that the United States has launched a dangerous war against Iran by striking its nuclear facility, calling this the act of betrayal of diplomacy and a violation of the international law. The statement shared by the news agency held the U.S. fully responsible for the grave consequences of what it described as a heinous crime. It also warned that Iran reserves the right to defend itself by all necessary means. Iran also urged the UN, including IAEA and the Security Council, to urgently respond to what it called was a breach of international norms. The Israeli military has confirmed that its air force carried out a fresh wave of airstrikes on western Iran, marking its first direct action since the US struck Iranian nuclear facilities. According to the IDF, the strikes targeted military positions, including missile launchers and Iranian armed forces personnel as well. The IDF claimed that it successfully neutralized launchers that had been fired from the territory. IAEA chief has announced an emergency meeting of the UN Nuclear Watchdog Board of Governors for Monday following US airstrike on Iranian nuclear facilities. He made the announcement on social media, citing the urgent situation in Iran as the reason for the swift convening of this meeting. This meeting is expected to address the risk to nuclear safety and non-proliferation amid the rising tensions. Iran has formally requested an urgent meeting of the UN Security Council to denounce the United States strikes on its nuclear sites, labeling them as a grave threat to the regional and international peace and security. In a letter, Iran's UN ambassador has detailed the attacks on the 3 nuclear sites and accused the International Atomic Energy of supervising these strikes. Iran's Atomic Energy Organization has condemned the US strikes on its nuclear sites as a blatant violation of the international law and the Non-Proliferation Treaty. The agency accused the IAEA of complicity and called the attacks a savage assault on the 3 nuclear sites. UN Secretary General has expressed deep concerns over the US strikes on Iran, calling it a dangerous escalation that threatens international peace and security. He also warned that the conflict risks spiraling out of control with the consequences for the civilians and the wider region. He also urged all the UN members to de-escalate as soon as possible. British Prime Minister has called on Iran to return to the negotiating table following US strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. He described Iran's nuclear program as a grave threat to the international security and backed the United States' action as a necessary step to reduce the danger. And meanwhile, Iraq has condemned the US strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities, calling them a grave threat to the Middle East peace and stability. Government spokesperson warned that continued military escalation could spark a wider conflict with consequences far beyond any single country's borders. It also urged immediate de-escalation as far as this conflict is concerned. Israeli leaders have hailed the US strikes on Iranian nuclear sites as a decisive moment and a historic action. President called it a triumph of liberty and security over terror, hoping that this would help secure the release of hostages in Gaza. Defense Minister on the other side has said that strikes strengthened the US-Israel alliance and warned that a nuclear-armed Iran would threaten the regional and US security.
To report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not a theory, it's a live learning inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Courses begin from June 30th. Apply now.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी लग जाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
On Prime Time, we're not just reading the news, we are leading it with responsibility. Every night, we're asking tough questions, breaking the biggest stories, and setting the national agenda. At Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to front the news with confidence, clarity, and conviction. RSJ Diploma begins June 30th. Your prime time starts here.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hi there, welcome to this Sunday edition of This Is Exclusive, in which we are going to get to you an exclusive ground report and a reporter live from Tel Aviv, as also experts explaining to us whether there is a clear and present danger of a nuclear radiation leak from the nuclear sites that have been hit by the United States overnight in Iran. If no, then why? And if yes, then what happens next? That's our focus, as also some American guests coming in to explain to us the implications of the American strikes and how we go forward from here. All that and more. Let's begin with the headlines.
We devastated the Iranian nuclear program. Iran's nuclear ambitions have been obliterated. Iran should listen to the President of the United States and know that he means it, every word.
U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says United States strikes on key sites in Iran have completely devastated the Iranian nuclear program. France urges restrained diplomacy after concerning U.S. strikes on Iran. Post-strike images at Fordo nuclear site show damage after U.S. bombed those sites. Prime Minister Modi speaks to Iran President Pezeshkian, calls for immediate de-escalation. With massive escalation, Iran Foreign Minister to meet President Putin tomorrow. All right, welcome friends. The strikes that the United States carried out on Iran's nuclear sites early in the morning have ignited a firestorm of controversy and concern. While the US may view this action as a necessary measure to curb Iran's nuclear ambitions, it raises questions about the legality and wisdom of such move. The potential for escalation is high, and the humanitarian consequences of such strikes could be devastating. As the situation unfolds, it's crucial for all the parties involved to exercise restraint, and that's been India's position as well, with Prime Minister Modi speaking to President Pezeshkian and in that call emphasizing the need to de-escalate. The path forward requires careful consideration of the long-term implications and a commitment to finding a peaceful resolution that addresses the security concerns of all nations in the region. Now, if you read between the lines, there is definitely an element of signaling from the United States when President Trump says that he knows where the supreme leader is hiding, but they are not targeting him. And then Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, in a briefing just a while back from Washington, D.C., from Pentagon, said that regime change is not or was not the objective of the operation called Midnight Hammer, carried out to obliterate, as Hegseth said, the nuclear infrastructure or the nuclear bomb-making infrastructure of Iran, which United States claims they have done successfully. We have a guest lineup to understand the implications. Rajiv Nayan, head of Center for Nuclear Issues and Arms Control at the Manohar Parrikar Institute of Defense Studies and Analysis, and Then we also have Adrian Calamel. He's a geopolitical expert. He joins us from the United States. And we also have Professor Daniel Pipes. He's from the Middle East Forum. He's someone who has expertise on the geography. Both Adrian and Professor Daniel Pipes, welcome to you to this broadcast. And I would want to begin with you, Rajiv Nayan. First, a quick question. Whether there is any fear of nuclear leaks. We have it from the IAEA saying that no, they have not seen anything unusual as yet off-site in terms of any radiation leak. We have this confirmation from Iran and also from the Saudis. What happens like in this kind of situation? Can we safely assume that there is no question whatsoever of any leak, or it's just that as of now nobody is noticing it? It can happen sometime later, given the fact that there is tremendous amount of radioactive material that's present at these kind of sites.
No, if you read the update number 4 of International Atomic Energy Agency, especially it's after the 3 attacks which had happened today, or it means after United States attacked Iranian facilities, this update is after that. So in this, it has not given any suo motu statement. It is basically citing Iranian authorities' statement. But the 3 notes you can say, or updates you can say, it talks about updates. 1, 2, 3, it seems these 3 updates emanated from IAEA's own facilities. It has got facilities and it has got its own monitoring stations all over the world. And it seems the earlier 3 updates came from those stations.
Right.
And in all those updates, it indicates, IAEA indicates, that there is no radiological fallout danger. So it speaks a lot. First question arises why, and it seems, and as the advisor to the Speaker of Iranian Parliament in early morning stated that they had already shifted all the critical, not only materials, but critical goods out of these sites. It means there could be an understanding between the Iranian authority or Iranian government or Iranian establishment and the rest of the world, or those who are attacking. Okay, we'll destroy the facilities, we'll destroy the centers or all the nuclear different facilities, like the one for uranium conversion, second chemical, and there are many there are some research reactors. So many, I think, plants were there. So we'll destroy them, but please remove all the materials so that there is no radiation.
Oh, you are suggesting, Rajiv Nayan, that maybe there was enough signaling beforehand to help Iran remove whatever material it wanted to. Is that so?
So it looks like, and second is, like earlier, one of the updates of IAEA informs or notes that some low-enriched uranium may have been attacked, but radiation is contained. Means there is no danger.
So we can safely say that there is no radiation whatsoever as of now, and it's unlikely that even in future it would happen.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So about the third, today's wave of attack, which United States had launched, I think on that IAEA doesn't appear to be giving an independent assessment. It is basically quoting the Iranian authority. In fact, the two Iranian say...
Why would Iran want... I mean, if the suggestion is that the Iranians might not be giving true picture, why would the Iranians not want to give true picture of radiation leak? Because it's on their land, their territory, their soil.
The release also says that, as of now, and this is contained, the radiation may have been contained in the facilities. So you never know. So tomorrow, yes, you are right. Tomorrow we may have...
Tomorrow we might hear something, but as of today, not. Okay, fair enough. Let me go to... stay with us, Mr. Nayan, and let me go to our American guests. To you first, Professor Daniel Pipes. With your understanding, deep understanding of the Middle East, please tell us how it pans out from here on. Pete Hegseth, just a while back, in his press conference from the Pentagon, said that regime change was not part of the mission objectives of Operation Midnight Hammer. So, which means from the Americans, there is clear signaling that if Iran does nothing now, we are fine. It ends here.
Almost. I think you have to look at this operation in the context of the attack on Afghanistan in 2001 Afghanistan 2001 and Iraq 2003. Both of those led to massive American efforts, occupation, attempts to change the regime, build a new regime, and basically 20 plus years later, both failed. And the American public doesn't want to do this again. So there's no aspiration to go into Tehran, to take over the country, to establish a new regime. This is emphatically the case. This is a one-time strike to take out the nuclear infrastructure. However, it is not necessarily the last American strike, because the president made it clear that the Iranians must accept that they will no longer enrich uranium. If they insist on enriching uranium, if they rebuild, then there could well be further attacks. So the hope is, from the American perspective, that this will cause Khamenei and whoever else is in charge to come to the conclusion that enrichment is over, accept the American terms, and then there will be no more military action. So it all depends now on Khamenei and his circle. Do they accept the ending of enrichment, or do they insist on continuing with enrichment of uranium?
All right. So it's an expectation, rather, from the United States side that the Iranians get the message and stop messing around, as Trump would say it. Let me get an Adrian on this. Adrian, there is this another view that while the facilities where uranium enrichment was happening have been taken down with these strikes at all these three places, Natanz, Isfahan, and Fordo, most importantly, the fact remains that the uranium, which was already enriched, and Iran, by some estimates, has some stockpile of that, which possibly might have been removed. So while the facilities where uranium can be enriched are gone, the enriched uranium itself is still there. So if nothing stops Iran from building a bomb at some other place.
Good question. I mean, we really have to look at the battle damage assessments. We haven't seen what, this operation is still ongoing. The operational security has been very tight. We still don't know exactly all of the targets that were hit by the Israelis leading up to the United States operation that take out Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. Now, as far as moving and diverting nuclear stockpiles material, that's one thing. The big issue on the card was knocking all the centrifuges, 14,000 at Natanz, taking them all offline, and then hitting all the thousands upon thousands of centrifuges at Fordo. That was the near and present danger and the most proximate danger. Now, and good question about the diversion of nuclear material, because this was really the concern that everybody had, was once they militarize it and they were rapidly going towards that, what happens when they move it, when they divert it? And then it becomes impossible to keep track of. Then it can possibly move on to their proxies, and also, push it to other groups such as Al-Qaeda, who they have considered. Al-Qaeda calls the Islamic Republic their core facilitation pipeline. That's straight from bin Laden. So, they could have moved material. They can and still have the ability to slowly rebuild if they want to, but the United States is not going to let them do that. And as far as regime change, that wasn't the objective, but that very well could be the outcome, because at some point you got to expect that, at least 85 of the 92 a billion Iranians are going to want to take back their country, which poses another problem to the regime. The West has suffered from a mirror imaging error that we can sit down and talk with this regime and keep coming to outcomes that are going to stop, curb their behavior, stop their pursuit of a nuclear weapon, and it's failed repeatedly and over again. All they respond to is force, and you take away their crown jewel. Khamenei's crown jewel of Fordo is a clear sign, because he thought the nuclear program was critical to the survival of the regime. It's up in smokes now.
Right. I wonder if just, the entire raison d'etre of the regime in Iran was just this nuclear program. But I do not, I closely track what's happening there on the ground, and I do not see any signs as yet of some kind of rebellion building against the government there and against Ayatollah Khamenei. But coming back to you, Professor Pipes, we have it from the foreign minister of Iran, Arakchi, that he's traveling to Moscow and is going to meet President Putin. We have Medvedev, the former president of Russia, who has taken a very strong position and saying that this bombing does not stop Iran from making a bomb, and that others might help. He's indicating possibly the Russians who are present at the Bushehr nuclear plant, possibly the Chinese, they might help Iran get a nuclear bomb now sooner than later.
Yeah, he is very threatening on Ukraine, on Iran, and virtually every topic. Not sure how seriously one should take his comments. He was the president, but he doesn't have much power now. But the deeper point is correct, that Iran has two very major, powerful allies in Russia and China, and they could certainly help with a nuclear project. However, why would they do that? Why would they want a Shiite-oriented Islamist regime to have nuclear weapons? Does this really enhance their security in Russia or China? I doubt it. Note that the Russian aid and the Chinese aid to Iran has been very limited over the decades. For example, the Iranian Air Force still dates back to the 1970s, to the American aircraft it purchased way back in the 1970s. Deeply antiquated aircraft that basically are useless. The Russians and Chinese have not provided, have not sold, have not given. So if they haven't given aircraft, I'm skeptical that they would provide the means for Iran to get quickly to nuclear weaponry with their aid. Possible, but it doesn't look likely.
It doesn't look like that. Okay, and I have a couple of more questions, Professor Pipes. Just picking up your brains on what happens at the NATO Leaders Summit in a couple of days that's taking place in Europe. The European security umbrella is broken. The United States is not listening to Europe on this. Trump, of course, is not. While America says peace with strength, Europe seems to be in a position where it's seeking peace without strength. What happens at the NATO summit as it pans out in a couple of days from now, Professor Pipes?
I would expect that the Europeans, the NATO allies, will be critical. It's easy to be critical. The United States has done the heavy lifting, has done the actual work, and now you can criticize the United States freely without any consequences. At the same time, I would expect that the Europeans, like most of the Middle East, is happy with this, is delighted that Iran has less of a prospect of nuclear weaponry than it did yesterday, and then even more so 2 weeks ago. So I would look to formal condemnations and practical enthusiasm for the American step, as well as the Israeli step.
Right.
The Chancellor of Germany was exceptional in that he said that the Israelis are doing our dirty work. He thanked the Israelis, but that's highly unusual. Most leaders say Israel and the United States now are doing the wrong thing.
All right. And Adrian, tell me if my reading is right. President Trump says that he knows where Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei is, but he's not the target. Pete Hegseth says that regime change is not the objective. They have helped Israel take down entire nuclear infrastructure with those buster bombs that Israel does not have. The larger Middle East, as Professor Pipes says, is happy and okay that Iran is not getting its Shia bomb. This far and no further, because remember, the Trump administration would be under pressure at the U.S. Congress also. We have the likes of Scott Ritter, we have the likes of Chris Murphy, we have the likes of Sanders, Warren, and Andrea Ocasio-Cortez, everyone saying that this is illegal what has happened. So obviously, Trump administration might want to draw the line here and tell Israel, okay, fine, your objectives are done, now pull back.
Well, great questions. I don't believe Chris Murphy, AOC, or any of those individuals are serious individuals that should be weighing in on foreign policy. They've gotten it wrong repeatedly, especially Chris Murphy. But, you know, I don't know what the question was, but the strike, you know, these strikes were done to, you know, take out the nuclear program, to send a clear message. It's also another message to the regime, to the supreme leader. And Trump was very clear, do not strike back. Do not try anything, or else you will face greater consequences. And this would be another miscalculation by Khamenei if he decided to attack U.S. interests. He's miscalculated grossly since October 7th, and he's seen his entire command structure, you know, from Ali Shamkhani all the way down to other Revolutionary Guards members to Basij Corps. Trump does know where, you know, in Mossad and intelligence, we probably likely know where Khamenei is, one of his multiple hiding places. Now, is the most effective way a decapitation strike? No, I don't think so right now. If you look at Israel's approach against Hezbollah, it was to completely clear the management structure from the ground up, the most dangerous individuals, and then leave Nasrallah all alone by himself up at the very top. So it's. And also Trump with that message, I think that was also a very clear. This was before Fordo, Natanz, before our strikes. This was also, I think, a bit of a messaging game saying, we know where you are, don't try anything crazy, or else we're going to hit you.
I believe the message is taken by all sides. So there is messaging for Iran, there is messaging for Israel, there is messaging for NATO, there is messaging for the larger Middle East. And I believe if everyone takes, then we are in a state of happy equilibrium, is the point I was making. Rajiv Nayan, Prime Minister Modi has spoken to President Pezeshkian, and the MEA statement calls for de-escalation. That's the sum and substance of the conversation that happened between the two leaders. You think India's position is very balanced and nuanced, that since we say that this is not an era of war, it should apply to all geographies, including the Middle East, and hence even the United States should pull back?
Yeah, look, we all know that Iranian nuclear issue is a very complicated issue. And Tulsi Gabbard, the official, very important official of United States, has been maintaining and that there is no movement towards bomb making by Iran. At the same time, we can understand Israeli concern, because the way Iran is upgrading its capability, upgrading its enlistment prowess, so it has got all the reasons to become worried. So, but somehow a way is to be found out. So this is what India, as you rightly pointed out, this is what India is trying to do, to find a way out so that Israeli security is also ensured. At the same time, Iran doesn't face this kind of attack, and it is a massive attack by both countries, and Iran is also retaliating. So the entire region is disturbed, and it is going to impact on not only the global economy, but also security of other countries. And it's a complicated and complex way may come into being, and some vested interest may exploit the situation. And very interestingly, my old friend Daniel Price is talking about the world #1 terrorist, that is Iran. But why are they forgetting about Pakistan?
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
Pakistan, I think, is the #1 supporter of the global terrorism, and somehow it is finding space in the American security establishment by default, with Iran, with Israelis and others also. So I think the world needs to pay attention to this country. And as reports are coming, and I read, and in Western media is also reporting that soft corner of Donald Trump towards Pakistan is because it wants to find a new base.
Rajiv,
and that is Pakistan.
Yeah,
so
I
that
mean,
is unfortunate.
That's another layer, in fact, and that's a separate conversation we will have perhaps soon after this Middle East crisis is behind us. On that note, I would thank all my guests for joining us, Rajiv Nayan, Adrian Calamel, and of course, Professor Daniel Pipes, with your fantastic perspective on the evolving situation in the Middle East. I'm staying with the story, thanking the guests, but going live to Tel Aviv, where we have Ratnadeep joining us live from outside one of those places that were hit earlier in the morning by Iran. Ratnadeep, coming to you. And Iran Parliament, okay, there is a breaking news development. Let's look at that first. There is a resolution in the Iranian Parliament. US strikes have prompted a retaliatory move now. And final decision has been left with the Supreme Council, which is headed by, of course, the Supreme Leader, which is Ayatollah Khamenei. Iranian Parliament has approved closing the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, that's a big one. The Strait of Hormuz is being closed by Iran. That's a big one. I would have had the guests, in fact, but let's go to Ratnadeep first. If we can keep one of those guests and come back to them after this. Ratnadeep, over to you. I believe you are outside at a place close to where Iranian strikes happened in the morning. But since then, I believe there is calm. Iran has not retaliated again. You think it's tapering off? Are you getting a sense on the ground that Iran might not have been left with much of ammunition and ammo to hit back at Israel now, and that we might be looking at de-escalation?
It's quite a probability, and that's what the Israelis have been thinking as well. Let me tell you, from the morning, it's been 8 hours since the last strike, and there has not been any silence going on. It's been awfully quiet right now, and there is a sense that maybe there is a chance of de-escalation from here, because one of the only things that the Israelis are scared at this point of time is more civilian population being harmed. And the Iranians have already been mutilated, the air defense system, their missile launchers. So it's good in favor for Iranians to actually back down at this point of time.
All right, and before I let you go, Ratnadeep, quickly, is calm prevailing in the streets across Tel Aviv? Are you getting a sense that normalcy is returning?
I wouldn't say that, because the transportation here is running on 35 to 40% only right now. There's still an emergency protocol being followed on the streets. And most importantly, yesterday when I went there on the streets to report, I saw there were more number of people out on the beaches, out on the streets, out on the parks. But today, it's especially North Tel Aviv, where we have been reporting from the morning, it's awfully quiet. Very few people on the streets, very few people on the beaches today as well. It's been really quiet since morning.
All right. Thank you so much, Ratnadeep, for joining us with those updates from Tel Aviv, where we saw Iranian strikes early in the morning. The situation in the Middle East is still evolving, friends. The latest is that Iran has decided to block the Strait of Hormuz. Remember, that's very significant because almost 1/5 or more of oil and gas supplies of the world pass through that every day. And pretty much 80% more and more are meant for Asia. In fact, about half of India's supplies come from the Strait of Hormuz. That's a significant development and has serious security and energy security implications for India and the rest of the world. We're going to continue to focus on that, but we've run out of time in this broadcast. Short break. On the other side, we're coming back with more.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho Befikar.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आपकी फेवरेट टुडे कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
A short time ago, the U.S.
I don't just report from courtrooms on verdicts, I decode them. From breaking news to complex legal verdicts, every word is backed by law. At the Republic School of Journalism, you will learn how to report on legal issues with accuracy and speed. The RSJ Diploma, starting on the 30th of June. Apply now.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I'm Rakhta Mishra with you. Republic TV keeps a close eye on the developments coming in from West Asia. And the latest, the Iranian parliament has approved the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. What impact could it have? Well, that's, of course, a big point of discussion. First, let's get you the headlines. Iranian parliament approves the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the global oil shipment route.
We devastated the Iranian nuclear program. Iran's nuclear ambitions have been obliterated. Iran should listen to the President of the United States and know that he means it, every word.
U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says United States strikes on key sites in Iran has completely devastated the Iranian nuclear program. France urges restrained diplomacy and concerning U.S. strikes on Iran. Post-strike images at Fordow nuclear site show damage after U.S. bombs Iran. Prime Minister Modi speaks to Iran president, calls for immediate de-escalation. With massive escalation, Iran foreign minister to meet Vladimir Putin tomorrow. So we start start with the big breaking news. Iran's parliament has approved a measure to close the strategically vital Strait of Hormuz, a key global oil shipping route following United States strike on Iran's nuclear site. State-run Press TV has reported Major General Qasari, member of Parliament's National Security Committee of Iran, told the state media that while the parliament has reached a consensus in favor of closing the strait, the final decision rests with Iran's Supreme National Security Council, the country's highest security authority. It's the big breaking news we have right now. The impact of the escalation in West Asia is having an impact across the globe. If the Strait of Hormuz is finally closed, this is a final decision that rests with the Supreme Council. And in fact, we have Terry Newman, who is geopolitical expert, joining us from Tel Aviv right now. Terry Newman, well, it was very much speculated that Iran might just, go ahead with the move. Of course, there is the final action that is yet to be taken, but this is going to have implications for the world. Terry, I think, can you hear me, Terry?
Difficult to hear you. Hello?
Yeah, Terry, can you hear me now? I'll just repeat my question.
Yes, I can hear you. Yes. So yes, I can hear you very well.
Yes, the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, so the implications for the...
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is actually a move that will damage Iran far more than it will damage either the United States or the United States allies. The United States is now the largest...
There seems to be a problem with the network with you, Terry.
In the world.
All right.
So it's no longer... this is a... hello?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, so the United States is now the largest producer of oil in the world, thanks to the shale oil and gas, etc. So the biggest loser from this will be Iran itself. Europe is importing more and more LNG, liquefied natural gas, from the United States and also from the Eastern Mediterranean. And this again goes back to the IMEC. This is precisely why we were looking for overland routes in order to get energy into Europe from these areas, because we were, people were concerned about what Iran was going to do. But in the long term, this will just isolate Iran more. How will they be selling their energy into China? This will put more pressure on the BRI. It's a stupid move, and I think it's what's classically called in English cutting off your nose to spite your face.
Terry, you feel that this move, if it really is acted on, you feel that there will be any sort of, as Iran expects, that there might be some, if not de-escalation, but some impact or any change of strategy from Israel, or Israel is going to go ahead with what its plans are?
Israel has a very stable and clear vision that the most dangerous country in the world should not have the most dangerous weapons in the world. As we speak, both Israeli and American teams are analyzing the results of the preemptive strikes on the Fordow, Isfahan and Natanz sites yesterday, and then they will come to their conclusions and will act on those. But America does not want to invade Iran and turn it into the 51st state. Israel has no territorial claims on Iran. This is purely defensive to prevent a Islamo-fascist regime that has been calling death to America and death to Israel for the last 40 years.
Right, Terry, just stay on with us. We have some more breaking news coming in right now. The IRGC-affiliated fast news agency has cited sources saying that Iran's response to the United States strikes on its nuclear facilities will be, quote-unquote, to carry out surprise operations against Israel while continuing to monitor U.S. bases in the region, unquote. In fact, the sources also added that Iran's main focus is to eliminate, as they say, the Zionist regime as the original base of America. So the U.S. bases are under watch right now, Terry, but there is no direct, retaliation, what we understand, because the U.S. might is far greater for Iran. But the fact that the warnings keep coming in from Tehran, and now they are talking about a surprise operation against Israel. How do you see this?
Well, I mean, let's remember this morning, the attacks on Fordow and Isfahan and Natanz happened in the middle of the night. This morning at 7:30, another 35 missiles were fired at Israel, of which a number of them sadly actually got through all the various interception mechanisms and have caused a significant amount of damage here. But Iran has been doing this for decades. You talk about de-escalation. Iran has, it blew up the marine base in Lebanon. It blew up the Israeli embassy in Argentina. It's been behind bombings and murders of Americans and Jews throughout the world for decades now. We still don't understand why the Ayatollahs have made this such an integral part of their foreign policy, but it is. And so we have to do something about it before they get their hands on a nuclear weapon. So I don't see anything new in it, but we do have to be alert. And, also in India, you have a Jewish community in India and you have a lot of American expats in India. And there you should be cautious as well.
All right, there's two things before I let you go there. Iranian foreign minister is set to meet Vladimir Putin. How do you see that development? How do you anticipate a Russian reaction from here? And also the fact that Israeli army says that there are more goals in Iran that are left. And what do you think they're insinuating? Is it the fall? Is it the fall of the Iranian regime that is taking out Ayatollah Khamenei?
Excellent question. So regarding the first question, listen, Russia is a nuclear-armed country. They could have turned around and said at any time in the last week, if America invades Iran, we will use our nuclear option against America. And they didn't. By the way, China could have done that as well, and they didn't. And North Korea could have done that, and Pakistan could have done that. None of them did it. So it's all very well, afterwards, the Russians saying something, but when they were actually needed, they disappeared. Regarding your second question, we are aware of hundreds of kilograms of enriched uranium, somewhere in the region of 60% plus. That's about 15 tennis ball sizes of enriched uranium that could each then be further enriched into 90%, which is weapons grade. As I said earlier, the various militaries, both the Israeli intelligence community and the Americans, are trying to work out where they are. Our assumption is they were obviously removed from Fordow before. That's very important to prevent the Iranians using these in some other form of bomb.
All right. And you think that, Khamenei, taking out Khamenei is imminent right now, or there is still, there's still more time?
Israel, this is take out Khamenei. Israel doesn't take out we don't do things like in Syria. It's different from a terrorist organization, right? Which carried a bit. In Syria, we didn't take out Assad. The Syrians took out Assad. And I see the same thing happening in Iran as well. It's not for us.
Right.
It's for them.
All right, so the more tensions and civil war situation in Iran that is brewing up that you're pointing towards, we've got that. Thank you so much, Terry, for joining us on the broadcast with your expert views on that, viewers. So in the heart of the West Asia, viewers, two nations are bound by ancient histories, but they're divided by modern ambitions today, and they have clashed for decades now. Iran and Israel, once unlikely allies, now sworn enemies. This is not a proxy war. This is not a Cold War. This is direct. This is personal. Israel, Iran, one-on-one. And no one is backing down from it. Here's a report on that.
The skies above the Middle East are burning. Cities in lockdown. Missiles in flight. Hypersonic weapons tear through airspace. and beneath the surface, nuclear facilities smolder. This is not a proxy war. This is not a Cold War. This is direct. This is personal. Israel, Iran, one-on-one, and no one is backing down. In the heart of the Middle East, two nations bound by ancient histories but divided by modern ambitions have clashed for decades. Iran and Israel, once unlikely allies, now sworn enemies.
Before 1979 revolution, before the establishment of the Islamic regime in Tehran, Iran and Israel had excellent bilateral relations. And Iran happened to be one of the first few Muslim majority country which gave recognition to the newly created state of Jews after modern Turkish Republic. Israel and Iran came very close being the Western ally. Even though Israel was not formally part of the CENTO, but Israel always had an excellent military and strategic relationship with Iran.
Under the Pahlavi dynasty, Iran recognized Israel in 1948, becoming the second Muslim majority nation to do so. In those early years, shared fears of Arab nationalism and Soviet influence forged a quiet alliance. In 1956, Suez War cemented that bond. Mossad, the intelligence agency of Israel, and Savak, the intelligence agency of Iran, worked covertly to bolster Kurdish rebels against Iran's Sunni regime. In 1973, as the Arab world launched an oil embargo against the West for backing Israel, Iran stepped in, fueling Europe and America. In 1977, the alliance peaked with Project Flower, a joint missile program. But in 1979, the Islamic Revolution changed everything. Ayatollah Khomeini's rise turned Iran into an Islamic republic. Israel became the enemy, and Palestine became Iran's cause.
Post-revolution Iran, the entire policy changed primarily because of the ideological dimension of the revolution. Because the Iranian Islamic Revolution was essentially, fundamentally aimed at the Western imperialism, Western cultural influence. Creation of Israel was considered by the Ayatollahs or the Islamic leadership in Iran as something un-Islamic, and because it was against the interests of the Muslim, because this particular state was created in what they call the Islamic space.
Decades later, the enmity now defines the Middle East. One narrow and coastal, the other sprawling and mountainous. One guarded by the Iron Dome, the other bristling with proxies and missiles. The conflict simmered for decades, that exploded in a chain of events that brought the region to the brink. In 2020 came the big breakout in the chain of events. A US drone backed by Israeli intelligence killed Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, head of the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the feared paramilitary force of Iran, and the key aide of Ayatollah Khamenei. The gloves were off. On October 7th, thousands of Iran-backed Hamas terrorists stormed through the Israel's border with the Gaza Strip, killing 1,200 people. At least 240 people were abducted as hostages into Gaza. This attack was conceived as revenge against the killing of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani. The horrific terror attack was immediately justified as revenge of Soleimani assassination by Iran. This was not just provocation extraordinary, it was a challenge to Israel's existence. If Hamas succeeded, Israel failed.
Israel is at war. We didn't want this war. It was forced upon us in the most brutal and savage way. But though Israel didn't start this war, Israel will finish it. We will exact a price that will be remembered by them and Israel's other enemies for decades to come.
Israel responded with a devastating military campaign in the Gaza Strip called Operation Iron Swords. The counteroffensive aimed at rooting out Hamas in its entirety, whatever the cost, whatever the time it took. Since then, the Gaza war has claimed over 40,000 lives, including 18,000 children as per Hamas, even as over 100 Israeli hostages continue to remain in captivity of Hamas. And almost the entire leadership of Hamas eliminated. This is how the political chief Yahya Sinwar was taken down. And Israel assassinated Ismail Haniyeh inside Iran. From Soleimani to Haniyeh, and the second proxy of Iran in Lebanon, Hezbollah, whose chief Hassan Nasrallah was also killed by Israel in September last year. Israel left Iran looking defanged and disarmed. Only till June 12th, that is, on 12th June, the UN nuclear watchdog IAEA formally found that Iran wasn't complying with its nuclear obligation for the first time in 20 years, that Iran was enriching weapons-grade uranium, and that it was doing so at a breakneck pace. On the very next day, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion against Iran, a full-scale air campaign targeting Iran's nuclear site Natanz, Isfahan, Mashhad. Iran's nuclear sites, radar installations and missile silos were all bombed in quick succession.
پشت سر من تصویر محل اصابت موشک‌های دشمنان هستند به سایت هسته شهید احمدی روشن مجتمع غنیسازی سایت نتنز. با توجه به اینکه ما ساعت حدوداً 4:15 بود که صدای انفجار رو شنیدیم حرکت کردیم به سمت مسیر در واقع سایت هست.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons.
Iran has claimed that in the last 1 week, over Iran's 120 surface-to-surface missile launchers were destroyed. From western Iran to the skies above Tehran, the IDF has declared air supremacy over Iran.
Over the past few months, intelligence has shown that Iran is closer than ever to obtaining a nuclear weapon. This morning, the IDF began preemptive and precise strikes targeting the Iranian nuclear program in order to prevent the Iranian regime's ability to build a nuclear bomb in the immediate time frame.
The damage is undeniable.
This is the hole that made just one ballistic missile that was fired from Iran towards a residential area in the center of Israel. Meters from here, there are kindergarten, schools, a lot of buildings with innocent people living there. And you can see the impact. One blast of a ballistic missile destroys anything with the shock wave in a radius of around 500 meters. And Iran continued to bombard Israel with hundreds of those kind of missiles.
The US Embassy in Tel Aviv is hit. Global diplomats scramble.
You can see behind me the American Embassy in Tel Aviv, and this is not damaged from the outside, at least from the shock wave of the ballistic missile that was fired from Iran, but still all the places next to the embassy suffering from a damage. Here usually people are doing the passport photos for the passport, leaving their stuff in those safes.
This isn't just Iran versus Israel. It's a battlefield of alliances as global powers weigh in.
Sometimes they have to fight it out, but we're going to see what happens. I think there's a good chance there'll be a deal.
American president has been quiet and secretive and vague about what is called end game in this war.
We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel, nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're not looking. We're looking for better than a ceasefire.
There are series of threats and counter threats being made by the world leaders as well as the actors directly involved.
Great people, they know how to protect themselves.
And when you say better, what's
we'll come down so hard if they do anything to our people. We'll come down so hard, then the gloves are off so beautifully. Now, I think they know not to touch our troops.
Khamenei in return is also openly threatening US against any military intervention. In a dramatic turn of events, President Trump said that his patience has run out. Meanwhile, Ayatollah Khamenei has declared that the country will never surrender. However, Iranian ambassadors are hoping for the West to intervene and de-escalate.
Please accept our assurances that the Iranian side, in Iranian system, there is no desire, there is no any intention to produce the nuclear bomb.
Iranians have upped the ante with the use of hypersonic missiles on Israel. On 18 June, Iran escalated by launching Fatah missiles on Israel in what they called to be the beginning of the end of Israel's air defenses.
موشک‌های قدرتمند و مانورپذیر فتاح امشب با عبور از سپر دفاع موشکی پناهگاه بزدلان صهیونیست را بارها لرزاند و پیام اقتدار ایران را به همپیمان جنگ افروز تل آویو که در خیالات و توهمات پوچ است ارسال کرد.
Today, Iran launched another missile attack on Israel. Number of Iranian missiles were intercepted in several Israeli cities, including Jerusalem and Tel Aviv today. Reports claim that this ongoing week-long conflict has killed around 639 people in Iran and 24 in Israel. Tehran's streets are choked with fleeing families. Israelis are taking shelter in bunkers and the world holds its breath. Iran and Israel, once strong allies, now bitter foes, mirror each other's fear and resolve. Can restraint prevail, or will this war redraw the map of the Middle East?
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAEA.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिरज का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Welcome, you're watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Today is day 10th of the Iran-Israel conflict. US has entered the fray and has destroyed the 3 nuclear sites in Iran. We'll get you more information on this, but as always, the headlines first. Iranian parliament has approved the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the global oil shipment route.
We devastated the Iranian nuclear program. Iran's nuclear ambitions have been obliterated. Iran should listen to the President of the United States and know that he means it, every word.
US Defense Secretary says that United States has struck key sites in Iran and they have completely devastated the nuclear program. France has urged restrained diplomacy after concerning US strikes on Iran. Post-strike images at the nuclear site Fordo shows damage after US bombarded Iran. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has spoken to Iran President, calls for immediate de-escalation. And with massive escalation, Iran Foreign Minister will be meeting Putin tomorrow. Well, in a stunning and unprecedented strike, the United States has unleashed the full force of its arsenal targeting Iran's most secure nuclear facilities. This is not just a warning, but a thunderous message from Washington, D.C. that stand down or face the action. Backed by Israeli coordination, B-2 stealth bombers flew undetected, delivering GBU-57 bunker busters with surgical precision. Today, Natanz, Fordo and Isfahan lie shattered right now, and the Middle East stands on the edge of this abyss. In fact, we have breaking news coming in. Iran's parliament has approved a measure to close the strategically vital Strait of Hormuz, a key global oil shipping route following the US strikes on Iran's nuclear site. In fact, the Major General has a member of the parliament National Security Committee has told state media that while the parliament has reached a consensus in favor of closing this very way, the final decision rests with the Iran Supreme National Security Council, the country's highest security authority. And this is the breaking update that we're getting for you from Iran. It is considering closing the key oil shipping routes, that is Strait of Hormuz, after US bombarded 3 of the nuclear facilities. All right, I'm joined by Major General SVP Singh, defense expert. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. The breaking news that we're getting for you at this moment is that Iran is thinking of closing the key oil shipping route, and that is the Strait of Hormuz. What impact, according to you, this will have as far as the entire country and that shipping way is concerned?
Well, it is going to cause a choke in the artery of the global oil economy. It's a very bold step which Iran has taken. It was one of the options which was being considered that they will implement it. But by so doing, it is also going to cause a lot of chaos and trouble in the 8 Gulf countries, oil exporting nations who are in this Persian Gulf area. And so there will be revenue losses, there will be supply chain chaos which will follow, and oil importing countries will suffer like India. It will trigger a severe economic shock, rising inflation, a falling rupee for us, and surging import bills. So this is the impact which is going to have. But when Israel has taken this step, you see, there are 8 islands in this Persian Gulf, one of which is with Oman, other 7 are with Iran. Now, they would be a cause of conflict for Iran because the US 5th Fleet is there, and there could be a naval warfare in this to do away with this choke points or the closure of the straits. Now, what Iran is going to do is that they're going to mine the sea out here. Mining will be there, and they are very good at asymmetric naval warfare. In this naval warfare, they have got the fast boats, the patrol boats, anti-shipping, anti-mines, this thing. So that is the one which US, if it gets into the naval warfare here, they'll have to take care of this part of it to overcome Iran, because they're pretty good in this asymmetric naval warfare. Also, the Gulf of Oman is also going to suffer because Oman out there is also an oil exporter, and also will be affected as a Bab el-Mandeb, another choke point. So this entire export line into the Arabian Sea and onto the Indian Ocean is going to be affected by the step of Iran. Now, Qatar is an LNG, liquidized natural gas exporter. That is also going to get affected. And at the moment, I think the $150 per barrel is the cost which is again going to cause a greater shock to the people. So this is how these, what I want to say is that in this time, in this today's world, maritime choke points are no longer just routes. They are strategic battlegrounds. And so this is going to be a new area of conflict, and America, having warned Iran not to escalate, or they will be dealt with prohibitive damage or retaliation, is something I think Iranian parliament would have taken the stock of before taking the decision of closure of the Hormuz Straits. Over to you.
Absolutely, because what we're learning is that the bulk of, in fact, as far as the oil shipments are concerned, be it Saudi, Iraq, UAE, Qatar, Iran, Kuwait, they all pass through this. Whether India will lose sleep on this is something that remains to be seen. But stay on with us. In fact, we have another breaking news coming in. What we're learning is just a while back, explosions were heard at the Bushehr province, which is home to a key nuclear reactor. In fact, what we're learning is that this nuclear reactor is being run by Iran with the assistance of Russians as well. So let me come across to you once again, Major General SVP Singh. It appears that after destroying 3 nuclear facilities, now US and Iran are keeping their eye on this specific nuclear reactor that is in Bushehr province. This appears to be escalating because on one hand, US and Israel, they have attacked Iran. Iran has also retaliated, and now it appears that they are also eyeing more such nuclear reactors there.
You see, this morning, when we got the news of the 3 nuclear sites have been dealt with or destroyed by the American B-2 bomber action, it was a sort of what my own assumption was, that Russia, having spoken to America, Putin perhaps with Trump, they did not attack Bushehr nuclear site because the Russians are there. It is their nuclear power plant. But now this news which comes up, that means it has been a follow-up of what Iran has done by launching strikes into Israel post the bomber strikes, the B-2 bomber strikes. So this is an after effect of that. So I think then if Iran is going to take these steps of escalating the ladder, these reactive retaliations will come from Israel. Now, how much of this missile attacks Iran will be able to continue to carry is a moot point. Because as per my own calculation, I feel between 2,000 to 3,000 missile stock was available with Iran, out of which I think about 500 missiles would have been fired minimum. It could be more because this is a guesswork. But what is at premium also for Iran when they're dealing and carrying out this is the missile launchers. They are expected to have, or it's appreciated, they got about 350 missile launchers plus minus. And in this attrition of the last 9 days, the war, there would have been attrition, and say about 30% of the attrition would have taken place. Now, if that is so, Iran has to be very careful if they want to keep escalating their ladder of war, how much they can fight, how much is their production capacity existing, how much has been their industry damage in this 9-day war. They have to take stock for themselves. You see the other side, when we look at it, Israel also for the intercept missiles, they were at premium for the ammunition. So, but then they have got the American support and the replenishments will come. So with that, I think both sides at the moment have to watch out. Iran having asked for UN Security Council meeting and sent out some other messages for talks. And maybe the UN Security Council may just be a helpful note to get the parties for talks, for which the world will be a better place, the region would be a better place, and I would say Iran too would be a better place because Iran has suffered a lot of devastation and destruction in this 9 days of war. And not that Israel has not. Israel has also suffered. Never before have they suffered this sort of damages and destruction ever since it came into existence in 1948.
Absolutely, absolutely. Major General SVP Singh, let me also introduce Dan Pfefferman, who's been the former IDF major. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. I want to ask you, and this is what the latest details is what we have gotten, is that another nuclear reactor in Iran, there was some blasts that were reported just a while back. So my question to you is Israel Army as well as US also targeting other nuclear reactors as well? 3 of them have been destroyed. Now, is the eye also on this nuclear reactor in Bushehr province?
I'm not aware of another nuclear reactor that's been struck, but of course, Iran has a widespread nuclear program and different installations and research sites and that all feed into the main program. And so, of course, Israel's plan of attack has not ceased. The Americans came in and did what only the Americans can do, utilizing the GBU-57 bunker busters. But Israel's plans are going to continue on schedule and on pace until they either run out of targets or we reach some kind of diplomatic solution to this escalation.
Absolutely. It remains to be seen how it pans out in the coming days. But I request both of you to stay on with us. We have a breaking news coming in. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps affiliated Fars news agency has cited sources saying that Iran's response to the United States strikes on its nuclear facilities will be to quote-unquote carry out a surprise operation against Israel while continuing to monitor the US bases in the region. The sources also added that Iran's main focus is to eliminate the Zionist regime as the original base of America. So this is in fact the breaking news that we're getting for you as far as the conflict is concerned. Let me once again bring in Dan Pfefferman. I want to ask you, now it appears as far as Iran is concerned, they are saying that there will be surprise attacks on Israel. In the last 12 hours, we have seen that after the nuclear facilities were attacked, there have been few attacks in Israel. But what they are now insinuating is that there will be much more surprise attack on Israel, while they will be keeping an eye on the United States assets in that region as well. How do you assess the statement that has come from them?
Well, they're clearly threatening an escalation against Israel and, of course, now against American interests in the region. And it's going to play out in the coming days, possibly longer. They're going to possibly ramp up the scope of their attacks. I could tell you that they would try to hit civilian sites, but that's all they've been doing for the last week is firing their missiles at civilian areas. So I'm not sure what an escalation means from them. Are they going to go after Israeli ports? Are they going to continue going after the airport? None of this is new for us, of course. We've had this happening for the last 620 days as Iran's proxies, plus Iran itself on two separate occasions, has fired massive volleys, but they could ramp up their attacks on Israeli interests, maybe Israeli embassies. We know that they have in the past and will again try to hit perhaps Jewish communities around the world. It just came out yesterday that a terrorist attack was thwarted against the Jewish community in Cyprus. And that is something that we're always on the watch for Iran, always, whether directly now or generally indirectly through its proxies. It's constantly conducting different kinds of terrorist attacks or militia attacks and now missile attacks against Israel, Israeli interests, and even Jewish communities in the region and around the world.
Absolutely. Let me bring in Major General SVP Singh. One more question before I let both of you go. How do you see this, in fact, the conflict and now what it is being called a war go on in the next 1 week? Or do you think this is going to escalate, whether there be ceasefire? Because this is something China has sought. They have requested both the nations to have a ceasefire. But how do you see it pan out in the coming week?
The way the war is taking place, I think it is daily basis. Each day is going to give you the answer, okay, what is going to be the next day. Now, in the instant case, what has happened today, last night, American attacks, Iran continuing to escalate the ladder by attacking Israeli targets on the soil. What is of point to note is that the regime in Iran is showing itself to be brave, determined, and strong to its own domestic audience, that they want to stand up. And that will perhaps give them the staying power. There's no regime replacement. There's no regime change. So that will be weighing heavily in the minds of the current regime. And so they will continue to fire missiles as they have done. They have also taken the step, as we have just covered, closure of the Straits of Hormuz. And Houthis have come in support of Iran, the only axis of resistance power which has come to their support, having declared that all American shipping, whether it is military or civil commercial shipping, will be their legal targets. However, Houthis are best advised to know that yes, military warships remain the targets, but commercial shippings are protected in wartime like any such thing. Other is that in 1988 Iraq-Iran war, in 1984, Iran had practiced the tanker war concept. Now that could also come to play up in Iranian minds in these next few days, which you say 7 days, but it is anyone's guess. Yes, America has also, I think, taken special care of its 8 bases in the Arabian states, because those could be targeted because they are within the short-range missiles capability of the Iranians. So all these are the vital targeting areas or objectives which are available with Iran, and US and Israel have to take guard on that. Having said that much, the deployment which has come in the Arabian Sea, in the Indian Ocean, and in the Arab states from the United States side, with the F-16s, F-22, F-35s, and the 3 carrier strike groups, it is a very massive deployment. So Iran will not be able to achieve much militarily as per my appreciation. Over to you.
Absolutely. It remains to be seen how it pans out, whether there'll be escalation or de-escalation. It'll be very interesting to see that. Thank you so much, Major General SVP Singh and Dan Pfefferman, for speaking to Republic TV. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces have released a new black and white footage that shows its strike on Iranian soldiers and missile launchers. And this comes amid the rising tensions in West Asia. The United States has officially inserted themselves in the war between Iran and Israel by attacking 3 Iranian nuclear sites. Here's the full report.
Tensions in West Asia are rising high. Israel Defense Forces has released a fresh black and white footage that shows various aerial videos of IDF strikes on Iranian soldiers and missile launchers. The Israeli military said that its air force struck 2 F-5 fighter jets belonging to the Iranian armed forces at the Dezful airport in Iran. The video shows IDF strikes on primed Iranian ballistic missile launchers shortly before Iran's attack this morning. Earlier today, the US launched strikes on 3 Iranian nuclear sites.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror.
The Atomic Energy Organization of Iran confirmed that the US attacks took place on its Fordow, Isfahan, and Natanz sites. After those attacks, Iran fired one of its biggest ballistic missiles targeting Israel. But most were unsuccessful and intercepted by Israel. As the war in West Asia continues, both countries stand their ground. No de-escalation efforts in sight.
And the US military strike on Iran may have serious consequences for the Indian economy as well. Foreign affairs expert Robinder Sachdev breaks down how escalating tensions in the Gulf region may trigger a spike in the global oil prices, push up inflation, and potentially slow India's GDP growth as well. Given that nearly 20% of the world's crude oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz, a key choke point, any disruption can severely impact India's energy security and the stability as well. Should Indians be concerned? How could industry, trade and consumers be affected? Watch this to know more.
This is an escalation, and an escalation to which it seems there will be no end. The situation will worsen, go up and down, etc. It seems that the region of Middle East will now be plunged into forever wars. See, all it means is that US will continue bombarding some strategic sites because Iran is not going to submit and will not throw up its arms and say that, okay, we plead for ceasefire. Iran will fight back with whatever resources it has. It will retaliate. However, it doesn't have much of a capacity, but it will still attempt to do whatever the best it can. See, in any case, Israel is going to continue its bombardments, its missiles, its airstrikes. Iran will keep on retaliating with, of course, much depleted strength as of now. Iran could also initiate some other vectors, especially in the Middle East, targeting American bases in Saudi Arabia or Qatar, to also draw in now the Saudis, the Gulf countries, so that they bring pressure on America to stop the war, because otherwise this whole region, including their own regimes in Saudi Arabia and other monarchies, Jordan, Egypt, Qatar, may be in danger themselves. See, Donald Trump is correct in saying that tonight's attack was a spectacular attack by the American army forces, but he is wrong in saying that this attack has eliminated the entire nuclear program of Iran. It has not. All it has done, yes, in these three locations, maybe it has, not maybe, certainly to some extent we will know, damage the physical laboratories, equipments, plant machinery of these facilities. The Iranians have already transferred the uranium, though it is not weapon grade, but whatever enriched uranium they had, it seems they've distributed and hidden it in some other locations. But yes, a major blow to Iran's nuclear program has been delivered, but it does not mean that the entire nuclear program of Iran has been obliterated. See, Netanyahu, for him, it has been his life's mission to neutralize Iran. So he is thanking Trump and saying that Trump has done something great for civilization. Yes, what he is saying is also that I have done something great for civilization, which history will remember for generations. It is Netanyahu's legacy that he is building up. Yes, of course, in that journey, he needed the help of Trump, and he has been able to draw in American forces towards his mission of neutralizing Iran. If Iran closes the Straits of Hormuz, definitely India suffers. About 20% of the world's crude oil and 25% of the world's natural gas flows through these. Qatar's gas, which we buy, almost all flows through this, right? Kuwaiti oil, 70% of Saudi oil comes through the Straits of Hormuz. If that happens, which is expected, India will suffer because oil prices will go up, inflation will rise, and there is an estimate that for every $10 increase in the price of crude oil, India's GDP will suffer by 0.5%. So right now oil is around 75, 80, it may jump to 90, 100, 110. So if it jumps by around $20, $30, it means about 1% to 1.5% of India's GDP growth will be shaved off.
And Iran executed its most significant missile attack of the year against Israel early this morning as part of Operation True Promise 3. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps confirmed the strikes were launched in response to recent US and Israeli airstrike on the Iranian territory, marking a dangerous escalation in the ongoing West Asian conflict that has now entered the second week. Watch this.
Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard said it has launched 40 missiles, including its Khorramshahr 4 missile, targeting Ben Gurion Airport, biological research centers, and command and control facilities. Iran has said that the Khorramshahr 4 carry multiple warheads. The Khorramshahr 4 has the heaviest payload of Iran's ballistic missile fleet, which is designed to keep the weapon under a 2,000-kilometer range limit imposed by the country's supreme leader. The missile has been described as having a 2,000-kilometer range with a 1,500-kilogram warhead. Earlier in the day, the US military struck 3 sites in Iran, inserting itself into Israel's effort to decapitate Iran's nuclear program. The decision to directly involve the US comes after more than a week of strikes by Israel that have moved to systematically eradicate the country's air defenses while damaging its nuclear enrichment facilities.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the three key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight I can
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा।
Iranian parliament has approved the closure of Strait of Hormuz, the global oil shipment route.
We devastated the Iranian nuclear program. Iran's nuclear ambitions have been obliterated. Iran should listen to the President of the United States and know that he means it, every word.
U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says that United States strikes on the key sites in Iran has completely devastated the Iranian nuclear program. France has urged restrained diplomacy after concerning U.S. strikes on Iran. Post-strike images at Fordow nuclear site showed damage after U.S. bombarded this specific nuclear site. Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaks to Iranian President, calls for immediate de-escalation. With massive escalation, Iran Foreign Minister will be meeting Putin tomorrow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth briefs media after U.S. attack on Iranian nuclear sites. He said that U.S. gave Iran 60 days for the peace deal. He also said that United States strikes on the key sites in Iran has completely devastated the Iranian nuclear program. Listen in to what he said.
Well, thank you for joining us this morning. Last night, on President Trump's orders, U.S. Central Command conducted a precision strike in the middle of the night against three nuclear facilities in Iran: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan, in order to destroy or severely degrade Iran's nuclear program. And as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs will demonstrate, it was an incredible and overwhelming success. The order we received from our commander-in-chief was focused, it was powerful, and it was clear. We devastated the Iranian nuclear program. But it's worth noting the operation did not target Iranian troops or the Iranian people. For the entirety of his time in office, President Trump has consistently stated for over 10 years that Iran must not get a nuclear weapon. Full stop. Thanks to President Trump's bold and visionary leadership and his commitment to peace through strength, Iran's nuclear ambitions have been obliterated. Many presidents have dreamed of delivering the final blow to Iran's nuclear program, and none could until President Trump. The operation President Trump planned was bold and it was brilliant, showing the world that American deterrence is back. When this president speaks, the world should listen. And the U.S. military, we can back it up. The most powerful military the world has ever known. No other country on planet Earth could have conducted the operation that the chairman is going to outline this morning. Not even close. Just like Soleimani found out in the first term, Iran found out when POTUS says 60 days that he seeks peace and negotiation, he means 60 days of peace and negotiation. Otherwise, that nuclear program, that nuclear capability will not exist. He meant it. This is not the previous administration. The President Trump said no nukes. He seeks peace, and Iran should take that path. He sent out a truth last night saying this: any retaliation by Iran against the United States of America will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight. Signed, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Iran would be smart to heed those words. He's said it before, and he means it. I want to give recognition to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Joint Staff, General Eric Kurilla at CENTCOM, who did a phenomenal job, he and his staff, all of CENTCOM. Policy, across the board, this was a joint effort, and across the Pentagon effort. I want to recognize the pilots who flew those bombers, who flew those fighters, who flew those refuelers, warriors. I want to recognize the sailors on those destroyers, in those subs, on those carriers, warriors, all of them. I want to recognize our soldiers doing air defense, base defense, QRF, warriors, all of them. Every American involved in this operation performed flawlessly. And I want to give recognition to our allies in Israel as well. This is a plan that took months and weeks of positioning and preparation so that we could be ready when the President of the United States called. It took a great deal of precision. It involved misdirection and the highest of operational security. Our B-2s went in and out of downtown Tehran, of these nuclear sites, in and out and back without the world knowing at all. In that way, it was historic. A strike that included the longest B-2 Spirit bomber mission since 2001 and the first operational employment of the MOP, a massive ordnance penetrator. The mission demonstrated to the world the level of joint and allied integration that speak to the strength of our alliance and our joint forces. As President Trump has stated, the United States does not war, but let me be clear. We will act swiftly and decisively when our people, our partners, or our interests are threatened.
We've seen some retaliation from the Iranian side. Is that something you're concerned about? Because after all, it's about the safety of your people. We've seen the Iranian attacks extremely indiscriminate. All the Israeli media I've been speaking to, I've said that a lot of civilian targets have been there, right? And hospitals have been attacked, other places have been attacked. So what are you worried? Is this going to become worse now for the Israeli people?
Well, I don't think so, Arnab. We are indeed very worried from this barrage of missiles. We've been attacked again this morning, as you said. But we also have been able to degrade in a very significant way, not only the nuclear military program of Iran, but also their missile capabilities. We have taken out more than 400 missiles on the ground, many launchers of missiles, more than half. And we have taken down also a lot of the drone capabilities of Iran. They have been firing more than 1,000 drones towards Israel in the last 10 days. So, yes, we are worried. We prefer We would have preferred to avoid this entire operation we had to take, but unfortunately, Iran didn't take seriously neither the negotiation offer by President Trump nor our commitment to deny these capabilities from a country that has sworn to eliminate us. So we are standing strong. We are willing to continue this if necessary. And if Iran doesn't stop attacking us, I think they will pay a very dear price.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ruben Azar, who's with us live this morning, is a very important, high-ranking Israeli diplomat. But the interesting thing is he's had a very, very long innings in Washington, haven't you, Mr. Azar? Nobody knows the American political and social establishment as well as you. Will there be bipartisan support, given your understanding of American politics and its political structures? Will there be bipartisan support for Trump? And if so, will it last for long? I mean, between the Democrats, Republicans, and other political groups?
We have seen some polls released yesterday. I think there is a lot of bipartisan support. There is some more support, of course, on the Republican side. But I think that the way that President Trump conducted himself by, first of all, offering a fair offer to the Iranians, waiting for 60 days to see whether the Iranians are going to respond responsibly, giving the backing to Israel, but not doing the job instead of Israel. Israel has done a very significant job, to which President Trump was thankful this morning. And we are, of course, very thankful to him, because he did the complementary work necessary, work that we couldn't have done by ourselves in an efficient way, because we do not possess the kinds of capabilities that America does. But to your question, yes, I think it's bipartisan support. We're going to see a lot of both Republicans and Democrats praising this, because I think President Trump has not only acted to defend us, he acted to defend civilization.
Ambassador, do you expect Iran's proxies to hurt you? Because this has been Iran's tactic. They don't get involved in the war themselves. They didn't attack you directly on October 7th. They did it through the Hamas. Are you vulnerable there? And are the American forces in the region vulnerable in that sense?
Well, we cannot discard that some of the proxies will try to take action. Fortunately, Arnab, as you know, in the last 20 months, we've been peeling out a lot of the capabilities of the proxies. Not only Hamas, but mainly Hezbollah, that is now deterred. And we heard yesterday the leader of Hezbollah in Lebanon saying Hezbollah will not interfere. If they do, we have, of course, the resolve to finish the job we started when we confronted the capabilities of Hezbollah.
Do you believe the American forces will be targeted, or the American people will be targeted? We've seen some extremely worrying statements in the Iranian media that every American is now a legitimate target. Is that just talk?
We'll have to see whether the Iran rhetoric is empty or not. I think that President Trump was very clear of what would happen to the regime if they dare to deal or to attack American forces. It seems to me, at least, that the United States is pretty ready. It has advanced forces into the region. And the result for the Iranian regime would be devastating. So I hope they don't do that.
Well, absolutely. Now, you see this stretching over a period of time. People across the world are concerned about global instability. Will the other nations get involved in any way? China, Russia, Turkey? Do you have back channels open with any of these countries?
We have back channels with all of them. I don't think that they will join. I think that the way that we have taken action was a very responsible way. We targeted military targets that were posing a threat to our existence. I think that the world understands that. We saw a very interesting statement by President Putin yesterday when it comes to Israel. I think that the course of action of the United States is also very responsible. It has been also very responsible. And therefore, I don't think that there is a danger of global global war, that the Iranians could be very responsible if they expand the targeting of countries in the region. That would be devastating for them. It has been already pretty devastating for them as a result of what Israel did. I think that they haven't taken seriously neither our statements nor our capabilities, and now they are completely exposed. The air of Iran is controlled at this point by Israel. So if they decide to continue this, it will be detrimental for their interests.
I just wanted to understand that from you. When you say the air of Iran is completely controlled by Israel, can you explain that? You've been a soldier yourself. Can you explain that in a way? What are you trying to say? Are you, Ambassador, only trying to psychologically put down the Iranians, or do you mean that in military terms? What does it mean, sir?
I mean in technical terms. As you probably know, Arnab, on the 7th of October, there was a huge amount of weapons, a ring of fire around Israel, with not only hundreds of thousands of missiles, but also with air defense batteries that were defending the course that Israel would have taken and actually took in order to take out the Iran nuclear facilities and Iran ballistic missiles depot. We had a